So please go to safety. My Lord is willing. Have you talked to him lately? I know we fall down and get up, yeah, we be tripping. Perking your ear until the Lord, can you please just listen? So much evil everywhere you look and turn. Watch you fight and pray, I'm gonna need you to learn. We won't win if we stay stagnant and won't rise above in a world filled with hate. Show more love. Show more love. In a world filled with hate, show more love. This ain't a game, y'all. Enemy out here stealing lives, y'all. Playing our face and we distracted when we see them take they fall, y'all. Wake up, we out here sleeping and the enemy steady creeping. Can you hear me? Wake up or stay stuck. We need the light, and that's some more love. Christ is that love. We need love, much more love. Christ is that love. We need love, much more Don't really care what they doing over there. Doing my own thing, staying in my own lane. I'm not judging. You go ahead, baby girl, do you? Is it cool? It's cool. But I don't wanna be nobody else. I wanna be myself. I'm not a blending. I'm not a blending kind of girl. Telling how you could see the pain these people living in, all while trying to fit in. No true purpose, just paying off a temporary gain. Gaining the whole world, but losing your soul. I really hate watching y'all fold. Everything is conditional, so please go to safety. My Lord is willing. Have you talked to him lately? I know we fall down and get up, yeah, we be tripping. Perking your ear until the Lord, can you please just listen? So much evil everywhere you look and turn. Watch you fight and pray, I'm gonna need you to learn. We won't win if we stay stagnant and won't rise above in a world filled with hate. Show more love. Show more love. In a world filled with hate, show more love. This ain't a game, y'all. Enemy out here stealing lives, y'all. Playing our face and we distracted when we see them take they fall, y'all. Wake up, we out here sleeping and the enemy steady creeping. Can you hear me? Wake up or stay stuck. We need the light, and that's some more love. Christ is that love. We need love, much more love. Christ is that love. We need love, much more love.
Greetings, everybody. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. As you guys come in, please hit the like. If you have not subscribed, please feel free to subscribe. And you can support the show by hitting the Cash App MoLove 8686 and the Super Chat. You can also support the show by sharing. Tonight's topic is confronting the culture of suppression, healed through God, not denial. So I specifically wanted to discuss this because in a world that tells you to get out of your feelings, you have to know what to do with those feelings. So I definitely wanted to specifically touch on why it's important to acknowledge our feelings and emotions, and also why letting them run us can be dangerous, and how God actually wants to guide them instead of the other way around, because so many times we're led by what we feel. And we've been taught, specifically in our community, don't get caught up in your emotions, or just push through, be tough, And on the surface, that might sound like strength, it may look like strength, but the truth is, hiding our feelings doesn't always make us strong. It can actually give the enemy a foothold in our minds and the way that we make our decisions and in the cycles of pain that can keep repeating. And we have to understand also that God never said for us, He never meant for us to ignore the way that we feel. Even when we pay attention to the scriptures, the men and women of God, they wrestled with their emotions. They were very transparent. Like you can see scripture where they had times where they wrestled with anger, they wrestled with being afraid, they had moments of sadness, they suffered through grief, and they were honest with their hearts, but they always brought it to God, which is key. And that's what God wants us to do. So, yeah, I wanted to discuss that, and I am going to start with prayer. Dear Lord, I thank you for just right now for your presence, for being here with us. And I ask that you help us to give you our hearts. And I also ask, God, that you open our hearts and our minds and our spirits to your truth. And I ask that you please teach us how to recognize our emotions, teach us how to bring them to you honestly, Lord, and how to let you guide them instead of letting them control us. In Jesus' name I pray, amen. Hey Bolo,
Hey, what's going on?
what's up? How are you?
Hey, the Lord gave me another day to get it right, so I'm gonna do my best to try and get it right. How about that?
Good. I'm definitely pushing through. I don't feel my best. I do not feel my best right now, if I'm honest.
You and me both.
But
But we gonna thug it through.
of course. So
Okay.
let me speak to the chat. Hey Kojak, good to see you. Thank you so much for the support. Hey Irby, did I do better tonight? It was scheduled for 10:30. I hit the live button at 10:39. Good to see you. Hey Genesis, good to see you, hon. Um, oh Stanley, hey, good to see you, Stanley. Thank you so much for tuning in. Who
Is
else?
isn't narratives that's supposed to be coffee, right?
Yes. Hey Johnny, good to see you. I don't know if I've ever seen Johnny, but welcome to the channel. I appreciate your support. Hey, Coffee, good to see you. You had me laughing when you sent me the choir, the people singing with the praise team in the choir. That was too funny because it reminds me of my frustration at my church when I'm singing. I'd be like, no, no, sopranos. Y'all are not on key. Nope. Get it together, folks. Johnny said Bolo has a great speaking voice to me.
Oh,
Oh,
thank you.
okay.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Kwafi said, as men, we have been told not to show our emotions. Showing your emotions does not mean be a nervous wreck where you run under the way. But I think it is okay to speak on your issues. Yep, that's healthy. I agree completely. Um, did I miss anybody? No, I didn't.
No, I think you got everyone.
Yeah, so do you have anything?
Uh, wow. You said so much. Um, what I would say to that is there's a reason why the Father asks us or allows us to go through the changes, and um, He wants us to be acquainted with those times, acquainted with those moments, acquainted with the moments of pain, the moments of silence, the moment of sadness. He wants you
Mm-hmm.
to be acquainted to be able to work through it. That's the point of it, right? A lot of the times when you have people, so often I hear people say, "This is what I would do if this happened. This is what I would do. This is what I would do. This is what I would do." And
Mm-hmm.
a lot of the times people speak from ignorance, right? They speak through ego and
Right.
pride. I would do this, I would do that. I've seen so many people fold like $2 wallets,
Yes. Hey H&M, good to see you.
you know,
Right. They
talking
do.
talking from the position of this is what I would do. So again, this is why the Lord says, "Don't tempt him," right? So,
Mm-hmm.
um, these things the Father wants us to become acquainted with, so that when we are in those situations, we are able to think it through and not get caught up in the situation. So this is why we practice until that which is perfect comes. Because again, if you stay ready, you don't need to get ready. So it's a lot deeper than that, but I'm just responding or adding to what you said earlier. So
Yeah, and my main point so far was acknowledging what we feel. It's so critical for us to do that. We need to see our feelings for what they are, and what are they? They're signals. They're telling us something matters. You know, whatever that may be. It could be a moment where you feel fearful, angry, sad, joyful. All those feelings are important, and the thing is, acknowledging them doesn't mean you have to act out on them. It just means you admit them to yourself. You know, it's
and
okay to feel things. And we live in a world where everybody is acting like everything is okay. Like, isn't it? uh, Don't people get tired of pretending? Like, you are
no,
not okay. And
no,
it's okay to admit that. And
people
that's
don't
not
get
saying
to.
that you are governed by the way that you feel. It's about being honest and transparent with God, because you cannot heal the things that you are not willing to confront. And so many people, just stay bottled up. They keep those things bottled up, and then that affects our mental health as well. Pretending like everything is all right when it's not.
Well, to answer your question, no, people don't get tired of faking the funk. This world is built off of that.
Mhm.
So, everybody's faking the funk. Everybody's acting like they're better than they are. Everyone is acting like they're stronger than they are. Everybody is
Mhm.
acting like something that they're not, opposed to being them. And this is the beauty of who God is, because authentically there is only one you on the planet. So be
Mhm.
authentically you, opposed to trying to be something else that you're not. However, however, not to sound facetious, but no, people are not getting tired of acting like someone else. That's what this world and society is built off of.
Right.
So yeah, you tell people just be yourself, and you know, um, going through these things don't make it doesn't make you weak. And unfortunately, you know, um, you learn more about yourself than you thought you knew.
Mhm.
There's so many things that you thought that you would do. There's so many things, like I said, there's so many people that say, I would do this and do that if this happened. And then when it does happen, they do the total opposite. So this gives you a moment to understand. And this goes into what you were saying, to not just acknowledge your feeling. That's the first part of what you were saying,
Mhm.
but to understand, why am I feeling it? That's the problem. The problem is we will stay in the feeling. However, we will not use a probe to say, hold on, am I really upset with Mo right now because of this and that? Or is it because of something else? And this has bled into me being a little pissed off with her. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Where is this
Right.
coming from? So we don't want to actually deep dive. We don't want to deep dive. And again, the enemy, that's
Mhm.
what he does. The Lord wants to restore us, the enemy wants to infect us. And infection happens over time. It doesn't happen right then
Right.
and there. And that's what the enemy does. He'll plant that seed, and hopefully
It grows.
it grows. From his perspective, he doesn't want you to deal with it. From his
Mhm.
perspective, he wants you to continue. So his job is to infect, Christ's job is to restore. So it's
Mhm.
perfectly up to you on which road you take, right? But it would behoove you to figure it out. Figure it out. But I think this topic that you're talking about um, is coming from the perspective. I think that you're coming from the perspective of the people, and you correct me if I'm wrong. For those that tell you that you should be strong, get out of it, don't be weak, don't be this, don't be that. So, are we confronting tonight those that go through these feelings and don't want to acknowledge it? Or are we coming from the perspective of those that will see somebody going through something and say to them, hey, man up, get up,
Both.
walk? Okay. All right.
Both.
Okay.
Hmm. More so too, how I think that there needs to be a balance even when you are strong in your faith. Like sometimes people cannot acknowledge naturally that something is wrong. They'll just suppress it by saying, God got me, everything gonna be okay. And they really don't deal with that emotional side. They don't deal with it in the right way. You know, they'll pretend like they're okay and they'll just suppress the thing versus taking it to God.
That's a very good point. Because
Hmm.
here's the thing. God isn't about suppression, right? God
Hmm.
isn't God isn't about ignorance. Okay.
Right.
So God wants you to ask the questions. God wants you to explore, why am I feeling this way? So for someone to say, no, that's not what God wants, you're perfectly wrong, because
Hmm.
God wants you there. And for the specific reason he wants you there is because if he is going to use you as a beacon of light, if
Right.
he is going to use you as a beacon of light, then you need to be a light. So what does that mean? That means that you are able to guide someone through darkness. So how can you guide someone through darkness if you yourself have never been in darkness yourself, right? So
Mm-hmm.
a good leader has
Mm-hmm.
always been a good follower. A good speaker has always been a good listener, to actively listen. So these things walk hand in hand. They walk hand in hand. So it's very important that we understand it, so you can
Right.
minister to that man or that woman or that young adult, because you've been there and you can anticipate where they might be going, because again, you've gone through something similar. May not be exactly, but something similar to what they're going through now.
Mm-hmm. That is so true. And I do want to read some of the comments. Coffee said, facts, Bolo, overthinking, it makes a person think they should be perfect. We got to get out of our head and also stop thinking people have done us wrong or everyone is out to get us.
And
That's a good point.
they call that, from a counselor's perspective, paralysis of analysis.
Right.
You
Mm-hmm.
get
Hey,
so
84. Good to see you.
you get so over analytical about something that you get stuck.
Right.
You get stuck. You start overthinking. You know what I'm saying? So it's good to think. Don't get it twisted. It's good to think, but
Mm-hmm.
sometimes you have to understand that when you overthink something, that can also be bad too.
Right.
So you have to
Coach
learn to
X.
trust yourself. Go on. I'm sorry.
Right. I was looking at Kojak's comment. He said, we as men must learn to stop bottling things up. Jesus wept. Jesus got angry in the tabernacle. If Jesus did it, we can do it. Yep.
Here's the thing, Kojak. He did it with wisdom and he did it under control.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of the times, if you don't go through it, then you don't know how you will respond or how you will react in that moment.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I can't trust you if you've never been in that situation. You dig
Right.
what I'm saying? This is why when you look at wartime, a lot of times when these men have done tours, they don't want to go with someone that's a newbie, because they don't know how you're going to react. And you may do something that may get them killed. You dig what I'm saying? They want
Right.
someone that has experience in this situation, so having that experience kind of calms the spirit of the man or woman that you are walking with, right? Us as men, we ask women to submit. What is she
Mm-hmm.
submitting to? She doesn't know if you can lead. She doesn't know if you're going to lead into that pit. You dig what I'm saying? So this is where, that courting is very important. So,
Very.
you know,
Right.
and again, courting isn't 100%. Courting just puts you in a position to make a better decision for the moment that you're in. That's all it does. Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
So Anissa said, Um, I absolutely love what he's been saying because I was that person who would hold things in And I was told not to do that because it only makes you sick. And I agree with you and him. Good to see you. Thank you so much for tuning in. That is so true.
Scientifically speaking, Anessa, I hope I said your name right. Stress affects the cells.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely, it does. They have done tests with people, and they have gone so far to do tests with plants. And they will play music that was stressful because you have different frequencies that are more stressful than others. And you would have some, and you can find this on YouTube. They have played classical music for a plant, and then they will play rock music for a plant. The rock music plant, there it would die. It would grow erratically.
Mm-hmm.
And the plant that listened to classical, it would grow and flourish. So stress changes the cell on a molecular level. So
Mm-hmm.
you are 100% correct. It will destroy it from the inside out. So
Right.
this is why they tell you get rid of the stress. It's called transference of energy. I mean, here's a simple example, and then I'll give you back the floor. You ever have, and I said this last week, and this made you laugh, Mo. You ever had an argument with an old boyfriend, and then you hung up the phone? Didn't you feel empowered when you had the last word? And you hung
Yes. Until I think like an
up?
hour later, I'll be like, dang, I should have said that.
Yeah, but just because you were able to hang up and say, "Man,
But yes, when you hang
no,
up first, there's nothing
right,"
like it.
because you've been able to release that energy and you feel
Right.
better. But if he did it to you and didn't allow you to get that laugh off,
Oh,
you're like, damn.
that is so
So
frustrating.
that's a simple example of the transfers of energy of how it can make you feel when you release it. So even when
Mm-hmm.
you're in the point of feeling a certain way, right? When you're able to release, this is what goes into grieving, regret, and all that. See, what the enemy wants you to do is decay from the inside out, from the spirit out, not from
Mm-hmm.
the outside in. So when you regret, that breaks you down because then you start thinking about, I could have did this. You start second guessing yourself. You start
Mm-hmm.
thinking you're not worthy. You start thinking that no one, no one wants to be around you. Then you start getting paranoid. All, so many different things start to happen. And remember, all the time, this does not change. How you feel affects how you see. Your brain will always affirm how you feel. That's just how it is. You will see life from how you
Mm-hmm.
feel. So if you're sad, you will see life from being sad. So
Right. Yep. That is so true. 84 said, man, Bolo be up late for these streams and Mo don't sleep. So it is what it is. I do sleep.
no,
I
she doesn't. She
promise.
sleep. No, she doesn't.
I sleep,
That's what
y'all.
vampires say. Vampires say they do sleep.
I do sleep.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna argue with you on it. Cool.
What are you talking about, 84? Mo, what you
Everybody
thinking
else
about? Stop thinking. Go take a nap.
Everybody else sees. I don't need to argue. Everyone else sees.
That is so funny. Kwafi said, to be heavy in your faith is to be happy. Everything does not have to be a problem. Surround life with happiness that will build trust.
That's a good point, Kwafi. And when the Lord talks about peace, He's not talking about happiness. Let's not mix the two. He's not talking about happiness. What He's talking about is understanding that everything works for the good of God.
Mm-hmm.
That's the peace He's talking about. You dig what I'm saying? And the peace that He's talking about is that foundation, that understanding, that joy, that what I'm going through, what I'm going through, but I understand my Father went through it. I understand that my Lord and Savior has given me that blueprint to walk, and I know where I'm going to be. You know what I'm saying? So when you have that relationship, you understand that this is a momentary thing. And what the enemy wants us to do is make permanent decisions in temporary situations, lifelong decisions in temporary situations. And this is why the Lord tells you, be angry and sin not. Don't make that decision that you know it's going to affect your life in this moment when you're angry, you're not thinking correctly. That cortisol is flowing, that adrenaline is moving, you're pissed off,
Mm,
and all you see is red. And then you go and you hit that guy. He falls back and hits his head up against the curb. He's dead. Now you're going for attempted murder. That changes lives. You dig what I'm saying? So,
right. Mm-hmm. It makes sense. And the whole point of this live, again, because so many times we pretend like things are okay when they're not, we have to learn that our feelings are not the enemy, but mismanagement of our feelings can be, because feelings themselves alone are just neutral. And again, they're information. And what the enemy does with that is, if you don't rightfully balance them by placing them in the Lord's hands, they can either make you explode or bury those emotions. And either way, both of those are traps.
perfectly said.
Hmm.
Feelings are feelings are symptoms. See, feelings are supposed to be a map.
Hmm.
When you look at it fundamentally, feelings are a map. They're supposed to direct you towards something. And if you don't have that legend, you know the legend is right with a map, it tells you what every little symbol on that map is supposed to be. If you
Hmm.
don't have that legend, then you're not going to know what to look for. It's kind of sort of like, parents don't know what to look for with their children that suffers with depression. So this is
Right.
why we put the numbers. This is why we do these shows to give you examples. Now, again, there's plenty of examples of what depression may show up as. At the end of the day, we're giving you a starting point, right? We're giving you a
Hmm.
starting point. So feelings are supposed to be a roadmap to the bigger issue, to the bigger sickness. This is why the doctor says, "So tell me, Mo, what are you feeling today? How you feeling?" "My back is hurting." "Okay, what else?" "Well, I'm coughing." That's supposed to give him some type of thought process of what it might be. What's the bigger problem? But we know
Right.
doctors today treat symptoms opposed to treating the sickness. So yeah, so what she said is perfectly correct. Feelings are the roadmap to the bigger situation. So you want to know yourself. That's the point of going through this and not suppressing your feelings, getting to know who you are and why you're feeling. Because then you'll say, nah, I'm not feeling this way because of this. I'm feeling this way because of that.
Right. Yeah, I agree. It's so important to know who you are. Kojak said, yeah, it does. I did my fifth grade science fair project on how stress messes with the cardiovascular system
Oh,
33 years ago.
wow.
Wow. Yeah.
Should I have my glasses on right now? I'm looking at the screen and things are a little blurry. It's a
Are
little dark
they?
too. Should I have my glasses on?
You probably should.
I'm gonna put my glasses on. I'm gonna put them on.
So Coffee said war vets are neutral, emotionless, unless posed with a threat. Then they react just like an animal. You get near him in an aggressive way, he may bite and defend himself.
But see,
Mm,
that's a reactive thing.
yeah,
That's a reactive thing, right? They can just be chilling. They'll hear something, and bam, they just strike. That's why it's hard for veterans to transition back to civilian mode because
right.
they're so used to, this is what I got to do to get up. This, that, and the third. Everything is mapped out. When you're in the civilian world, it's a little bit more loosey goosey, right? You're
Yeah,
able to do. It's like a person being in jail for 45 years. They're used to
yeah,
structure. They're used to getting up, do this, do that, however that jail or prison was set up. When they go into the real world, they have no structure at this point.
hmm,
Do you? And this is where sometimes they fail and sometimes they acclimate themselves to the situation. But yeah, this is a crazy thing, man. This is not easy.
hmm. Yeah, that's true. What Coffee said. I have a cousin who really struggled to adjust after he left the military, and when his wife would, she said she would just come in the kitchen And I guess if she was too quiet, like he would just lose it and scream and say, "Don't sneak up on me. What is wrong with you?" And she said she would call my mom and be like, "This man is like losing his
Nah,
mind." But I get it. Like when once you face
life, huh?
war and life and death situations and you go
Yeah.
back to just calmness,
Nah,
that has
it's
to be a
hard.
challenge.
Exactly, Irby. It's PTSD. You see, I got my glasses on there, right? It's PTSD.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to understand this too. PTSD. I used to think back in the days it was a military disease. It's not. You can
Yeah,
you don't have to be in the situation to catch PTSD. You
that
could be
is so
witnessing it
true.
and
Right.
I said this to a veteran in the service, and I said, here's the thing. You guys, before you went into the service, were trained
Mm-hmm.
minimally or extensively. I've never been in the service, so I can't give you. So that's why I'm giving you both ends of it. To deal with
Mm-hmm.
PTSD, some of you guys come out with it good. Some of you guys come out with it bad. Here's the difference. These young kids have never been trained before at all.
Mm-hmm.
They're not military combatants. They're not
Right.
veterans. They have been witnessing this. When you have a cat that hear gunshots and don't flinch, that's not a good thing.
Right.
That is something that they're used to. You dig? So this is why it's important that we say, okay, I understand that you're used to it, but I want you to understand that that's not a good thing, and it's
Right.
okay. You know what I mean? So it doesn't make you weak to flinch. Sometimes
It
people,
doesn't.
so
Right.
it's important. It's very important.
Yeah. So Stanley said, at what point in courting does the submission begin?
Ooh.
Right. I cannot bypass that
Woo-wee.
because submission, I thought, speaks to a wife and a husband, but you have to show certain levels of submission. You have to put yourself in a position to be chose, and you have to show a level of submission in that dating process. Some people say submission doesn't come with that. I've heard, ministers say, "Oh, well, this is only speaking towards a husband and wife." So yeah,
Here's the thing. Who asked that question? Who was that?
Stanley.
Stanley. Damn.
Hey, Stanley.
Stanley, you getting right to it. Here's the thing, Stanley. Um, Submission is important, but and I hate using that word, but you have to first submit yourself. Okay. So submission for men look different than submission for women.
Hey, is that? I'm sorry to interrupt you. Hey, Nightish, good to see
I hate
you.
this shit in the building, my G. So when you're courting, because the Lord don't speak to dating, my dude.
Right.
He speaks to courting to marriage. There is no such thing as dating. You don't get to put your fingerprints all over the car, jump into the car, drive it for 8 months, and then say, eh, I, "Nah, I'm good." Nah, you messed up the warranty, my dude. You gonna have to deal with that. So, um, when you, at the end of the day, this is what I say: women control who enters them.
Mm-hmm.
Men control who's picked.
Mm.
So understand. So the scripture says that a man that findeth a wife is a great thing. Now, a good thing. And I'm paraphrasing the scripture now. Understand, she wasn't a wife before he found her. So
Mm-hmm.
what does that mean? How that it sounds like a contradiction. No, she had the foundation of what a wife is. Now, how the hell did he know that she had the foundation of a wife? Because he had the foundation of a husband. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So what does that mean? That means that he spent time with himself. That means that he knows what he wants. He knows what his trajectory is. He knows him. He knows what's going to make him propel. Okay? So when he goes out there looking for a woman, he is looking for that woman. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Lamborghini, they do not advertise to everybody. They advertise to a certain niche. And that's how it should be when you go out looking for a wife. You should be looking for a certain type of woman. You should not be advertising to every woman, because then that means you're advertising to nobody, because you're not appealing to anybody. So I hope
Yeah.
that answered your question.
So, at what point in courting does the submission begin? So
Well,
you
if
you
she's already
said
a
that
wife,
dating
if
is
she's if she's a wife, there should already be a submissive spirit there. Her submitting to you
right.
is different. Understand that.
So so dating, you said there's no submission in dating, and I agree. So that's pretty much where you are evaluating whether someone is worthy of leadership. You're evaluating, can I trust this person?
Absolutely.
And I think it's about, in the dating phase, it's more so about respect, not submission. And
Well,
it's about,
that's what it looks like to us. You dig what I'm saying? So
yeah.
if you're courting a woman, you will see that submissive spirit on her. She's not going to submit to you because she's not your wife,
Mm-hmm.
right? She's supposed to submit to her husband, not to a dude she's dating, not to a dude that she like. She submits to her husband. Submitting means she's giving her life to you. Why the hell should
Yes.
she give her life to you if you're not worthy of it? So of course she needs to do the due diligence to make sure, is this dude worthy of me submitting my life to him?
Right.
You got to do your homework also. So it's both of you checking the balances and checking the list. It's both of you. So you should see a submissive spirit on this woman already. Now, don't get it
Mm-hmm.
twisted. You seeing a submissive spirit does not mean that she submits to you. She submits to her husband. You dig?
Yes.
So all these dudes that you hear talking on YouTube, I need a woman that's going to submit. Dude, your wife submits to you, not no random shorty on the street.
Right. Hey D. Right.
You
And
know,
I
so
always say, like, submission takes time, and there has to be a level of trust there.
absolutely.
It's not gonna just, okay, we're here, submit, do what I say. No.
She's a submissive woman, but the point is, why should she submit to you? That's the point, right?
Yeah.
When you meet a woman that's of God, a God-fearing woman, she's going to have that submissive spirit. She's going to have that multiplying spirit. She's going to have that prayerful spirit. That's not the issue. The issue is, why should she submit to you?
Right.
What are you presenting? That's the point. You dig what I'm saying? And
Mm-hmm.
vice versa. If you meet, if you're a man, a God-fearing man, a man that of integrity, character, intentions, direction, so forth, we talk about that all the time.
Mm-hmm.
If you're that man, you should be saying, why should I cover you?
Mm.
So it's a tandem dance between the two.
Mm-hmm.
It's an even exchange, my dude. Not that this is an exchange, but understand the wording that I'm trying to use
Has
so
to
that you
make
cats
sense.
can
Mm-hmm.
understand it. Correct. That
Right.
this is why it says a husband that findeth a wife is a good thing, because he already knew what it was. He already understood what a husband's position is. And once he
Mm-hmm.
understood that, he understood what he would go out there and look for. If I got a nickel and my mother gives me a nickel for nickel gums, there's no reason why I should be looking at dollar gums.
Right.
There's
That's
no
true.
reason. Now you may look at the dollar gum and go, damn, man, that's a lot of gum. But I got a nickel. So this is let me keep focused. So
Mm-hmm.
that's where we fail at. A lot of us, both men and women, we look at things that are out of our reach and things that we know is not good for our spirit, and we still continue moving. And then when we figure out that it's not good for our spirit, we don't blame ourselves, we blame the other person.
Mm. That's so true.
I told you.
So Coffee said, he made a point. Where is it? Because I was trying. Where is it? Type so fast. Okay, he said he laughed at the end, so I was like, okay, am I wrong? So he said, Mo Love, I have an uncle who was a vet, and I told him we all were gonna hold him down and give him a haircut because he just because he just would not get one. He went war mode and tore the whole living room up.
Absolutely.
And then he said, So since a kid, we heard don't mess with him. He's documented. We effed around and found out he never trusted us again. Man.
Yeah, there's a video, right, of this. I
Mm-hmm.
think it's a grandfather, and the granddaughter is supposed to be giving him a haircut, so or dyeing his
Mm-hmm.
hair black. She dyed his hair blonde. This dude flipped.
Oh my
I'll
gosh.
send
I
it to
bet he
you.
did.
He flipped. Did he cussed her out, man.
Oh,
He
wait.
cussed her. Yo,
I bet he did. So
what?
84 said both have to submit for a relationship to work. It
100.
isn't that complicated, but it does require effort. Yes.
It's complicated if you think it's complicated if you interpret submission the way a woman submits. It's complicated.
Right. That's
See,
true.
that's why we have this problem because men think that and women think that love is supposed to be the same for each other, the same as submission. It's not. It's not.
Mhm.
Okay. Submission for a man is submitting to the family, making sure they're provided for, um, covering them emotionally, mentally, and spiritually, praying for them, if need be, protection. Not only covering them financially, but covering them spiritually. Um, you know, so that's what our submission looks like, right? Her
Mhm.
submission is submit to your husband in all things. Whatever he needs help with, you do. It shouldn't be an argument of who runs the house or who's this or who's that. It shouldn't be. So submission, although you're using the same word, they have two different distinct definitions when it comes to men and women. The same as love. When you read
Right.
First Corinthians, what does he say? He says, women respect your husband. Love to us is translated through respect.
Mhm.
Love,
Right.
love for women is translated differently. So we have to understand that it's different and we see things differently. Men, we are wired different than women are wired. So we tend to think if we say something one way, you should understand it the way if I said it to Kwafi, he'd get it. Kwafi's a
Mhm.
man. He's like me. So we're kind of wired the same. So when I say something to him, he gets it. You dig what I'm saying? But if I say something to you, you might be like, huh? I might have to
Right.
explain a little bit. So, and vice versa. When women say things, a lot of the times when you ask a woman, how was your day? They're telling you most of the time how the day affected them.
Mhm.
We interpret that is this is how your day went. No, she's telling you how the day affected you, how the day affected her. Typically, you have to go a little bit deeper. So this
Mhm.
is why when we come in, okay, I just need the bullet points: when, where, why, how, and what. We'll get to all that other stuff later. We got a leak in the house. Did you take care of it? Yes. When did it
Mhm.
start? Yeah. How did it start? Yeah. Who did you call? Yeah. Okay, cool. And you may take it as we're being short with you.
Mhm.
We're being pistol. No, it's not that. Right now, we're in fix it mode. So
Right. That's true.
when we're in fix it mode, we just need what, where, why, when, how. And then we'll go, and
Mhm.
then later we'll come and say, hey, what's going on? Talk to me. How did you know it was leaking? And what did you hear? And things like that. Then we'll go into the nuance of everything. So we just need to know the difference and the timing. Everything is important.
Right. Hustler said a woman must be a wife before the man comes into the picture.
Same as a man should be a husband before the wife comes into the picture. See,
Right.
that's the point. This is where the arguments start, right?
Mhm.
When we make it one-sided. Absolutely, she should be a wife before the husband comes in. Absolutely, he should be a husband before the wife comes in. He should have the foundational foundations and the qualities and the pillars of what a husband should be, the same as she should have those same things of what a wife should be. This is
Mhm.
why it says a husband that findeth a wife. Him being a husband, he had to have those qualities already in him. A lot of these cats don't know who they are, where they're going. A lot of these women don't know who they are, where they're going, and they're trying to figure this out while being parents and while being married. And this is why we have so much highly divorces because they don't know what they need. They don't know what they want. They're trying to figure it out while in it. I've never known someone to become an NBA player when they're in the NBA. That doesn't make sense to me, right? You should
Mhm.
already have the foundation of what basketball is when you jump into that league. It's the
Mhm.
same difference with becoming a husband and becoming a wife. You should have that foundation already before you jump into it.
Right. So Coffee said the submission comes in automatically. The fact that she is a quality woman. Now, if you strong arm her into being submissive, you will get the reactions you see online. But hyenas can't be tamed.
Absolutely. I tell
Yeah,
people all the time, you get more out of a rose when you allow it to blossom and bloom opposed to you forcing the petals to open up. You're 100% correct.
yeah. Mm-hmm. Hey D, I think I said hi to D. Good to
You
see
did.
you. Okay. Coffee said, my opinion, at least you have a chance with the woman who is a lady, not a boxer. Who wants to fight all day?
Well,
Ooh, Coffee is funny to me.
that's the purpose of knowing you. That's the purpose of coming to this as a husband, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because when you're a husband, you may say, "Ma, what's your problem? What's the issue? Why
Mm-hmm.
do you want to argue all the time?" You'll see these things. You'll be able to pull that answer out of her. And if you can't, move on. It's not hard, right? You know,
Right.
at the end of the day, I give this example, and I'm going to use it on you, Mo. I'm going to use
Mm-hmm.
it on you. You are the guinea pig. If
Okay.
if you have $100,000 diamond, you did the math, you got the qualifications, you did everything that you needed to do, and you have the certifications. You have $100,000 diamond. And here Bolo comes and offers you $20,000 for it. Will you sell it to me?
No.
If I ordered you $50,000 for it, would you sell it to me?
Mm-mm.
If I offered 70,000, would you sell it to me?
Probably not.
What about 80,000?
Maybe.
Okay. So you see what you just did? You,
Mm.
you,
No.
you were patient. You waited for the
Okay.
you
Yeah.
waited for the right buyer.
Mm-hmm.
You're never gonna get someone 100%. And the Lord is never gonna give you a finished product. And what's the purpose, right?
Right.
We have to be able to maintain as men and women and say, I'm going to be patient and wait for my buyer. Just to suit the example that I
That's
gave.
it. Patience.
Patience is everything.
D said, if you ain't a leader, confident, a man of God, you can't expect a woman to submit to you. Exactly.
Absolutely. I say
Mm-hmm.
this all the time. Christ-like leadership, there's only one answer to that, and that's submission. So when you have Christ-like leadership, it's going to be an automatic thing for her to submit to you. You're not going to have to argue with her. She will. When she sees
Right.
that Christ-like leadership, understand, then you need to know about Christ. That selflessness, that
Mm-hmm.
sacrifice, that sternness, that austere man, that man of wisdom, that man of understanding, that man of posture, that man of direction, that man of intention. You ain't gonna have a conversation with her pertaining to submission. She's automatically gonna fall in line.
I say that all the time.
Yeah, but you
All
called it,
the time.
when you say that, they call you a pick me. Okay.
Yeah, I've been called
Absolutely.
everything. A
Yeah.
mammy, a
Well,
pick me,
listen,
a
if
part of
that's
the
what
sisterhood. I'm
Well,
like,
I'm just
y'all
saying,
don't
if
know
that's what a
me.
pick me is, then that's what it is.
Yeah, I'm like, call it what y'all want because the men that normally respect women are simps. So I'm like, look, it is what it is. But thank you so much, Irby, for continuing to post the cash app. You guys can uh hit the cash app, MoLove8686, or the super chat. You can also support the show by sharing the stream. I appreciate it so much. 84 said, man, y'all be making this relationship stuff more complicated than it needs to be. Humans are humans. We all require love and respect. Love
and
and respect, yeah. That's
that's the beauty. That's the beauty of
mm-hmm.
84. When you go through your own struggles and you go through your own pain and you learn from it and you grow from it, automatically it's going to connect you to everyone else.
Mm-hmm.
It's
And
going to
this is so true. Coffee said, "Facts, Bolo. Some dudes online have it all mixed up. They think strong arming or tough handling a woman will make her submit. They feel in order to love her, she must submit." Like 1865.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. This is what you have to ask. Most of them dudes that are saying that don't have a woman.
Mm, mm.
Let me
Good
hold
point.
on. Let me give you the bomb drop. Most of them dudes that talk
Why?
like that,
Hold on, I wanted to say that. Like when you play your you better read your Bible or the bomb drop, it sounds low.
I
I
don't.
can't hear it that good.
You can't.
No.
Let me see if I could turn the volume up on it. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Because again, and it's probably because it's coming from my thing. Hold on, let me see
It
this.
used to be louder.
Hold on. How was that?
I didn't hear anything.
Okay, hold on. Let me turn it up while you speak. So, okay.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
so hey, Black Lexicon, good to see you. He said the three pillars of marriage: God, love, and trust. Yes, so true. 84 said people just want to hear what their itching ears want to hear, and that's both genders. And a lot of people use people's emotions against them and give advice that sounds philosophical, but it's just pandering. Interesting.
I agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
They try to
And
make
he
it
said facts
sound,
84.
they try to make things sound so heavy when it doesn't need to be. It doesn't need to
Yeah.
be heavy, man. Christ is simple. We make him heavier than he needs to be. That's why a lot of people don't want to serve him because they sit and say, "I got to do all of that." You ain't got to do all that at all. The dude on the cross didn't have to. What did he do? He had a broken and contrite heart and said, "Christ, I see who you are, and I accept you as my Lord and Savior." And what did Christ say? And I'm paraphrasing. He did say, "Lord, please promise me you'll be in the kingdom." And what Christ said, "Yeah, yeah. As of this day, my man, you're gonna be there with me."
Hmm.
Simple. How about this? Can you hear this?
Yeah. How does it sound to y'all in the chat? It just sounds like it's far away.
Hold on. That's what they said. Hold on.
Oh, that's what I hear. I don't know
Let me put let me
about the
let me
chat.
let me turn you on my screen and listen to it and see how it sounds.
You cannot take everything away from a woman when you met her in a modern society. I think men want something different in a wife, but will go chase Cardi B. Interesting. That's true.
100%. I'm gonna hit the bomb. Just 1 second. I'm sorry.
Okay. Y'all, does this sound far away to y'all? Can y'all say yes? It will a one if it sounds far away.
Okay. It sounds louder. I just heard it. It sounds louder.
Does
So
it? Okay.
yeah, it's killing my ears, but it's okay. I'll suffer it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So go ahead. Floor is yours. They said they cannot hear it. Yeah, I can't hear it. I heard it on my TV.
No, it's low. Like, yeah, it's super low.
They said low.
I know I can barely hear it.
I'm
I
I'm
can hear it, but it's like,
I'm hearing it on the television. I'm hearing it through the TV very loud.
uh,
And I'm listening through it on YouTube. So
mm-hmm.
I don't know. I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out.
Hey, hustler. So D said treating a woman with respect ain't simping. Simping is going out of your way for a woman that don't want you. I
That's it.
agree. I definitely agree. Yep, that's real. Hey, hustler, can you hear me?
I got you loud and clear. Both of you, in fact.
Hustler, what's going on, my G?
What's going on? Shout out to you, Mo Love from the stars above, soaring through the sky like a turtle dove.
Damn.
You sound like a radio host. I always say that.
I
How
get
are
that.
you?
I'm doing good. And shout out to you, brother Bolo, with that fly ass logo. You got one motto, solo.
This is too funny. Stanley said it sounds fine on his phone. Okay, thank you, Stanley. Maybe it's just
It's y'all.
me.
That's all y'all. It's y'all fault.
Even no, even when you did your Friday stream, I think you played the "You Better Read Your Bible" and it just
You don't
sounded.
hear it now?
So Coffee said yes, it sounds low.
You
D
don't hear
said
that?
yes, he sounds far. That
That sounds
sounds very far away. Does
does
it
it?
to you, Hustler?
Are you in a basement? Sheesh. All the echoing.
No,
No,
that's
that's the bite.
that's me. That's me.
It's like you're in an empty hall or something.
Come on, son. Sometimes. Sometimes you got to make it sound like it's bigger than what it is. You know.
I guess so.
So weigh in. So weigh in on what we're talking about, sir. I don't know how we got into submission. We were supposed to be
Stanley.
talking.
At
But
what
it was
point
a
does
good
submission
question.
happen? Well, I can say this though. I believe that when it comes, a woman has to already have the desire to submit before the man comes into the picture. Because I used to
Yeah.
hear women in my real life and in these spaces say stupid stuff like, "Well, I'll submit for the right man. I'll submit when he put a ring on my finger." Sweetheart, have that desire before he come into the picture, because ain't no switch gonna flip off and then you're gonna be all in your feminine. Can you imagine if men started saying, "Oh, I'll be masculine under these conditions. I'll be masculine for the right woman when I get married." We gonna fall.
Well, let me
Mm-mm,
ask you this.
that
Let
ain't
me
gonna
ask you this.
happen.
Could it be that we're listening to it wrong, hustler? Like if a woman says, because
Excuse me.
this is what I'm going to ask a question, and let me quantify it first, and then you can check me if I'm wrong or right.
Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. You already said it with dread. If there's no dread here,
Stanley, I
so
agree. Before you go, he said add financial stability to the marriage triangle of requirements. Note, stability doesn't mean wealthy.
so when a woman says that, when he puts a ring on it, then I'll submit, right? Or whatever you said, two other things. Can that mean when the commitment, again, this is the question that I would ask, because I don't just hear disdain when I hear a woman say that, right? I hear that when a commitment is created, a covenant is created, then you have access to that type of submission. That's what I hear. Or this is what I would want to quantify by speaking to her. I wouldn't just take that message that she said and run with it the same way with the man, right? If a man says, listen, when you submit, then that's when I'll cover. You know, I understand the point that he's trying to make the same way I understand the point that she's trying to make. That when that covenant is created, when the agreement is created that I want to cover you, and she says I want to submit to you, then we cooking with fire now. Does that make sense, or am I reading it wrong?
It does.
It
Hey,
kind of makes
liberated.
sense. It
Good to
kind of.
see you.
But here's the thing.
He said,
Not kinda.
it's like I
It,
was pulling teeth. He said,
but
"Oh
hold
man,
on. Let me put it like, I'm not saying that when you meet a woman, she got to cook, clean, and take care of your house while you're going through your dating phase. Now, if she wants to do that, that's fine by me, but she ain't got to make a habit of it. Some relationships don't even get to the marriage part because the woman doesn't want to do the basic things. She doesn't want to trust your vision, cooperate with you. That's what we mean by, we don't mean submission like bow down and kiss my
okay,
AWS. No,
okay, okay,
me and Mo Love talked about that on the previous stream. I don't need a female lowering herself just so I can feel like the masculine one in the relationship. That's a no go. You gotta go if that's the way you're gonna do. I
okay,
don't need you feeling sorry for me just so I can feel good. Nope. I will lose interest, get turned off, and I'm gone.
got
We're
you.
saying be cooperative.
Okay,
Trust in it. And if you can't trust it, if Mo Love can't trust you to be her man, then why y'all dealing with each other?
that's a
That's
very
all
good
I'm
point.
saying.
And I stand 100% behind you. Move on. If that
Yeah,
woman
that's
isn't, if
true.
that woman is not meeting, because again, the foundation of marriage, they're all the same. And let me breathe on this just a little bit. The foundation of marriage is all the same. Now, there are nuances to each marriage because every man and every woman are different, but they should have the same foundation, right? Christ like, following, covering, protection, multiplying prayer. So I'm giving you both ends of it. Okay. But there's still little things in there that makes your marriage work, right? For hustler. Although both of us are men, there are certain things that you might be looking for in a woman that I may not be looking for in a woman. Same thing with Mo. There are certain things that she may be looking for in a man that another woman might not. So this is what makes us different in everything. But the foundations of it are the same. And if she or he is not showing that foundation, why are you still there? The one thing you can never get back is time. Time, once it's gone, it's gone. So why are you wasting your time trying to make something out of something that's going to eventually be nothing?
Mm-hmm.
Trying to make
I
something
agree.
out of nothing, and that just doesn't work all the time, especially in the
One
dating
hundred
market.
percent. You're 100%. You know, it's like I remember this conversation that I was having. I won't bring up the person's name, but he was calling women birds.
Mm-hmm.
Bird ain't this, and a bird ain't that, and a bird this, and a bird that, and a bird this. And I'm listening to him, and it made sense. It did. It did make sense. They're not worthy. They're not this. They're not that.
Hey,
My,
Dawn. Good to see you. I'm sorry.
that's cool. My question was, are you married? No.
Mm.
Do you have a woman? No. I got a bird. I said, dogs. Then you shouldn't be talking.
Mm-hmm.
Bird.
You
Okay.
shouldn't be talking. You're worse. You're worse than the bird. You're worse. Because a pig acts like a pig because a pig is a pig.
Hmm.
Mm.
You went to go find the pig. That means you had to go into the dirt, the dung, the dust, the dirtiest place to find it. So who's worse? If you know I don't want a pig and you still put on clothes to go find the pig, that means you're the crazy one, not the pig. The pig is acting like a pig. The woman was a bird
Mm.
before you found her. You
Hmm.
chose to bring this bird home and put her in your
Mm-hmm.
bed. I look at
Not Coffee don't mention the name. I'm too
Nah, you
through.
ain't have to do that, man.
No, it's okay though. Everybody already know
Yeah,
that
but I don't
that
like
stream
mentioning. I
was.
don't want to mention it. But the point that I'm making is that's the
Mm-hmm.
I
example.
don't.
That's the question. That's the example that I'm giving. It's the same thing with women. You hear women complaining about these dudes and blah 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 blah. And then when you sit
Right.
there and say, "Hold on one second, man. You've had 8 dudes that put their fist in your eye. 8. Okay." And it's not a right thing. But what's the common denominator in those 8 guys putting their fist in your eye? You. There's something about you that you picked these dudes that
Man.
had bad character. You're the problem. Now, again, we know that
Mm.
they have issues because they don't know how to talk about it. They want to be physical about it. But at the end of the day, for some reason, your vibe attracts that tribe. You have to look at yourself. You
Right.
have to at one time.
Yep.
So that's
Does
where I'm.
that does that prove that you are what you attract? Because I've heard that
I
thousands of
don't I don't
times.
know about that.
Yes,
If you're a trash person, you're attracting trash people.
absolute
But then
brother.
again, you could argue you could be the opposite of what you attract. Because I've had that experience where
No,
I'm
but
a
here,
good, I'm a good, I'm a good, well-rounded person, but for some reason, women who are like the opposite of that, they seem to show more interest and have more attraction to me than the ones that are kind of on
see,
my
we
level.
call those outliers, hustler.
So that's what I
If
am,
you're
outlier.
no,
Okay.
no, 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 no. I didn't say you were. I'm
Oh,
saying those women. Let me explain. If you're a woman of integrity, character, right, and you're looking for a certain type of man, right? Of course, there's gonna be certain dudes that are gonna try you. Certain dudes that know that they can't keep that. You're not that. They can't. You're not their type of woman, but they see that you're attractive and they want to try and bed you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So
mhm.
they're going to try you. So sometimes you're going to get a few scragglers that come in and you have to be patient enough to see them for what they are and be like, my dude, you got to keep it moving. It's the same thing with women. There are going to be some that are not worthy that are going to try and get into it. Absolutely. But that's not who you attract consistently. That's the point.
Okay, so what about okay, so even in the Bible, righteous people were constantly surrounded by unrighteous people, and it
Mhm.
wasn't because they were the same. Sometimes it's because light can draw certain attention, you know. And I
100%.
don't believe that you are what you attract. I believe that you are what you choose.
That's the attraction, though.
Or in other words, you are what you
But,
entertain.
but, but
Okay.
You
that
are what you choose. Like if
but
you
that's the
choose that,
attraction.
like, but people are gonna be drawn to you
No, no, no. That
regardless.
being drawn
Healthy
to you.
people,
Absolutely.
Listen to
unhealthy
what I'm
people are
saying.
gonna be drawn to you. So they may be attracted to you. I'm
Here's the
not attracting that. All people may be attracted, but the issue is, are we gonna choose them,
okay. So
knowing that
maybe
they
maybe
don't mean us
I'm
any
using.
good?
Okay, so maybe okay.
Hey, San Jose.
I'm
Mm-hmm.
looking at it as attraction, as someone that you entertain. That's how I'm picking up attraction. So maybe
Okay.
you guys are using attraction
So
just in the orbit of people that come around you. Is that how you mean it?
I guess you could say that
Yes,
because
that's what I'm
Okay,
saying. Like
okay,
people
okay,
being
okay.
drawn to you
Right,
that
okay.
are unhealthy. You can't
Yes.
control who's
No,
attracted
no, no,
to
you can't.
you,
You can't. And plus,
but
you're
you
gonna
can
have more wicked.
control
You're
who
gonna
you
have
give
more awful.
access to. Yeah.
Absolutely.
yep,
Okay. I was
absolutely.
interpreting it wrong because I was interpreting attraction as to the man or woman that you entertain. But you guys are using attraction as the orbit of people that come around you. There's gonna be more people that are not gonna be qualified than qualified because there are more people that are not qualified than qualified. Right? Because
Okay.
the scriptures tell
Okay.
you that many are
Hold
called,
on.
few are chosen. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Are you saying you're gonna send that now, Kwafi? Okay, if you say I'll check it. Hey D, good to see you. But yeah, because that would have been a lot of back and forth, I
Yeah,
think.
same
Yeah.
thing.
So I'm glad we we cleared it
See
up.
what happens when we have
I
conversations
mean,
and
to be
Yes.
fair, let me say this. To
Because
be
I was like,
fair,
hold on.
I,
okay. So I
Yeah.
mean, to be fair, have I entertained a bunch of women that I? What's so funny?
because I already know where you're going.
Oh boy. I was gonna say, have I entertained women like that? Yes, I have. But did I date them? Nope. Did I marry them? Nope.
They were
Okay.
for fun. That's still
Exactly.
toxic.
Yeah, but
It's
here's
still
the thing,
toxic.
though, though,
So I
though,
control who
hustler.
I entertain.
Yeah,
That's
but
the thing.
hustler.
Control who you entertain.
Here's the thing that's the problem with that. You still created a soul tie,
No, I
even
Mm-hmm.
didn't.
though you didn't match. You did. You think that it's just you sleeping with a chick and that's it?
No,
It's
not
not
really.
just that.
Mm-mm.
Right. You know that as well as I do. You're a smart guy. You know that one, there are fluids exchanged, and two, that there are
Yeah.
spirits that are exchanged. You may not see it or feel it, but there is.
Mm-hmm. Hey
Okay.
D.
Well, I've heard
Hey,
that
what's up?
thousands of times, but it's funny because I've been hearing the opposite in more recent years. I've been hearing stories of women who let a man tap it and then she
Damn.
cut him off and forget all about him. I call cap every time I hear that because the average female biologically is not like you said, sir, soul ties. You know, when y'all change fluids, it's soul ties. So women don't just forgive and forget just like that. So I never bought into that, but that's just me. Thankfully, I moved care. Looking back, I guess I don't know how I did it, but I moved accordingly, moved carefully. No relationships, no commitments. But I agree with what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Trust me, I know what my type is and what my type is not.
Hey, we ain't signing. I don't know, but he said soul ties is a myth. I don't agree with
No,
that.
that's not a myth at
I
all.
don't
Like,
think
I
that's a
mean,
myth.
I mean, it affects men, it affects us, but I think it affects women more because, I mean, you're letting somebody inside of you. So I think
Mm-hmm.
I think it affects y'all a little bit more. You know, I think that's also why, like, some women have like mental health issues because they've been sleeping around with so many different guys that they have like all these different guys' personalities, like
Mm-hmm.
their spirit inside of them. So you know, I think that's maybe a reason why. You know, because if you look at any woman that sleeps around, like she's kind of off a little bit.
I would say this though, that's part of it, why they could struggle mentally, but sometimes it started way before they were ever sexually active.
Yeah, I agree with that too. But
Mm-hmm.
yeah, when you do sleep, yeah, people gotta understand like when you sleep with somebody, especially if you sleep with somebody unprotected, you're building a soul tie. You
Yeah. Oh, that's hot sauce. I just noticed. Hey, hot sauce. So, how is that a myth, sir?
And how would you know
How?
she's a virgin or not?
Because you don't even have to have sex for to develop a soul tie.
Hey, I
So
didn't have sex
help
with
me
every woman I
understand.
met. Don't get it twisted. I just smashed every woman I met. Don't get it twisted, my girl. Okay.
No, I was talking to hot sauce.
Oh, okay. My mistake. My mistake.
Yeah.
Kind of
Players
man
in
you
the front.
think I am?
I'm trying to find Coffee sent a short. I'm gonna send it to you so you can play it. Follow. You know I don't know how to do. It's a shame. I don't know how to do that. Hold on.
He sent you something?
Well, in the chat.
Okay.
So I'm trying to. Mm,
It's in the chat right now.
yes.
Highlight it. Highlight it. Let me see.
Yo, what up, San Jose? I just heard that
Hey,
song on the
San
radio.
Jose.
I'm in the Bay. I don't know who does that song. Oh, his name La Russell or something like that. I just heard that. Made me think of you because I know you from the Bay.
Oh, here it is. Okay. Can
Okay.
you
Hold on.
play
I'm trying. Hold on one second. Okay. That's that HT. You
it?
took.
Mm-hmm. Shorts. Please
Okay.
remember to hit the like if you guys have not subscribed. Please subscribe. I would appreciate it.
Uh, 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 uh.
So Hassel said ties are through blood.
This ain't no blood transfusion we're talking about. We're talking about two people connecting spiritually, mentally, physically, and sexually. That's what we're talking about here. But okay.
Yeah.
You want to play it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But is only a symptom of. If Pookie is not the causation of a situation, but is only a symptom of a problem. Pookie did not take her from you. Pookie did not do you wrong. He did you a favor. You say to yourself, that's not true. He took something from me. He took something good from me. But ask yourself something. If she was so good and virtuous, why did she treat you that way? Did Pookie take her? Or did she leave of her own accord?
The
And if
latter.
she left, was it because of Pookie? Or because she wanted to leave?
Hmm.
Now that's a good point. I'm gonna go with the latter. Yes, she left at her own accord because you were just there as a rebound or as a break from her chaotic lifestyle, whatever it was. Yeah,
Okay.
Hmm.
that's my take on the whole thing. You can't make. I mean, she's a grown woman. She can do whatever she wants to do. She either gonna stay or she gonna
That's
leave.
true.
If Molo
Right.
gonna stay with me, if Molo gonna stay with me, she gonna stay. But if she wanna leave me for you, brother Bolo, that's on her.
Yeah, people do what they want.
Yes.
That's
All
just
right.
the
You
hard
can't put
truth.
all the you can't put all the blame on the man, whether it's the Pookie or the Ray Ray or the all around good guy. You can't put it all on the men. Look at the women and how they're moving.
Yeah. Coffee said it spoke to your point where we hold the educated lanes accountable. I
Well,
think
yeah.
that's
Well, I
what he
mean,
Because he
you
said.
didn't have
know,
enough game.
it's not about. See, here, and that's the issue, man. It's not about having game. It's just about being yourself.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? Because sooner or later, that script you're reading from, you're gonna have to ad lib. Just be you. Be
Right.
authentically you. You know what I'm saying? Let her see who you are. Let him see who you are so that he can make an earnest decision, same as her. You know what I'm saying? Because again, when you show forth something that you're not, and he made that decision based on that, and then you try to flip the script on, in the 8th month, it's not going to work. I promise you it's not. So just authentically be you, you know.
Right. So, oh, go ahead. I'm
I was
sorry.
going to say, have your questions already set up. If she says these are questions, this is our first date. Well, Ma, this is what I do. Have your
Mhm.
questions set up. If he says, ma'am, you don't even know me. Well, the one thing I ain't got, and women should be more strict with this because you guys live on a clock. Your
Mhm.
body is based on a clock.
Mhm.
Men, we can
Thanks.
have a baby at 88. We don't care.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? A
It's
woman, your body is
ridiculous.
based on a clock. So you guys should be, listen, this is what it is. And if a man is tapped in, he's going to understand where you're coming from. He's going to understand it.
Right. We don't have time to waste.
You know what I'm saying? So neither do we. And that's the position that we both should be taking. We have learned that we take life for granted. You seen your grandfather live to 400 years old. You think that automatically is going to transcend to you. It doesn't mean that.
Mhm.
So yeah.
So hot sauce said, "Oh my bad, I didn't mean to do that." Hot sauce said, "Blood covenants." So when you lay down with the woman, isn't that? Don't they say that you're married to them? So that speaks to soul ties. It is a soul tie when you lay with someone, whether you view it as, oh, this is something casual. No, it's deeper than what the eye can see and what you feel in the moment. Hey, Abby Wody, good to see you. So Don said, I agree, Bolo. The hardest thing you will ever do is be you.
Yeah,
Mm.
yeah.
Yep, it
I mean,
is.
if you're saying a soul tie is, and I really don't want to go into the debate because we're supposed to be talking about, going through holding in your feelings and not exploring them. Um, did King David and Jonathan have a soul tie? They did. They were
Yeah,
brothers.
they did.
They wasn't physical brothers.
Right. But the
But,
connection.
but how much more you sleeping with a woman?
Hmm.
So we have to understand that it's not just
Oh,
uh, through flesh, but that's a whole different breakdown because then we're going to start going back and forth with scripture. We don't want to do that. Right now, we want to talk about,
But
you know,
this, I mean, it's okay. But if you don't feel like it, I understand.
I think that the conversation pertaining to men and women that are suffering mentally with
Hmm.
depression and being told to suppress it and being told not to talk about it, I think that's important. I think that's more prevalent and more important than us talking about, you know, what a person goes through when they sleep with someone and what ties they have, because then it goes into something left. And, you know,
But wouldn't that be important too? Because that's why a lot of people suffer
it is.
psychologically, spiritually, mentally. There can be a block there because of them focusing so much on
Well,
things that like relationships and intimacy.
here's the thing, right? Um, you know, now we're going to be arguing scripture.
Oh, okay.
You dig what
Hmm.
I'm saying? Because one person going to say, hold on, you know, um, you know, you're going to say blood, a blood sacrifice, but Adam called his wife bone of his bone, flesh of his flesh.
Hmm. Hey,
You know what
Iquaba.
I'm saying? Christ tells you that that's your wife, right? He says that's bone of your bone, flesh of your flesh. She is
Right.
now your family. That's a soul tie. There's no
Hmm.
blood. I didn't cut my arm and my wife cut her arm and we merged it together. We didn't do that, but I get it. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
That's another topic and it's going to draw left, is what I'm saying. Now, if you want to continue talking about it, we can. This is your show.
No, it's fine. I get it.
But my thing is there's enough, um, you know, that's a conversation that I would have with a fellow believer like hot sauces. You know what I'm saying? And we could do that on the side because there are so many other people listening. And at times when we're starting to swing swords and swing all that stuff in scripture, some people can get lost. You know what I'm saying? People can get
Right.
lost in that, and they'll hold on to a portion or a piece of it, opposed to someone really struggling right now that knows that 11:30 I'm going to tune into Mo Love's channel to get this help that I need. You dig what I'm saying? So,
Hmm.
I don't want us to get too, as your co-host, my job is to make sure, along with you, to make sure that we don't get too far off the yellow brick road.
Hmm.
Humbly.
Got it. But it was interesting. Like I
It
was,
definitely
I was
was.
all into it.
Yeah, it was. No, it's definitely a good conversation to have. It's definitely a good conversation to have. Here's my problem. This is where I'll leave it, and then if you want to continue, I'll leave it here. We skip the most important portion of that conversation, right? We talk about submission of men, submission of women, and what the position of a man is. And the one thing that we never talk about is the relationship that man or that woman should have with Christ first before they even get into a relationship with each other. We miss
Right.
that. Because when you
Right.
have a relationship with Christ, then you understand how to treat the woman. When you have a relationship with
Mm.
Christ, you know how to treat the man. So, understanding where you are in Christ will cut out most of that madness that this world pushes.
That's
I
I'll,
true.
agree.
I'll leave it there.
Don said, can you give us a fundamental interpretation of that? What exactly, Don?
Yeah, Don, what are you asking specifically, please? But
Mm-hmm.
what I would like to say is when someone is going through pain,
Mm-hmm.
when someone is going through pain, telling them to get over it sounds efficient, modern, and tough, but it's spiritually lazy. It absolutely is. It skips the holy work of presence, right? And right now we're reading the book of Job. The book of Job shows us this in high definition, right? Job didn't fall apart because of his suffering alone. He began to break when his friends opened their mouths without opening their hearts, right? At
Yeah.
first, they did it right. 7 days, no words, just presence. They felt him and they lamented with him. That silence was wisdom, that was love, that was ministry. The damage started when they rushed God's process and tried to explain pain they had never carried before. And this
Mm,
is what happens, right? And this is why I said to you earlier when you were talking, and you made a good point that, the Lord wants us to sit in our pain and examine it, learn from it,
right.
extract every lesson that you can take from it, because it's going to make you a better man or make you a better woman. So that when you go through life, you're that light, and you may not even know you're being a light. You just may
Right.
be
That's so
aflame,
true.
you know? So that's why it's important.
And then I said it earlier, like we really can't heal what we refuse to acknowledge. And those emotions that go unprocessed, they don't disappear. They go underground for a moment, and whatever goes underground eventually comes back later.
And you know what's so
And
crazy
it
about that?
may resurface as like anxiety, like Dee said, depression, and sometimes emotional numbness because that's just what you're used to doing,
Hmm.
hiding it, pretending like everything is okay when it's not.
And usually the sad thing about that is when something goes away untreated, when it comes
Hmm.
back, it's stronger than what it was before.
Oh yeah, that's true.
You know what I'm saying? So,
It's worse. Hey
it's worse.
sis, good to see you.
Hey, T, it's a lot.
Shout
So,
out to T.
Thank
yeah.
you for tuning in.
So,
Yes, please remember to hit the like and subscribe if you haven't, and you can support the show.
so
What were you saying?
Job teaches us something uncomfortable but necessary. Pain does not
Mhm.
need a lecture. It needs witness. God never rebuked Job for hurting. He rebuked the friends for speaking wrongly about him while trying to sound right. That should sober all of us up. A lot of the
Mhm.
times when we have people going through something, especially a man, you got to man up, man. Men
Yep.
ain't supposed to cry. Men ain't supposed to hurt. Man,
That's
come
so
on, man.
bad.
Yeah, she broke your heart. Man, you a punk. Get up.
Mhm.
And they themselves fake the funk. I
Right.
find I find I counsel a lot of men that on stage will tell you that they can punch through walls. But then when I get on the phone with them, they cry.
They needed to cry the whole
And,
time.
and that's the point. The point is they're busy trying to, to perform in front of everybody opposed to being themselves. And they don't
Mhm.
realize that they're losing themselves because here's the thing. When you don't learn how to deal with the situations you're in, you're losing yourself. It's like a
Right.
child. It's like a child. I told you before. I played a video of it was an Asian father with his child, and they're walking in the park, and he puts his child. They're walking, and the child gets caught up in this chain rope, and he starts crying as the father's walking away, and the father's like, "Yo, come on, walk," and he's crying, he's
Mhm.
crying, he's crying. He takes the son out, puts him outside the chain, and they says,
Oh,
"Come
I
on."
saw it.
You seen
Mhm.
that, right? And the father, the son starts crying. And he says, "Come on, come on, come on." The point of the matter is that child, as he's crying, he's erratic. The father is trying to teach him, be still. Look at your
Mhm.
situation. Don't get erratic. I understand that at first you see me leave and you don't want to be left behind, but figure it out. He has to
Mhm.
sit in it. And when that son figures it out, he runs to his father. That child will never get caught up in that chain again. And if he does get caught up in something, he's not going to flip out. He's going to say, I got out of it the first time. I can do it the second time. This is the point. So when you're acting out on stage, like you're that guy that every time you take a step, you crush sidewalks, you're not learning yourself. And every
Mhm.
time you get into that situation, you're going to do the same thing. Perseverance is important. And through pain, you learn perseverance. Through pain, you learn strength. Through pain, you learn patience. Through pain, you learn understanding. Your
Mm-hmm.
brain is forming these neural connections to get you through. Even when you see a little baby walk, when they take 2 steps and fall, they're crying. They're trying to
Right.
connect. When they take that third step, that neural connection created that third step to the fourth step to the fifth step to the point where you can't stop them from walking. So it's important to sit. Sometimes they may not need a breakdown. Sometimes if I call D and I'm like, yo, D, man, I'm going through something, brother. It may not be for him to say, well, hold on, Bolo. It just may be I need a shoulder, dog. I just needed someone that can understand where I'm
Yeah.
going. You feel what I'm saying?
Right.
And that's the point. That's what's important. And we need that as
Right.
soldiers. We need it from each other. So I open the floor up with that. So I don't want to, you know,
No,
be
that's good. I know you said you didn't want to go back to that, but Yakwaba had a question. He said, let me find it. I think that was for you, Bolo.
what's that? Thoughts. If a man is to submit to Yahweh and the woman to the man, what are your thoughts on us submitting to the countries we are captives? We, the men, are submitting to.
To a white
Okay,
man.
I'll
Wow.
I'll answer this way. Okay, the Lord told us, render unto Caesar what belongs to Caesar. Okay, the Lord set Caesar up. Let's take it from the Lord's perspective. He set Caesar up. There's a reason why he has the world being ran the way it's being ran. So for you to try and overthrow the world, you are distinctly infecting or trying to change what the Lord has set for prophecy. There are things that has to happen for his arrival, right? So this is why he says, in captivity, be quick to agree with your adversary. He stops you and asks you for your license here. He stops you and says, hey, you ran a stop sign. I'm not going to argue with you in the middle of the street where it's dark and it's just you and I. I'll fight it when we go to court. There's certain things that the Lord tells you to do. When he says, render unto Caesar what belongs to Caesar, his laws. Render unto Christ what belongs to him, you. So we understand that in these different countries that we are in, it's not governed by God 100%. But I have to live here, right? So I'm in the world, I'm not of it. Do I abide by the laws? Absolutely. If the laws do not intercede with me serving Christ, then I got no problem with it. If it does, then we're fundamentally going to have a problem. So I hope that answered your question.
Yeah. So basically, what I get from that is do what is required in the natural, while still keeping in mind never surrender what belongs to God in the spirit. So what they require, it's limits to that. Um, I don't know. That's a sensitive subject for me
I think you
because
answered it
I
perfectly.
think okay,
You
okay.
answered it perfectly. It ain't that sensitive. You answered it perfectly. We are here, brother. We ain't going no place until Christ comes back. So the one thing you can't do, the Lord set this up. Everything that's going down, he set up. Period. He set it up.
Mhm.
Whether bad or good, it's for God's will. Period. So he set it up. So for us to try and change that, that's a problem. You're gonna have an issue. Do what you're supposed to do while you're here. What did he say? Learn his word, be that God and light, and go feed his sheep. That's what we do until he comes back.
Mm.
Omni, what's going on, my G?
Hey, Omni, good to see you.
Happy Sunday to y'all. How y'all doing?
Good. How
Omni
are
giving us the
you?
Barry White voice this morning. He practiced that before he came up.
Nah, nah, I'm always like this.
I'm only playing, brother. I'm only
For
playing.
sure, for sure, for sure. But no, y'all having a great conversation. I just came into the channel and I just came in on that comment, and it confuses me. People believe that we're submitting to white men, and it just
Mm-hmm.
like they actually have power over us on the day to day, like they're actively exercising power over us on a day-to-day lives and whatnot. And it seems like that messaging puts black males in particular, right? Black men in particular, in the state where they believe that they cannot do anything of their own free will. And that always disturbs me. But shout out to the commenter though.
No, I get it.
Like we don't have decisions that we make every day, and we don't have
Mhm.
choices that we make.
Right.
And we still can choose better for ourselves. We still have the option to choose better for ourselves. So I don't know where y'all were at in the conversation, but I was just, sharing my 2 cents on that comment.
No, you're
Yeah,
good. No,
I
you're
get
good.
it. Hey, Rack Meg. I try my best to make sure I submit to God, Christ. Thank you so much, Coffee, for the
Can I
ten
read the
dollars
scripture?
super chat.
Can I?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mhm.
This is because I try to give you guys answers through the word. Well, I give you answers through the word so that we can't argue. Because a lot of times, Bolo said this, Bolo said that, and the Lord tells us to be studied, right? Romans
Mhm.
13:1. So Yaquabo, Romans 13:1. It says, "Let every soul be subject to the governing authorities, for there is no authority except from God, and the authorities that exist are appointed by God. Therefore." Whoever resists the authorities resists the ordinance, that means order, of God. And those who resist will bring judgment on themselves. For rulers are not a terror to good works, but to evil. Do you want to be unafraid of the authority? Do what is good. In other words, when you serve the Father, the authority that Satan has on this world, although appointed, because remember, Satan said to Christ, it was given to me to give to whoever I will. He didn't say I stole it. He said it was given to me.
Mm.
Okay. So these things are set up. So when you try to go against the Lord and say, I'm going to overthrow the government, you're going to have a systematic problem with God because he set it up. There's a reason why all these things happen. There's a reason. It's Romans 13:1.
Mm. Got it.
So what's very important is to understand that God had to rebuke, or Job had to rebuke his friends for speaking wrongly about him, while trying to sound right. Job had to get to a point where he said to his friends that if it was you hurting, if it was you going through this pain, I just lost 10 of my children. All of them dead, one stroke. All of them dead. And you're trying to find a reason on why that happened. You have none. You know my reputation. You guys know me. But for some reason, you want to use your theology to try and break it down to say that because I've done something wrong, this has happened. God doesn't work like that all the time. Sometimes he puts you through things to make you a better man or to make you a better woman because there's a bigger picture for you that you may not see. But you left no openness to, I don't know what Omni is going through. I know Omni. He's a good dude. Omni, you sure you ain't do nothing wrong? Nah, Bola, I ain't do nothing wrong. Then I don't know, brother. But you know what we can do right now? We can pray together. You know what we can do right
Mhm.
now? I'll be here for you, brother. I'm not going to try and make something up and say, Omni, you must have did something wrong. You had to. It doesn't work that way. We try to put someone's pain and match it to you did something evil. Joseph did nothing evil. Christ did nothing evil. Moses did nothing evil. Sarah did nothing evil. They didn't do anything evil. So when your brother, this is the sadness of it, because women will talk about their pain all day. There's systems set up for women to talk about their pain. But you have men taking their lives.
Mm.
And soon as Friday night hit, every channel is talking about submission of men to women. This is 2025, 2026. You're still talking about the same thing. It's madness. It's just repurposed stupidness. That's all it is. The reason why a woman ain't submitting to you because you ain't worthy. That's the reason. There is none. There is no breakdown. There's no reason why I need to go into a damn laboratory and pull out beakers. You ain't worthy of it. That's it. The reason why no man picked you is because you ain't worthy at this point. That's it. It's simple. Work on yourself. Get to where you need to be.
Or maybe timing, right?
That's what I was just about to go to. Work on yourself. Be who you need to be in the Lord, and that woman or that man will find you. I promise you. But if that woman or man finds you now where you're at, you will spoil them. Because you're not who you're supposed to be in the moment that you need to be.
Right.
So when these brothers need someone, again, I can't tell you how many brothers I talk to. On these channels, they sound strong. On these channels, they'll beat Hulk. But when they talk to me, they don't come to me that way.
Right. So I did want to. I'm sorry.
Well, go ahead, sis.
I did want to read what Coffee said. Support for the channel because even healing by words of encouragement is not free. You both are great assets to this space. This topic, confronting the culture, is much needed. Coffee Nino, thank you so much for supporting the channel. Yeah.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you so much, Coffee, and now to the best Cash App song on YouTube. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, and I think so many people have a hard time with that, like render unto Caesar what belongs to him, because they think it sounds like slavery. It's not. It's because the slave obeys because of fear, and a free person obeys because of wisdom. You know, so it's
them. They think it makes them weak.
Right.
You know what I mean? And it's an internal wrestling. It's an internal wrestling because it makes them think that they're weak. I don't know how many of you guys have ever seen the spook who sat next to the door.
But I do, but we do also, like, I think there has to be balance in that. Do what you're supposed to do, obey the laws of the land, but don't turn a blind eye to the racism that still goes on, the prejudice that we may still face, because it does still exist. But also don't develop a victim mentality, you know.
100%.
Unless you really are a victim.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, but even in being a victim, there's strength.
Right.
You know.
Hey, OGJ Speed. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
OGJ Speed, my brother.
Thank you so much.
The guy with the God mic.
Yes, he does have a God mic. Thank you so much for the love and support. He said, peace and love, and always strive for the truth. Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much for the support.
That's what's go ahead. I'm sorry, Omni. Go ahead, my brother.
I was just saying, you know, one of the most freeing realizations, rather, I've come to understand is that there's freedom in understanding that none of it is in your control. A weight actually gets lifted from you when you come to that realization. And to echo, I have a scripture that echoes what Brother Bolo was saying in Romans, Isaiah 45:7. I form the light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil.
I,
The Lord, do all these things. So it's always in the Lord's hands. Even when the devil was saying what he was saying in Romans,
Yes.
it was still part of God's design for him to be there, for him to say these things. The devil did not move in any way, shape, or form without God's plan being in motion. So
I
when you
mean,
understand that,
damn, you bringing chills, brother.
Right. Right.
Chills,
That's
brother.
real.
Because in this situation, the Lord is telling you, he's like, listen, understand this, right? This is why the story of Job is so pivotal. Because here it is, this guy's walking up and down the streets of the earth, and he points out Job. Satan didn't even bring up Job. The Lord said, have you seen my dude over there? How he's that guy? And he said, he's that guy because you have a hedge around him. You got your angels protected. Remove his angels. He'll cuss you. You remove his angel. He said, but just don't touch him. I want you guys to really look at the picture. This is he's been painted to be this renegade angel that just does whatever the hell he chooses to do without the permission. Okay?
Right.
He's the enemy. He said, yeah, all that he has is in your hands except him. Don't touch him. Doesn't sound like a renegade angel. You said, okay, come back. See my man? Still worships. Well, because I didn't touch him. Yeah, you could touch him. Don't take his life. So what is the Lord showing you in this story? What he's showing you is he allows these things to happen to you to shape you. Right? There was a woman who wanted to understand because the Lord always talks about the blacksmith and the forged in fire. So she went to a blacksmith and said, listen, I'm trying to understand what's going on with the blacks. So he said, this is you take this piece,
JD.
whether it's gold, silver, or brass, you put this metal in the hottest of fires. If I take my eye off it, I can burn it and ruin it. But I have to keep my eye on it long enough to make sure all the impurities are out of it. And I bang this metal, this piece of wood into the shape of it. And whether you believe it or not, metal makes noise as it bends.
Right.
It makes noise. It moans and groans. It's being shaped into
You sound kind of muffled, Bello.
yeah, you go and did it out for me.
someone has a background.
And it's a background noise.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's not
It
me.
ain't
That's
me.
someone else.
It ain't me.
Okay. Maybe
So-
is it you, D?
Yeah, it's probably me.
Yeah. Just
Okay,
mute up for a second, please.
TV is kind of loud there. but okay.
Yeah.
So she said, the blacksmith said that, the metal moans and groans as it finds its permanent shape that's going to be in. So then she said, well, how do you know when you're done? He said, when I see my reflection in it. God compares us to gold in the furnace of a fire. And we're going to be shaped and shifted and moved until he sees that reflection in us. We're not done. So this is why the Lord tells us, forsake ye not the assembly of one another. Because when I'm broken, when I fall, and we all do, I need my brothers and my sisters to be there. No one else in the world is going to understand what I'm going through, but you.
Right.
If I have nobody, what do I turn to? If I have no one, I turn to myself. This is when I start to think that no one understands me. I'm the only one going through what I'm going through. And these things. This is why you think, especially when it comes to self-deletion. And here's the comparison. When the World Trade Center was hit, you had people making a choice. Either burn or jump out of a building 90 stories high. Dig that. Either way, you're gone.
Right.
They didn't want to self-delete. They wanted the pain to stop. Take the World Trade Center out of that situation. This is what people go through when they go through self-deletion. They don't want to die.
Right.
They just want the pain to stop. And because they don't think anyone is there to hear them, because they think that they're by themselves, because they don't have these outlets or these support systems, because they don't hear channels like this, they think that they're alone. Just a second This is what pisses me off. I'm not telling you that there's not a moment or a time for us to talk about submission between men and women. I'm saying that it's so flooded. The market is so flooded that you don't know what to listen to. Half these dudes aren't even in relationships, but these cats are telling you what a husband should be or what a wife to look for in a wife. And when you ask them, are they married? They tell you no. You dig what I'm saying? But a person that needs help or a person that comes to YouTube just thinking, they don't get to hear this all the time.
Right. That's so true.
And that's the point. That's what pains me.
Me too. Yaguava said, remember our ancestors in Egypt continued to cry for freedom. I believe Yahweh wants us to continually desire freedom. Even a caged lion trapped desires liberty.
I agree with you 100%. But what the Lord is telling you, what Yahweh is telling you is be patient, wait on me. That's what he's saying. Absolutely 100%. He doesn't want you to become a citizen here. He wants you to keep your green card. He definitely wants you to keep your green card. He doesn't want you to become a naturalized citizen here. This is why he tells you, partake ye not of her sin, but come ye out of her, right? Because again, he wants you to be able to be in the world, but not of it. So that's important. But while we are here, what do? Remember, those people in Egypt, when did they come out? They came out when Yahweh came and got them. That's when they came out. They didn't come out before that. So, again, we're pissed off, we're upset. Absolutely 100%. I get it. And you should be. You should cry and sigh for the abominations that are done on the earth. But while that is happening, your sister needs you. She needs your guidance. She needs your covering. She needs you to be that. We don't have a village anymore. You look at every nationality. We look at every nationality. They have a village. We don't. We need that village back. We need that. When you look at community, the common word in there is common.
I wouldn't say you don't think that we have a village. It may be
I
small.
don't think it's very small.
Okay.
It's not a very stable village, no, but
it's very small, very small. You know what I'm saying?
So
good night, y'all. I gotta get some sleep. Good night.
And it's
all right. Good night.
Good night, hustler. And it's done purposely. You look at every other nationality; they have one church that stabilizes their community. You look at ours; there's 8 different churches on the same block, all teaching something different. That's done by design. It's not a mistake. You go into an Italian neighborhood; they got one church. You go to a Jewish neighborhood, one synagogue. You go to a Muslim neighborhood, one mosque. We can go down the line. You come into our neighborhood, there's 50 different things teaching you 50 different things. It's done by design. So now we have to sit back and say, okay, hold on. So we can never find a common ground. We can never. That's why, I said this on a channel. I won't say the name. I said this on a channel, and I think Omni U was there, and there was a full panel. And I'll just say the name. It was Sharon's channel. It was 10 men. Yeah. And I'm listening to 10 different men argue 10 different arguments. And I sat there and I said, when it was my turn, I said, and this is what you call leadership? This is what you want women to submit to? 10 dudes can't get one idea for everyone to agree on. Everyone's cussing at each other. Mother effer,
sound like a barbershop.
Yeah, but the barbershop is that you're releasing steam. You talk nonsense. That's what you do. But when you're up here, you're trying to show your true, articulate, and intellectual self. That's what these dudes are trying to do. And when you sit here and you hear these cats talk, it's the simplest madness. And you sit here and say, so this is what you have all these women watching, and this is what you want them to submit to. When you go to a white podcast, you don't see that. You don't see it. And the sad thing is, this is what we're going to be compared to. It's messed up, but it is what it is. You're going to be compared. So
but that doesn't mean that they're the standard. Well,
no. It's not that they're the standard. What I'm saying is that we have to get our act together. And we need to do it. We have to get our act together. And it starts with Go ahead, Omni man. Go ahead, my brother. Go
I,
I'm
ahead.
just saying
I
it
wanted
doesn't.
to say this really quick.
Go
So
ahead.
she
Go
said
ahead,
it's
Mo.
all free will, sir. Your soul
I
is
had to come back
continually
in
in
from this
your
out.
hands. Um,
Well,
yeah, free
there.
will, but there God gives us free will, gives us choices, but don't think that based on what you choose that there won't be consequences for it.
There you go. There you
Yeah,
go. This is the thing. God designed again. God designed it this way so that we would have free will. Because the love means nothing if we don't choose it.
exactly.
Our God isn't a God of slavery.
Mm-hmm.
So for us to choose Him, but it not be our true choice, that would put us in slavery. So a series of events had to be orchestrated for us. And as Isaiah 45:7 tells us, God created that sequence of event. He created the tapestry of grand design in order for us to be able to choose. He wove the
Mm-hmm.
fate. He wove the fate. But what I wanted to say to what Bolo was saying now is that a second ago you said, Mo, they're not the standard. No, they're not the standard. They have one though.
Mm-hmm.
They have a standard, and I was on Sharon's panel, and I've said this on a few other panels. I asked the question about our community: what is it that Black people do day in, day out? What is our standard? What are our practices that we do day in and day out? Rain or shine, regardless of what's going on with other people in the community. Because I know I can go to any Chinese restaurant and I can expect orange chicken to be at whatever Chinese restaurant I go to, regardless of where I'm at in the US of A.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to have a Chinese restaurant, they're going to have an Asian grocery store, they're going to be moving in a particular way. Same thing with other communities of people. They have a standard that they practice day in and day out, irregardless of what else is going on. Not whoever is in the administration. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't matter who's in the
Yeah.
administration. It doesn't matter what's going on in Congress. Orange chicken has been orange chicken since I was a little boy. They haven't changed the
Yeah.
recipe. So I'm just saying, like, they
So you're
have.
saying what is our standard? I don't think that, so it's not what is our standard or do we have one, because we do. I think that there is a quiet standard that doesn't get as much airtime as the foolishness. It's
Mm,
So
it's
then,
rarely like the good things that are done is rarely amplified because it's not loud and it's not chaotic. And it may not be profitable when it comes to the media. So I think that we spend a lot of time focusing on the dysfunction in our community, and it's huge. I get it, but I think that we should also focus more so on the people who are um living decent, the people that do have standards. We don't focus on that enough in our community.
that's a good point, and
that
that's the
is a good
purpose,
point.
and that's the purpose of why streams like this are important.
Like
And
everybody that's black is not foolish and dysfunctional and lives to tear one another down just to for the sake of the next dollar. Some of us are really intentional about trying to live a decent life, and that doesn't get a lot of airtime. It just doesn't.
Yeah,
If it's
I
not
was just about to say
confusion,
that.
if it's not gossip, you get what I'm saying? People
and
Yeah,
don't
so
really
so
take
here's
credit.
where we and here's where we fall into the madness, because
Mhm.
again, there's no money in that.
Right,
There's money in the madness. You
I
know what I'm
was just
right.
saying?
about to
You
say
you
that.
want you want the answer, join my Patreon, or become a member. This
Hmm.
is members only streams. I'm gonna give you I'm gonna give you all of it. Right? But
Hmm.
if you sit here and say, hey, you know what I hate? I dislike when my children were younger and I'm feeding, my children were very young, right? And then the news will come on at 12 o'clock. Baby food found. You shouldn't be feeding your children this if you are feeding it. Tune in at 8 o'clock tonight. Huh? So you mean it's 12 o'clock? You're saying that you found poison in baby food, and you're going to wait to 8 o'clock to tell us which baby food is the poison?
My child would have
Right.
needed several meals by that time.
But that's my point. And this is
Exactly.
what these dudes are doing. Instead of giving you the answer, they're going to tell you, nah, hit my Patreon. I'm going to give you the answer there.
Right. So 84 said positivity is definitely amplified. It depends on what you look at on your television or social media. I understand what you're saying. But I do believe that the dysfunction is more so amplified if we're honest.
It's more,
Yeah,
it's more stream. You get
Yeah,
more,
we
yeah.
you get
Like
more,
for example,
you look at Jay Prince, he had more people looking at him doing his shenanigans than you would have someone that would sit here and try to talk to you about mental illness and depression. Let's
Yeah,
just
and
call it
and
what
that's
it
what I'm
is.
that's what I'm saying. Like, if we really pay attention, and we know
Right.
that there are outliers or certain situations where, okay, a positive thing may get attention, but it's more likely when it's pertaining to our culture, it rewards pain. The
Hmm.
dysfunction
exactly.
is what gets the views.
Absolutely.
The crisis is the things that they are funding more so in our community, if we're honest, when it comes to the media. It's sad, it's a harsh reality, but it's the truth.
But you know what the reality of it is too? Also, the reason why we tune into the dysfunction and the hurt is because we're hurt ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
Because if we were healed, we would look at that and go, that's madness. Like when I see someone flipping the hell out, I'm sitting there saying, no, these dudes need help. You see it, someone else see it as entertainment. You know why? It goes to show where you are. It goes
Mm-hmm.
to show where you are mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and physically. If you can look at someone tripping out and say that's entertainment, opposed to saying that dude or that woman is sick,
Yeah.
it goes to show you where you are. It's a
Like
look in the
every
mirror.
Yeah, everyday dysfunction, that's gonna get attention. Everyday goodness is not gonna make headlines 9 times out of 10.
Yeah,
It's just
like for
it is.
example, yeah, I remember when Michael Jamal Warner died. I remember that.
Well, you said when Malcolm Jamal Warner passed?
Yeah, you remember
Yeah.
that, right?
Yes.
I remember
Mm-hmm.
somebody said that he had a podcast, and it was a podcast that was really, towards more like positive topics and stuff. And I didn't hear about it until he died, though. It just goes
Wow.
back to what you guys are saying, that we amplify and magnify the negativity in our community instead of, like, the positive stuff. You know what I'm saying? That's why reality TV has been doing so well for the past 20 some years. It's just like drama.
Right.
So it's we have to understand that there is a tandem dance between what Mo is saying and what Omni is saying, right? So we have to understand that we know that there's a system that will promote the negativity and promote the shenanigans of this world, and there are people that tap into that and push into that because again, to do work on yourself is hard, man. To sit down and look
Yeah,
at yourself and say, what, why am I here? People don't want to do that. It's
Mm-hmm.
hard to do work on you. The hardest thing you're going to ever do in your life is work on you. That's the hardest fight, man. It's not an easy fight keeping a discipline. It's not an easy fight. It's a hard one, and it's a consistent fight because you're
yeah,
always going to want to punch someone in their mouth. But then you have to think about the bigger picture. If I punch this dude in the mouth, what will be the ramifications? I'm at work right now. I could lose my job and then lose my home and then lose this and lose that. Bah, 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 bah. I'm walking with my wife and 2 kids, and there's 8 guys that disrespect my wife. Everything in me
Mm-hmm.
wants to knock these cats out, but I can't adequately protect my family.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So there's so many different things in how the enemy is trying to move. But you don't understand being, and I'm speaking from the man's perspective, being a man is knowing when to use that strength. Having the power to choke somebody, but choosing the discipline not to.
Right.
That's not an easy thing, my G.
Right, that's true.
It's
So
not.
84 said it's not
I
more
was not.
streamed, Bolo. It's that y'all pay attention too much to those communities. There are plenty of algorithms, even in our culture, that is positive. Um,
I'm sure.
right.
I'm sure they are.
I get that, but I don't think we pay more attention to it. Um, because we're anchored, I think we can look at the world clearly without being consumed by the things that we see. You can notice the good and the bad and remain unshaken by it. I'm just telling the truth. There are positive things that are highlighted, but it is not more than the chaos and the dysfunction. Let's be honest. That was my main point. It wasn't that there aren't positive things for us to view. Majority of the attention goes on the degeneracy.
Can you
It's
read
just
what?
a fact.
Can you read what narrative what Kwafi wrote before his last,
This
the
one,
second or last? No. Uh,
um,
the one before last. He wrote, "Will not let." He says, "Will not let people on my panel like that because they are quick to say exactly what at Mo Love title says, basically telling you to get over it because they want to be all in gender war talks." He's 100.
mm-hmm.
He's 100.
84, no, I'm not saying that you're not anchored. I was saying because I'm able to view things. It's just me not turning a blind eye to what's going on. But I don't give majority of that my attention. Now I know I be in certain channels, but no matter where I go, I don't. I'm not influenced by my environment. I try to make sure that my environment is influenced by me, and I say that in a very humble way. But that wasn't me attacking your belief system. That's not what I was doing.
So let's get back into the mental the people that understand that where they are. So there's a tandem dance that we have to do, right? So if I'm able to humble myself and know
Hmm.
that I have an issue and I call up Omni and be like, yo, Duke, I'm going through something right now. I would hope that my brother would listen to what I'm saying because, you know, in most situations, um, well, let me not say most. Sometimes the most biblical thing you can do is not explain, not correct, not fix,
Hmm.
but stay. Patience is not weakness, it's strength under control and compassion under pressure. Just to understand, because again, us as men, especially with men, us as men, we're fixers. So if I come to Omni and I got a screw in my forehead and I'm talking to you, Omni, what's the first thing you're gonna think is my problem?
Screw in your forehead.
Absolutely. Anybody.
Absolutely.
Anybody would. But we're so hyper focused on what we see physically that may not be the problem.
Hmm.
Sometimes when we see someone broken down, you know what I mean? When we see someone broken down, we automatically in our mind, because this is what the brain does. It moves fast. Omni's problem is it's his woman. But if I'm listening to Omni and I'm hearing him, and typically what we need to do is listen to what someone's not saying opposed to what they are saying. Right? We're trained to listen to what someone is saying. A lot of the times when you hear them and you're listening to them, actively listening to them, you'll be like, no, Omni's problem is not the woman. That's a symptom, but there's a bigger problem.
Right.
There's a bigger problem. So let's address the bigger problem. Because if we keep dealing with the symptom, the tree is sick from the root, not the fruit. And this is
Right.
and this is what we seem not to understand. So there's a tandem dance. Because again, a lot of us are not patient enough to sit there. I gotta go, man. Yo, hurry up, Bolo, man. I understand you got a problem, man. Hurry up. I gotta go. I gotta
Right.
go. You know what I'm saying? And you don't understand that you're my lifeline, my G.
Mm.
I remember this had to be about 2 years ago, Omni.
Oh,
We were on stage, and this dude kept talking about self-deletion. I think I told you the story, Mola and D. He kept talking about self-deletion. At the end of my show, we get, like we do here, we do, last words. So we talking and talking and talking, and I'm telling him, listen, man, you got to understand something. I understand that it's hard, brother. I get it, but you got to understand that you've been bought with a price. You don't belong to you. Long story short. So as we're giving the final thoughts, he cams up, and again, on my channel, you don't have to cam up because I want you to authentically be you. And I know sometimes when you show your face, you got to have that bravado and move around and do what you do because you don't want people to look at you as weak. So he cams up, and all you see is a revolver. My man said,
Mm.
every night I put this in my mouth, man. Every night I pull the trigger because I find no reason to live. Tonight I'm not going to do it anymore. He saved a life.
Wow.
That's why these streams are important.
Mm-hmm.
Because you don't know who is in that moment right now looking for something, but don't know what they're looking for. Wanting to hear something, but don't know what they need to hear. And here it is.
Mm-hmm.
The Lord put it on you to say what you're saying, but yet you want to talk about submission and women being this and men being that when this person needs help.
Mm-hmm.
That's why this is important. Because when we talk about the relationship with Christ, all that other stuff, we'll figure it out. We'll
Right.
figure it out.
Facts.
You got a super chat.
Oh yeah. Thank you so much, JD. I appreciate you. He said for the show, sis. Thank you so much. I'm gonna play my song because Jay Speed left a super chat too. Don't be laughing at my song.
I'm not laughing. I'm just laughing at what you
I
said.
know. I know. 84 said we do need to have a separation between our reality and social media. If not, it will consume you. That's why I unplug
Yeah.
myself often and go experience the people and things I love. Yeah, I was only pointing out the foolishness that takes place online, but I would hope that people have sense enough to know that they have to deal with know how to separate. I know that some people don't, but that's a very dangerous thing to just stay consumed by social media. I agree.
Play your
Yeah,
song.
so thank you all for supporting the show. I appreciate you. Jay, OG, and JD. Thank you guys.
Ooh, oh, that's what's up. Keep it up. I thank God from above that you show more love. That you show more love. Cash flowing, spirit going, the support. Keep it going.
Thank you so much. Thank y'all again. Coffee said bad advice from people coming on panels falls bad advice from people coming on panels falls on the channel holder. If that happened, I would be I would not be able to live with myself if someone pewed themselves live.
I agree
Right?
with them. I
That would be
totally agree.
so difficult.
I totally agree.
I thank God that y'all were able to, talk him out of it. You just never
I had
know
I had a
when.
person.
Mhm.
I had a dude. I was on. I think this was 84 was into his shenanigans too. He was into
Mhm.
his shenanigans here too. I think we were on 84's channel. It was myself. Rest in peace. God rest in peace. Brother Clarence and
Mhm.
Brian. And I think it was M3's channel, but him and M3 had a channel together, and they were talking about husbands and wives and husbands that's been married for a minute. And we were talking, and someone was calling me a simp, simp, and he threw the link. It came 84 was, and they were calling me a simp, 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 simp. And then, it doesn't bother me. I've been called plenty of things, right? Simp. And it's crazy because 4 days later, the person that's calling me a simp is calling me crying.
Hmm.
So what I'm saying is a lot of these cats both men and women, they're performing for the audience. They're
Right.
performing.
And mhm.
And
And I think it reflects more on I guess society's broken view of relationships than
absolutely.
on the man himself.
But here's the thing, you're 100% correct. The the problem is that society allows them.
Right.
Society teaches them now you don't have to go out there and find what ails you. Continue moving the way you moving because they're going to give you. Ever see when you go into a kitchen or you go into someone's house and the lights are closed and you turn the lights off and all the roaches try to run to the corner, but that one
Mhm.
roach can't make it to the corner, so he just stands still, thinking that he just stands still. That's what it is. These cats are hiding under rocks, and when you take that light and you shine it on them, it's not to disrespect them. It's to let you know that you need to find you because you're going to keep thinking that who you are being is you. And when you're caught up in that darkness, you're going to look into that mirror and see nothing staring back at you. And it's too late at
Right.
that point. And that's why we do what we do. That's why we come in late at night, stay on for 4.5 hours, 5 hours, talking to you guys because
Mhm.
it's important. It's very important.
84 said that's the show where y'all was like, if y'all got it all figured out, why y'all not married?
Yeah.
Well, for the record, married people don't have it all figured out
No,
either.
I mean it was it
That's a fact. And
was
as a
that's a
I
married man,
fact,
let me
mean,
tell
shots
you,
fired. Pew
but
pew.
as a married man, I will be the first to say
yeah. No, what I'm saying is
I
the
do not
reason
have it all figured out. Go
the
ahead.
absolutely I don't. It's just a point that if I'm if you're a thousandaire and I'm a
Hmm.
millionaire, there should be less things that you're saying pertaining to becoming a millionaire. You
So you
you
make it
you
sound
still
like there's hierarchy because a person is married versus
no. What I'm
a
saying
married
is
person.
there's no. What I'm saying is there's information that obviously I have that you may not have, or you may have but not have or you have not accessed it because of your ego, your pride, whatever it is, depending on that
Mm.
person. Okay, the information can be there, but sometimes we can be
Mm,
stubborn enough not to go into it. Now, this again, this is not a broad stroke. This is not a broad stroke. We're not
I
talking
guess I'm saying
absolutely.
so.
We're not talking
So
absolutely. What we're talking is, okay, when the first thing I'm going to say to a person that talks to me about business is, I want to know what your business is. That's what I want to know. You're sitting here giving me advice on 401ks and stocks and all that. I want to know what
so without the
qualifies you.
experience, okay.
That's the point that I'm making, right?
Right.
You know,
But
there are
I hear so many married people speak from a space of
the person that hasn't been married can't tell
like
me nothing. No, that's wrong.
that and like they're better because they're married. When
No,
so many times we see so many married people hiding behind the title and they're miserable.
I agree.
So I see that a lot where it's like they try to tear the people who aren't married or
Down.
who are divorced down, and I don't think that that's healthy.
I agree. I
Hmm.
agree. So that's why I speak to the fact that nothing is absolute.
Right.
Nothing is absolute. However,
Hmm.
if you're up here and you're an expert in what you're saying, I'm going to ask you questions.
Right.
And when you break it down, I'm like, oh, okay, he knows what he's talking about. She knows what she's talking about. Let me get my pen and paper out and take notes. I'm not
Hmm.
man enough that I can't say, I don't know that. Omni knows more than me. D knows more than me. Mo
Hmm.
Love knows more than me. Let me ask pertinent questions so that I can understand what they're speaking about. I'm not that egotistical. You know what I'm saying? So
Hmm.
that's the whole case. The whole case, you know, I think when you show your vulnerability through your strength, that
Hmm.
will connect with people quicker than you being egotistical and arrogant. Because
Yes.
I can still be strong and be sensitive to your situation.
Hmm.
You dig what I'm
Mm.
saying? A lot of the times we think that the two can't live in the same room, and they can.
Right. So I agree. Irby said facts, my love. They are in dysfunctional marriages behind closed doors. Yeah, but it's so easy to tear down the people who aren't married. And I'm for marriage. I think it's one of the biggest blessings you can experience in this lifetime. But I also see people who operate from a space of arrogance because they are.
Well,
That's the only, yeah.
mental illness and pain hits everybody. There's no man, no woman
Mhm.
that's not subject to it. So even when you're married, you get it. Some people are in a cage married, and there are
Mm,
things, you know what I'm saying? So it hits every situation. And
mhm.
this is why the Father tells us to forsake ye not the assembly of one another. Because
Mm,
I don't know what Omni is going through if I don't have a baseline of Omni. Like even when you
Right.
take a damn lie detector test, they ask you bottom line questions, right? Baseline questions. What's your name?
Mhm.
Are you blue? Because they want to see where the thing goes. So now when we start asking you, were you there when they robbed the
The
bank?
real
Yes.
question. Right.
right, 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 right,
Yeah.
right,
Hmm.
right.
They got a bottom line.
Right.
Is this dude that good of a lie? What's your name? Superman.
Mhm.
And you sit there, and this dude don't move. This guy, he thinks he is Superman. You know, my man said something. Alex Costanza. Is his name Costanza in Seinfeld? He said it's not a
George
lie.
Costanza.
George Costanza. When he said, "Hey Jerry, it's not a lie if you believe it."
Mm.
In other words, if you believe it, my dude, it's not gonna show up on the damn thing as a lie because you believe it.
Mhm.
You dig what
Mhm.
I'm saying? So sometimes you can
Yeah.
believe your lie. It's so deep. So,
Yeah.
sometimes again, married people can be arrogant. Older people can be arrogant towards younger people.
Yes.
Married people can be arrogant towards those that are not. It comes in so many different shapes and forms. But if I don't have a baseline to who you are and what you are, how do I know you're sick?
Hmm.
I
That's
don't know.
true.
Mm.
I don't know that you need help. I
Mhm.
don't know. So this is why the Father says, get to know each other.
Mm.
Get to know each other. Get to understand. You know what I'm saying? So if if I'm cussing or if I'm doing this, I'm like, bro, that's not usually you. What's going on? Well, man, let me tell you something, dogs. I haven't had no sleep for 10 days.
Mm.
Mm,
We
You know what
would
I'm
be
saying?
dead.
So
Mm.
it's so important, man. It is so
Mhm.
important because here's the thing, guys, and we say this all the time. Here's the thing. There's gonna be a time when you can't find God. There's gonna be a time when you can't open up this book and read it, dog. When you in the wilderness, you ain't gonna sit and say, "Hey, Mo Love, can you pull out Jeremiah 22 verse 8?" This ain't that time, dog. If you don't know it, I can't give it to you. You seen that with the 10 bridesmaids, right? 5 of them got their oil flasks and what they needed, and 5 of them didn't. The door opened for the 5, the other 5, the door was closed. These
mm.
parables that the Lord has given you, 2 shall be in the field, 1 shall be taken, the other isn't. There's a reason for it. This is why the Lord says, seek me while there's still yet time. Know that I'm nearer than you think. Wake up. It is high time for you to wake up out of sleep. There's a reason why he says these things. There's a
Right.
reason. So there's going to be a time when I say, nah, dog, I can't give you what I got. Because if I give you what I got, then I'll be late. And
Mhm.
I'll be damned if I'm late.
Right.
So this is why it's important. You don't know who's listening. You don't know who may need your help. You don't know.
Absolutely.
Right. That's so true.
Facts.
And that's why
Hey,
I try to
80.
be
Oh,
more.
go ahead, Omni. Then 84, you can go,
Yeah.
and D2.
Okay.
I was just saying that's why I try to be more careful with what I say on these panels online.
Mhm.
Bolo, you know I come from Fight Club. At least that was my introduction into this panel environment. Some people call it the panel verse or what have you. People just pop up on panels here and there, open panels and whatnot. And
Mhm.
that was a different environment. That environment was I hate to say it, but you essentially verbally you have to punch someone else in the face to get your point across.
Mhm.
You know what I
Mhm.
mean?
Yeah.
So I much prefer to be in the company like this. but
Mhm.
I also understand that I will be called to be in the midst
Hmm.
Yeah.
of the types of individuals where I used to deem that necessary, but now I see that it doesn't really take anything away from me to be calm, to be patient, to be,
Mhm.
you know what I'm saying, to
Yeah.
wait out those moments
You know,
where the heat is up and yeah.
ooh, you
You
listen.
better.
Every time people speak,
Okay.
I close my eyes to listen to visually see. What you
Mhm.
just painted for me was this, right?
Mm,
You walked into a boxing gym with no experience,
Oh,
and you just threw every punch that you can throw, and it tired you out. And
Mhm.
as you became more astute and more disciplined, you knew how to cover up and when to throw your punches. So it became more potent and more dangerous. So now, when you go into these environments where people are yelling and doing all this stuff, it's you systematically covering up. And when you need to throw that jab that shuts it down, you know what you need to do.
yeah, absolutely.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautifully said.
Mhm.
Beautifully said.
Yep.
I think it was 84, then D.
Yeah. 84. Hey,
Oh,
84.
what's up, y'all? What's going
What's
on,
up?
Mo? What's,
What's
what's going
up?
on, Bolo?
What's going on? What's
What's up,
going
You know
my
what I
on?
mean?
G?
What's going on, everybody on the panel? Nah, but okay, y'all had to be there for the whole conversation with Bolo talking about, right?
Oh, here we
So
go. Here we
no,
go.
no, this is what really happened. So we on the panel, we chilling.
He's
So it's
saying this
just
is what
like,
really happened.
yeah, so it's just like Bolo
Was
trying to give
this
you the kid.
on a Friday night?
This was on the weekend, but I don't know when it was. You wasn't around
Was
this
it
time, Bo.
Testimony Friday? Oh,
You
okay.
wasn't around during this
Okay.
time, Mo. You wasn't streaming yet.
Mhm.
So I gathered, I did a stream, and it's supposed to be all married men so they can give advice, right? That's what the stream was about. So
Mhm.
it's cats are tripping in the comments. They're like simp, 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 simp. So I'm like, hold up, like, like, are y'all even like? So the bolo's like, wait, hold on, like, y'all saying simp this and simp that, and then dudes came up there was calling Mr. Brian a simp. It was just crazy. It was just simp this, simp
Wow,
that,
that's
simp
so
that,
Yeah.
simp,
disrespectful.
simp, 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 simp. I'm not doing that. You all simps. No, no, no. It's like, yo, like. But then he said, like 4 days later, dude called him, however he called him, and it was what it was. But yeah, it's like it's not that marriage is like a badge of honor. I mean, it can be a badge of honor. It
It
definitely
is.
is. Of
Yeah.
what, but even in marriage, you can also learn what to do and what not to do, right? So,
Absolutely.
Mhm.
um,
Absolutely.
but I think it's a badge of honor nowadays because single people, just the things I just be seeing, like I'll see like kind of just because I'm not subscribed to none of the madness, but you'll just see it glancing or whatever, or it'll just kind of come up in your feed. If you're like, I watch a lot of shorts and reels and stuff of just like random stuff.
Mhm.
I mostly try to like research things that are of interest to me, like food, travel, spiritual stuff. You know what I mean? Sports. So that's what I'm really like focusing on. Video games, books. Those are things I try to focus on. But then randomly, of course, because it's just YouTube, they'll throw a pop the balloon in there, and I'm like, oh gosh. And it's just like, it's just a thing that I see at times from just single people, no matter what the age, just like, yeah, no wonder marriage could be a badge of honor because, like, it's just crazy out there, seem like, with them single folks. I don't know what's really going on. I don't know if I think maybe it's the too much fast food out here. I don't know what's going on or what is it? Maybe something in the water. I don't know. But it's like the single people just I don't know, just losing their mind. I seen this older single woman recently. She was on one of them shows, and the dude, he popped the balloon. He said, "Hey, listen, you just not my type. I'm cool." And she just started going on a rant on everybody, like, "Y'all not my type either.
Yeah, I
Y'all look
seen
like
that. She
this
was
and look like
older.
that." And I'm like, "What is going on? Like, why are we like this? Like, what are we doing?
So you
Like."
think it's limited to single people?
No,
Um,
I'm not saying limit to single people. I'm just saying there's something going on with y'all over there. I don't
I
know. It's
guess
not
it's
all. It's not
I
all
guess
of
it's
y'all. Hold on, Mo.
yeah.
It's not.
I
It's not
think
all
that's
of
where
you.
I get in my feelings. It's like
No, there's no need for you getting your
the
feelings. I'm not
people
saying
that be doing the work. Like it's not enough attention spread on
no.
that.
It's not
It's just
everybody, Mo. You're not hearing what I'm saying. You think you hear
dysfunction.
me with your
I hear
emotions.
you. I
Okay,
hear
you got to hear me. So it's not
Okay.
everybody. It's just a lot of people that I see. It's just like man, like, and even people that I may talk to, even family members I may talk to. And I'm like. Yo, like, what's really going on? It's like, man, you don't want to be out here, man, because it's like this. And I'm like, dang, it's like that. Like, yeah, it's crazy. And I'm like, okay, you know what I mean? So
But
I'm
see,
like, dude,
here's the
I'm like,
thing.
I'm,
I
I'm
think
sorry to
it's,
hear that.
But here's the thing, right?
but
Here's the to
it's
what to what
it's
Omni was saying, and in the example that Omni gave. You know, when you know how to swim, you ain't swimming through hard currents, my G. You know how to navigate,
Mm,
right? So it's not a testimony to the single people. You dig what I'm saying? It's a
mm-hmm,
testimony to them just not dealing with their pain.
mm,
It's not a single person issue because there's plenty of people that are married that have not dealt with their pain and they
right.
oh,
operate.
absolutely.
No, I'm just saying that it's when that woman decided to flip out on those brothers, it wasn't a testimony to them. It was a testimony to the pain that she hasn't dealt with. So as soon as she feels some type of man that doesn't want her, she has to just go into attack mode. It's like when I hear a man say, "I'm an alpha, I'm a man, I'm a man." I don't hear that when he says it. What I hear
You
is,
hate that, I know.
I hear I'm a child. I hear that in my private life, I'm not that dude that I'm telling you that I am here. Because a man don't need to tell you he's a man. A man don't need to tell you he's an alpha. The room understands it.
Mm.
They understand it. They get it. They know who he is. He doesn't need to go in there and yell and bark and turn tables over and flip everything and mute everyone and show his dominance and drop it. He don't need to do that. He walks in cool, calm, and collected. It's the quiet dude. It's the dude that everyone shows respect to. You know why? Because he earned it, because he gives it back. That's genuine. Not these dudes that come in here and that's not genuine, my dude.
Hold on, Bolo. Hold on. I got a question. Hold on, Bolo. Hold on.
I hope I have an answer.
You will. If you if you had to okay, you had to go back outside right now, right?
Okay.
And
What you
you
mean
and
by
you
back
and,
outside? What you
and
mean?
you single man again. You had to go back
Okay.
outside. You're not gonna be
Okay.
scared?
No.
Oh my gosh.
I know who I am,
Nah,
brother.
because he gonna pick the
Let me
right
explain something
woman.
to you.
He
Let me
gonna, he
explain
gonna
something to you.
gravitate towards the right woman.
And then
Do
you
you
see,
think?
he said,
Hold on
can
one
I say
second,
this
Mo.
real quick?
Go ahead, Mo. Go ahead.
Okay. So he said, he was looking like you don't want it out here. Like as far as the single people, you also have to pay attention to who you're listening to because every single person is not just moving foolishly.
No, this is a family member. They got a good head on their shoulder. There's not nobody doing that foolish. Like they
Let me.
chilling. They working hard. They doing what they got to do. But they're like, yo, I'm telling you, man, you don't like, yo, like just stay where you at. And I've heard this from like older family members to the younger. They're like,
I
bro,
agree.
Well,
just like, yo, whatever problems y'all having, just have them. Like I'm like,
let me ask
okay.
you. Let me
I
ask
agree.
you a
I
question.
agree.
Let me ask you a question. 84. Do you think talking to a woman is that different than from the 80s to 2026?
I don't know what kind of species these women are nowadays, so I don't
But
really
I'm saying,
know.
but that's the point. The point. Here's the point.
I'm messing with you though. I'm messing with
No, no,
you,
no. What
but
the point of the matter is I come with my own critique. I come with
hmm
listen, I got my plan. I got my team. If you're not draftable on my team, I move on.
facts,
This ain't hard, man.
facts.
You go out there and you wait. You sit there and go, okay, now this woman is good enough. You know, is she perfect? No, I'm not. So there are going to be some things that she may not like about me. I may like salt. She may not like salt. We're going to have to figure that out. But that's that 80% that we was talking about with the diamond that I'm buying from Mo. You ain't going to find a dude that's going to give you 100 grand. You may, but chances are you may
Facts.
not. So
That's a
you get as
fact.
close to that 100 grand as you can, and then you say, we'll work towards the rest. It
No,
ain't
I'm not
different, man.
Bolo. I'm
No, no,
not speaking.
no,
I'm
I'm
not
not
speaking
saying
on
you
the
are
fact.
saying it. No, I'm not saying you are.
Okay,
I'm
okay.
saying that Cats is making it sound
Nigga,
different. You know how hard it is for you to find a woman? No, it's not hard. You're looking for a woman to fit you, not you fit her. That's the problem. That's the problem. You're allowing society to tell you what you need. If you knew what you need, then you would tell her, Ma, this is what I need. Can you provide that? Yes, I can, sir. Well, we're gonna see. We're gonna see. So this is where the courting start. If she can't, Ma, It's been cool. Let me pay for the coffee. I'm going to keep it pushing. I hope you find what you're looking for. And I move on. Our problem is we're not patient. Our problem is we don't know what the hell we're looking for, both men and women. We don't know. We try to figure it out when we get into being in married. You ain't what I thought you would be. Well, you ain't what I thought you would be. Why?
Right.
Because I didn't know me. Now when I learn what being a man is, I look at you and go, I don't want you. I wanted you before I became a man. I wanted you before I became a woman, and I understood what a God-fearing woman is. You don't go into the NBA and learn to be an NBA player. You have those fundamental foundations before you get into that system. Now, is it different than college basketball? Absolutely. You acclimate yourself. But the foundation of offense, defense, moving your feet, three-point, all that, you already know. These dudes don't know it. These women don't know it. And they think getting into it teaches them how to do it. That's wrong. That's wrong. You study and you learn it before you get into it.
Now, Bolo, anybody who's talked to you for a long time, like I have, we know that you have we know that you have your mindset, and you are you are set on how you want to do things, how you want to move. You got your team around you. So yes, if you had to go back out here, yes, you would move in a more thorough and in a more efficient way. Of course, right? I'm not questioning that at all. My only thing is, like you said, it's going to be long suffering, because it will probably be. You know what I'm saying?
It is what it
But a lot,
is.
but there you go. A lot of people don't have the patience, right, to do the long suffering. But also, you said another key thing where you were saying that you were like, "Yo, enjoy this coffee. I'm out." Right?
Right.
One, you got to find somebody to even think coffee is a suitable thing to even go do.
I'm saying
Right?
the coffee is just the coffee is just an example of if I take you out to dinner or whatever the situation might be. I
No, I
know
get you. I get you. I
the
get
one
you.
thing I can't get back 84 is time.
Oh,
And I
absolutely,
move and I move like it. You dig what I'm saying?
absolutely,
So
absolutely.
when I date
Is it?
you, let's say I'm back in the dating pool. When I date
Hmm.
you, you're gonna understand that. Ma, check this out. This may sound intrusive, but I need you to understand that once today is gone, I can't get it back. And I'm not trying to waste it. So if this is gonna be too, and listen, and I'm open the same way you are. If you got questions you want to ask them. Okay, I'm gonna ask you questions. If you think it's too intrusive, then let's just drink coffee and I'll pay for it. You go your way, I go mine. Because the one thing I don't have is time, dog. This is why they say youth is
Oh
wasted on
man.
the youth. I
Yep.
got the time for it. I'm on the downslope. I'm 53. I'm over
Man.
half a
Hey,
century
you're
old.
53?
So, yes, sir.
Right.
So
He don't
Wow.
sound like it.
So at the end of the day, I need to understand what it is. I need to understand where we're going. I don't go outside unless I got a destination, dog. I'll stay in the house all day.
Me too.
I don't go out. I don't just get in my car and say aimlessly, let's drive. See, you young cats do that. I don't do that. Nah, if I ain't got no place to go, guess what? I'm staying home. That's what the brothers is doing. So what I'm saying to you, are things a little bit different? Absolutely. Come on, things change, but at the end of the day, the core of it is still the same. You still gotta talk to a woman. You still gotta take her out. You still gotta sit here and listen to her. You still gotta understand where she's coming from. You still gotta court her. The fundamentals are the same. The
Right.
problem is we're not patient. We want everything microwavable. We want things in
Yep.
20 seconds.
And
We don't
then
want to sit
complain later.
absolutely 100%. We want to sit here and go to her house and see how she was raised, talk to her father, talk to her mother, talk to her brothers, talk to her cousins. So you understand that this chick may have some mental issues. You don't want to do that. You don't want to sit here and have that conversation. You just want it just to be cool. It doesn't work that way. The Lord is not anything precious you have to dig for. Anything
Right.
precious you have to fight. Don't you see diamonds, man? You got to dig hard for them things. Anything precious or anything worth having, you have to fight. You know why? Because you appreciate it. That's just what it is. So I've fought long and hard enough to be where I am today. I'm not going to waste it on nobody.
Right.
So if you can't understand that, then no doubt. You're in a different place than I'm at. And I understand it. I'm going to keep it pushing. You have a blessed day. I know that there's somebody out there for me, and I'll be patient enough to find them. I'm not going to waste my time. Because you know what it does? It makes you bitter. When you get with 5 different women before you get with the one that you were supposed to get, you get with the women,
Mhm.
you get with all these different women that God didn't want for you. But then when you get to that woman that God did have for you so bitter and so upset, you treat her like a dog. You
Mm.
get with 5 different men before you get with the man that you're supposed to have. You treat that man like a pig, right? He
Mm.
has to suffer for all the other dirt bags that you chose.
Right.
Nah, ma, you're a gift. You're a gift. How many times do you give a gift? Once.
Mm.
You don't give it 12 times. I don't repackage the same gift and give it again. You have to look at yourself as that. That's where that self pride, that understanding of who you are. You know what I'm saying? We can always change what we've done in the past. How do we change it? Don't do it again.
Right.
Learn from your past. Life is meant to be lived forward but understood backward. It's typically when we go through something, after we go through it, we get the understanding through it.
Mhm.
Typically, we don't have the full understanding, and there's a reason for that. What's the reason? Right? I tend to look at, like, you ever play video games? I don't know if you guys play video games, but if you ever play like Call of Duty, and when you go back, like when you record a portion of Call of Duty or any video game you record it, when you go back, the camera that you use is omnidirectional. No pun to his
Mhm.
name. You can move that camera any place because it's a recording now, right? So you can
Right.
go any place in that room. That's what your mind's eye is. So when you finish going through something, when you're at home relaxed, you ain't got to worry about the outside, and you take your hat off and you relax and you're able to go back and say, let me understand why that dog barked at me and didn't bark at damn sweat bread.
Ah, not the dog again.
Come on,
Right.
son. You know that I can take that camera and look around because the brain records so many different things. And sometimes when you're in the heat of the moment, you may not know you recorded it.
Mm.
Mhm.
But
Bolo,
then,
let me say this real
So
quick because I don't.
84.
I know you.
Let
Like,
me say this real quick.
yes,
Coffee
ma'am.
said time is too precious to be dealing with someone who is unsure, even in conversation, or sitting there looking stupid at each other. Right.
100.
People do not even want friendship. You cannot F everybody. That's the truth. We not each other type. Cool.
Just move on.
Right.
It's hard
But
to
Bolo,
be
you said
simple.
something essential, right?
What's that?
Now, okay, so I'm gonna point out a few things, right? Just a few. I'll make it quick because I don't try to be long winded on here. So yes, people do sometimes not want to be friends, as the brother Coffee was saying in the comments, and they sometimes just want to just rush into the bedroom. But I think the problem is that people don't have a balance anymore. So people don't understand that not everybody's for friendship, not everybody's for the bedroom. Like there's got to be levels to relationships,
Mm-hmm.
but we don't have that anymore, right? We don't have a. And Bola, you touched on this earlier in our culture. We don't have a standard of living, right? So because of that, we're just all over the place. It's just I'm gonna just do what I want. But you also touched on something essential too, where you said that like a lot of people, they are like you said, okay, you bought the coffee, right? It ain't work out, you bounce, right, Bolo? So you bounce, right? A lot of people ain't gonna do that because if that person looking like what they want them to look like, right? Or they make them feel a certain way or whatever else they be, or they may just be lonely. Some people don't know how to walk away from a situation, even if it's not right. Cause they're like, man, this person looks good. Or man, they got money, or man, they got this. So they're not willing to walk away. Or they feel lonely, and that's also an issue as well.
Well, here's the problem with that 84. The problem is love is not a feeling, love is an action.
There you go.
So if you fall in love with the feeling of love, your relationship will break down. Because
Mm-hmm.
Facts.
once I
I
stopped
agree.
feeling happy, I equated love to happiness. So
Mm-hmm.
once I stop feeling happy, I'm no longer in love with you. You realize that love is action. You realize that love is a duty. You realize that love is a choice. Okay. This is why you see them 85-year-olds or 180-year-olds still holding hands in Walmart, because it wasn't just a physical thing. It was a mental, spiritual first, emotional
Right.
thing later, then physical. Because whether you have sex with a 800-pound chick or you have sex with a buck 20, you're gonna climax, my dude.
Wait, hold on, Bolo. There's a difference, though. Hold on,
So I
Bolo.
Hold on,
just,
you're missing my
but
point.
I do.
You are good. There is a difference, but the point that I'm making is it's something that's it's something that's how can I say this? At the end of the day, if you go into a massage parlor and
Mm-hmm.
you're being massaged by an ugly chick and your eyes is closed, you're still gonna catch an erection, dog. Because at the end of the day, it's an arbitrary, it's an
I don't know about
automatic
that one,
thing.
Bolo.
I'm telling you, it's
I did. I wanted to say something though when you mentioned how
Wow.
people talk about happiness or whatever in a marriage every day. You're not going to be happy. That's true. I also think that it's important to deal with why to discuss why the unhappiness took place. So because you want to be in a healthy space in a marriage, you don't want to just say, "Oh, I'm here just to be here." You get what I'm saying?
no,
The goal is
Well,
I
to
understand
grow,
that
the goal, no, I know you do, but the goal is to grow through those things because a lot of times
absolutely.
I hear people talk about how, oh, we just gonna stick it out through thick and thin, and absolutely that's what a covenant is. I also think it's important to deal with those things that um are painful or that cause you grief and unhappiness in a marriage.
Well,
right.
that's the action of it. I'm sorry, Omnia. I'll give it to you. That's the action. That's the actionable action in it. That we
Mm-hmm.
sit down and actually reason out why did this happen? Why did this such and such? We're not going to sit here and be upset at each other and just say, you know what, let's go have sex.
Yeah,
Because that's only go ahead.
because if you silence those things, all it does is make room for pain and misunderstanding and toxic patterns. So,
100%. 100%. But the problem that we're having today is that people are locking into feelings. Feelings
mhm,
are fleeting depending on what
right.
circumstances are in the situation. So that's
Mhm,
the point. Overall speaking, that love is an action. I choose to do this. I choose to move this way. Now, because I'm in love, it does evoke an emotion, right? If I slap 84, 84 is going to want to take my hand off, right? What invoked that anger? My action invoked
right.
that thought process or that emotion he feels. So love is an action that invokes emotion. It's not just an emotion. And we
Right.
need to understand this. This is why when we read what love is, what does it say? Love doesn't do this. It doesn't do that. It doesn't do this. It doesn't count. It doesn't do this. It doesn't. It's not angered. It's not this. It's not that. These are actions that one takes. Right. So we have to understand the fundamentals. This is why I say continuously when I talk to men that are having issues with their wives or wives that are having issues with their husbands, I go into the foundation of what their relationship is with Christ. That's where I start.
Right. And I understand it's not about, hey, Coach Fur, good to see you. He said it's not about being happy, it's about commitment, being committed to the covenant of marriage. Absolutely. That's the main goal. I was just speaking
No, no,
towards,
I
and
agree
you
with
said
you. Yeah, I agree.
people get locked in feelings. We shouldn't get locked in feelings, but I think it's very important to name those feelings because that opens the door for growth. And you have to address those things,
Yeah,
you know,
agreement.
rather than them festering in secrecy, because that's where all the, the bitterness and resentment
Absolutely.
can grow to.
But
Now,
when you
now,
name it,
Bolo and
yeah,
Mo, this is
yeah,
my
go
last statement, and I promise I'm not gonna say nothing else, y'all. It's my last statement. Okay, my last statement is this. Now, yes, everything that Bolo's saying about the foundation of what relationships should be based on is true, right? And
Right.
I just using that example as just like how people maneuver. Some people maneuver nowadays, and they're just focused on how they feel or how that person
Hmm.
body look or what money they got or whatever, right?
Right.
Or what car they drive, whatever. But also, I think also, and Bola, you're correct. Yes, when we see the 80-year-old couple holding hands, yes, they've built a foundation, like Coach said, and what you're saying, that's based on commitment and the covenant and all that. And yes, that's a beautiful thing. I think also, and you shared this on your show too. I think Bolo a couple of days ago about how before people would date just within their radius, right? I think it was you that said that, Bolo. I'm not sure,
I did.
but now, man, you could date a chick from like Zimbabwe, you know what I mean, or from Italy or wherever else, right? So it's a lot different. So it's a now the youth or people just us in the social media age or technology, we have way more
Access.
options. Yeah, way more access, way more temptation, way more. Good people to pick from as well, right?
Right.
And good compatible, people to be with. But yeah, so it's a different time, but we need to still have that same mindset of love, devotion,
That's
towards
called
God and towards each other. So I land there, y'all. Go ahead.
that's called discipline. Just because you have more access to people don't mean that's a good thing. If I
That's a
know I,
fact. Mhm.
if I know I got $1, that means that I can only get $1 worth of candy. I'm not going to look at things above $1 because then you create a sense of entitlement in your mind when you're sitting there saying, I only got $1, but now you're looking at the $1.50. Now you're pissed off. Now you're upset. Then you create something against the guy or the gal that does have $1.50. Or can I borrow a quarter? No, you can't borrow a quarter. So if you know that you're unable to deal with that chick in Zimbabwe, you should know you're unable to. But if you
Right. So,
continuously pursuing, she's not the problem because you
mhm,
have to create a facade to make her think you're able to afford her. Because when
right.
you see her social media, you're gonna see that she deals with nothing but dude with bread. You know that. You're going into this thinking that, but you like her and you want her. So what you gonna do? Create this facade that you got bread. I'm sorry,
So,
Mom.
they say I'm sorry, Sweatbread. Good to see you. I just wanted to read this really quick. What do people on YouTube mean when they say black people don't have standards or black people don't have a standard of living? Because I only hear this on YouTube. Please explain. I could not agree with you more. But I had to learn being on social media that they are addressing the majority, but standards absolutely exist, even when they aren't always broadcast online. There are plenty of Black people who prioritize values and who, um, value respect and long-term growth. So these things don't get pointed out enough, and I get frustrated with that too. Black people don't have standards. That's a lie. So I
Well,
agree.
if I may, because I believe I touched on that earlier.
I thought 84 did, but okay, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I did,
Oh,
and I can elaborate, but I really don't care to. But yeah, go ahead, y'all. That
I
was
will.
really my
I
last
will.
statement.
I ask what when I say standard, I really do mean practice. Like, what do black people practice
Mm-hmm.
day in, day out? Rain or shine, regardless of whatever's going on. What is it that black people hold on to, um, irregardless of what's going on in the world, that pushes that advances the culture forward, that advances the community forward.
So I think that there's not enough attention being put on the Black people that don't focus on talking about people and drama. There's not enough
I
attention put
agree,
on the Black
absolutely.
people that focus more on talking about growth and not people. So that's a huge issue in our community. And I pointed it out too. I was like, we are the only people that sit up and just talk bad about each other. They don't do that in other cultures. And then we wonder why, sometimes they look down on us or poke fun of us. We're putting it out there for the world to see, and I think that's toxic. So I think it's important for the people who are focused on seeing a change, they have to become that change that they want to see, because talking about it is only one layer of it. What are you doing? What are you doing to provide growth in our community? Are you just going to talk about it, complain about it? How is that helping us? And that's another huge issue. It's so easy to talk about what's going on. That's anybody can do that. But are you living out the changes you want to see? That's the bigger part. 84, did you want to explain? And then I was gonna let
I mean, I think it's just kind of like common sense. Like we know that like in our community, like we do have a level of dysfunction. It's not everywhere. It's not everyone, right? We do have those who are doing some wonderful things in our communities. We know that. We see
yes.
that. But I'm just saying, like, we know that we do have, you know, a poverty gap, or even, you know, that
What happened?
I thought it was me for a second.
Yeah, I thought it was me too. No, I think he.
84, we can't hear you. I don't know what happened, but I agree with Coffee on this. Absolutely.
Go ahead, Sweatbread. It's on you, my
Mhm.
G.
Before I begin, what's the topic?
The topic was confronting the culture of suppression, healed through God, not denial. That was the initial topic.
But then I also heard about relationship.
Oh yeah, we've been all over the place. So whatever you want to address is fine.
Okay, well, I'm gonna help the as a married man for 14 years, and I
Mm-hmm.
know we still talk about it. What I've learned is the grass ain't always green on the other side, no matter how you try to put it. I had something like that. I had a plan A and plan B.
Mm-hmm.
I'll give 20% of it of what I've learned. Like I said, I like baked things, but the thing is, it was my desire, it was my want.
Mm-hmm.
But if I go out here every day, bust my butt, work, making all this money, killing myself, if that person's still gonna love me and for no matter what. But you gotta think, you choose her, it's your choice. You stick with her. And I remember I shared guys with you. She gotta spend the night with you, sleep, smell your farts, and I pointed out and I'll say, sometime I'm just gonna be with you for a whole week just to have no money. Just to see if you still like me, Lord willing.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, what I've learned is go something to invest. Don't go in just play around with it. You know what I'm saying? You're investing. You always say women want us to court because we don't want to go to court. We court them, but men don't want
Mm-hmm.
to go to court. So it's just like saying it's just like Pokemon. You want to choose the right person, and how you going to know that until you invest, spend time, learn about that person. If she changed like the weather, oh well, time
Mm-hmm.
to move on. But person stay the same, that's a keeper because you know what she's all about. This is from my opinion. This is what I've known, what I've learned in my 14 years of marriage. Because I don't like divorce. I thank God they pointed out to me because I wanted a
Thanks,
divorce many
Ken.
times. But the
Mm-hmm.
thing was, I was always growing. They always say I'm always evolving. I'm always, she's not learning, she's not growing. Thank God for T Biz who showed me, say, well, you got to bring her up. But I don't think she's evaluating. I don't think she's going up. It's like I'm 10 times evolving, but she's like 5%. But it's like a team. You got to help that
Mm-hmm.
person up. That's what I've learned. And that's what I've learned.
Mo, can you hear me?
I can hear you. You went out earlier. Hey,
Yeah, I know.
Smithy.
My iPhone still keeps zapping me. I'm gonna just say, what I was saying is that socially and economically, we know that our communities are affected, especially through poverty and things of that nature. Um, and due to that, that's why we face our community doesn't have a standard because it's based on those things. That's all I was saying. But I'm excited that
Okay.
Sweatbread's up here. Hopefully you got some bomb questions.
Yeah.
Sweatbread, what's up, man?
Well, I did. I was sharing something with you, but you probably was on mute though. But I was sharing,
My
about
bad.
how 14 years of marriage would be like. Because I mean, but believe me, I'm a black man, and I was the same thing. Man, it was like I had a plan A. It was what I want, and I got a plan B. I was going to pick the plan A, but the plan A was she looked good,
She wanted money. She wanted the Gucci thing and all that. But my thing is, but if I choose her, then I'm gonna be this slave, doing this. But that's just me. But then again, I have Plan B. I had a person who's gonna be willing, submit leadership, under men, and plus, she was always cooking, come over anything to help please me do what I got to do to take care of what I need to do. So this is like you said, it's just you gotta find that person. You know what I'm saying? If you don't know that person, spend a week, learn about that person. Like I said, fart, you know, do
What?
whatever you gotta do. What I'm saying is
Wow.
like experience. She's gonna stick around with you.
Mhm.
If your gas is that bad, she'll leave you. It's like go
So
through the
you feel
ringer.
like you okay.
Okay. Well,
I'm saying, I'm saying,
Okay.
I'm saying, like study each other. See what she still love about you. You know what I'm saying? It's like if you're gonna invest in her and she's gonna spend around with you, and if your first stink, she's not gonna be around. Like I love you, but I can't stand you snoring and you passing gas all the time because people would do that. It's like that's how you feel in love. You got to really learn to be each other. You know what I'm saying? It's for better or for worse. You got to think. You're only gonna choose her. It's like if you choose her, that's on you.
Mhm.
I,
It's your choice.
True.
You pick her.
Right.
I get what you're saying, and I think it goes back to what Mo was expressing about, that the happiness part of the equation. Um, Prior to being married, um, I didn't. I tend not to look at things from a happiness perspective
Mhm.
because I understand that happiness is based on what's happening.
Right.
And so what happens from day to day, that can change, but the commitment, the duty of marriage, I've always been more focused about marriage than the wedding because the wedding is for the day and everybody gets to partake in that, but the marriage is for the lifetime, and that's only between two humans
Mhm.
and the almighty, so three entities, right? Um so I've always stressed the marriage more so than the wedding. When I did think about marriage, prior to marrying my wife and prior to even getting with my wife, I'd never really prioritized happiness much.
Yeah, and I don't want it to make it sound like that's the priority. I was saying so many people stay stuck in a space of being miserable. So I believe in having a fruitful, healthy marriage. I understand every day will not be peaches and cream. I'm just simply saying don't turn a blind eye because in love there has to be safety, and part of being safe is being able to express like when I am in a space of being unhappy, like the goal is to fix and to grow through those issues. But I agree with you 100%.
When you say
And I
miserable,
think you're right, Omni, because too many people prioritize happiness, and that is why we see so many divorces.
when you
It's
say
absolutely
miserable,
true.
what miserable you talking about? Miserable.
Hold on before he goes. So Coffee said a fart can cause a divorce. Be clean
Okay.
around me at all times. That is so funny to me. You don't think that's extreme, Coffee? A fart can cause a divorce? Wow.
Anything causes divorce.
You should definitely probably
No,
stay single.
no.
Okay,
Don't get me
so
wrong. When I say fart, I don't mean just out of random. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying like you never know. You know what I'm saying? I mean, don't. I like to play around with it when I say fart. I'm not saying being rude. Of course, I'm passionate about her smells. I mean, of course, I'm not saying come around stinking. What I mean is sometimes you might be off guard. You never know. You're like, oh, you might
yeah,
pass.
that's part of it. Like, really, is that really a big deal in marriage? I don't believe that it should be.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Just I was
Yeah.
just being funny.
So, I don't know if it's black. PRD. I live in Atlanta, and the majority of Black people here have positive standards, especially living standards. I'm just saying. I don't know where that came from, Coach Burke. He says, so my wife farting around me means I'm miserable. I would hope not.
I think
Hey, Smitty. I think Smitty. Oh, Omni. Okay, you can finish.
I'll say this, and actually, I got to go. Right. I
Mm-hmm.
think it goes back to what Bolo said. What Bolo was talking about earlier, right? About that, about love being an action, right? As long as I know you're in it with me, and and you know I'm in it with you, then as long as we have that understanding, regardless of what's going on, regardless of us being happy or whatnot, in the moment, because like I said, it's based off of what's happening. I don't think we should ever reach that point of perpetual misery. And the reason why I say that is, you know, the perpetual misery. I think it ultimately would come from stagnation. It would come
Mm-hmm.
from just going through the motions day in and day out, and not actually enjoying one another or a time with one another.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I
That
mean?
makes sense.
Yeah. So,
Mm-hmm.
but I gotta get out of here. Y'all have a good night. Well, good
You
morning.
too, Omni. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Appreciate y'all.
Omni,
It's a
my G,
great.
thank you for coming up, bro.
Thank y'all for making this space. Like this space is much needed. Y'all have a good one.
Thank you. You
What's up,
Have a
too.
blessed
homie?
night.
Hey, Smitty. I think you were next. How are you?
Um, respect to you. Uh, I'm in a Bluetooth. I got a Bluetooth in. How do I sound?
Through my headphones, it's clear.
Okay, it's clear enough.
Yeah, I can hear
Just
you.
making sure. All right. So I don't know what the qualifying question was because you know how the conversation just be going. My
Yeah.
behind fell asleep earlier. Now I'm up doing laundry.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the original topic was confronting the culture of suppression, where we lean in more towards not speaking the things that are bothering us. Like we are told to get out of our feelings and we don't address them. And we always talk about how important it is to heal, but how can we heal
Uh,
if we're not willing to confront those issues? And I was also saying how there has to be a balance between faith and also acknowledging what's wrong, because in order for you to truly heal you have to confront the issue, and be mindful of um
so let's
I
start
get it.
with the
I get
first
why
part.
people suppress their feelings, because so many times we lean in towards people uh expecting them to understand us. And a lot of times
Damn,
people
I'm gonna wake up
don't
now.
manage our hearts correctly. So that's why the Lord is being specific in telling us to cast our cares and our burdens on him,
The
because
first
he
time.
cares for us. And that's letting us know, like, above all else, seek me. Your healing is only going to come through me. So it's just so many
Yeah.
layers to the topic, but
Suppression.
whatever you want to address.
Yeah. That was a lot. That's a 7 layer cake right there, buddy. Um,
Hmm.
so let me start with the first part. So you said depression. Um, I do believe that. I believe a lot of what we see in society overall has people depressed.
So
And
I said, Smitty, I said suppression, where people suppress what they feel.
oh, suppression.
Hmm.
Oh, suppressing what? Oh, yes, absolutely. Okay, so let me just start there. Let me start there. Suppression.
Hmm.
It's a lot easier. It's way easier to, and I don't believe that people necessarily, well, if you want to call it suppress, I believe that people run from. I like to say it like blunt and exactly what it is.
Mm-hmm.
People run from having to address. Like that's just something people do now. The advice a lot of people get when it comes to relationships, like I hear a lot of these so-called relationship guru guys and women. The number one thing they're really, really awesome at is telling you how to walk away. But
Mm.
how awesome do you have to be to tell somebody how to do the easy way out? And I'm not talking about like you going
That's
through
such a good
physical
point.
abuse. Yeah, like you know what I'm saying? Like if you really think about a lot of these relationship people, it's man to tell you how to leave and what to look out for and the red flags is the go-to. That's the forte.
Hmm.
It's very rare you hear people actually speak about what me and Bolo would agree with is the
Mm.
love aspect being in action. I feel good because of the action that I produce to be
Right.
able to feel good. If I go out and get you this gift and I work real hard to get you this gift, when I hand it to you and I'm seeing you smiling and you opening it up, that's going to make me feel good. Thus, love is being produced.
Right.
So I'll just put it like that. Now, what was the second part you was talking about? You said suppression and then, oh, healing. Healing, right?
Yeah, we can't heal if we're not willing to confront certain things, but we live in a
All right.
society where people shame you for not being okay. And I asked the question like, are people tired of pretending? When will people get tired of
Mm.
pretending like they are okay when they are silently suffering and losing themselves in the process, all in the name of pride or feeling unsafe? So that's why I
So,
recommend Christ.
yeah. So, even if you took it to the Christ aspect, right?
Hmm.
When we're going through something, God does not abandon us. Now,
Right.
I'm not putting people in the same category as God. That is not, no, we are the creation, not the creator, right? But to say Christ like, let's just say, as in to try to walk in the footsteps of, right? We're just trying our best to walk in those footsteps, let's say. Then what I have to know is that if my significant other is going through something, or if I'm going through something, because this is the weirdest thing to me that people, it's like a new fad. If you're going through something, you got to go off to yourself instead of recognizing maybe the timing in which I met you, because God knew this right here was going to pop up a year later, 8 months, 6 months from now, whatever it may be. And God made sure that I had somebody like you in my corner before this popped up. I'm now going to throw that away because society tells me that, again, you need to go off and heal to yourself.
Mhm.
When a lot of times, a lot of people don't even realize part of the healing has a lot to do with those who you love being around you.
Right.
In therapy, when people say go get therapists, do you know what therapists talk to you about? The number one thing while you're on the couch, your family, your
Mhm.
social life. That's what they're talking to you about. So even if you go to a therapist, they're still talking to you about what it is you need to be doing or what you should have in the real world once you step out that office after 30 or 45 minutes.
Mhm.
So I just wanted to say when it comes to the healing, unfortunately, we're very individualized on that. And there is a certain percentage of self healing by yourself, just off
Yeah.
to yourself in meditation. You need that. That is essential. That is an absolute must. But the whole, like, you need to do the whole thing by yourself, then I believe that's a total verification of the when God said, I sent you a helicopter, I sent you a boat, I sent you a plane. God, why didn't you save me? That whole
Mhm.
analogy.
Mhm.
God is sending people in your life to help you heal, and you keep pushing people away because society says whenever you're hurting, you
Wow.
have to go off by yourself.
Wow.
So you got a whole bunch of lonely, hurt people trying to fix all of this by themselves when little do they know human interaction is probably what you need the most. Just natural, normal, everyday human interaction and not to be left off to your own vices too long. You just might need a team. Even the
Why are
Messiah, the son
you
of Mary, had
speaking
12
to me
himself.
right now? Mm-hmm.
But I digress. My mic is muted. I don't want to hold the floor too long. I think I said enough.
That was really good, Smitty. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, the All Star Lifestyle. Thank you so much for tuning in. Please feel free to subscribe and hit the like, share the stream. You guys can support by hitting the cash out, MoLove8686 or the super chat. Hey Scam, what's up?
Dust.
Yes, Tanisha.
Of course.
Yeah, I'm late to the party, but
Okay.
so I missed all the stuff Bolo was talking about, and it's probably some powerful stuff. So
Yes, very powerful. We have talked about marriage. We've talked about politics in a sense, I guess. Um Emotions like governing our feelings properly.
so pretty much the opposite of what the dust panels tell everybody to do.
What? Oh my gosh.
No, I just thought about it the other day.
Mm-hmm.
This whole you can't be vulnerable with a woman. They're gonna get
A
you.
woman. Mm.
Yeah, you can't. So you're telling these men to be first. You tell boys you can't cry to be a man
Mm.
when they're 8, 9, 10 years old.
I think
So
that's
if you want them to be the man when they're 8, 9, and 10, why don't you get them a driver's license and a pistol too?
mm.
Why don't you have them had him pay the electric bill?
It's crazy out here.
So you want these people to be strong men, 6'2", 250, and this little apple-headed woman is sitting there. I mean, let's just get this picture right. Just like the cartoon, what was it? Where it was a rooster talking to a dog who was scared of the cat or something. It's like, dude, you scared of a cat and you a dog? Like what?
Are you talking about Foghorn Leghorn?
I can't remember which
Looney
cartoon
Tunes?
it was. Like a Looney
The
Tune.
Looney Tunes had the rooster Foghorn Leghorn, and it was a hound. That sounds like, but I could be wrong. But go ahead though.
Yeah, scared of a mouse. That's what it was. A cat that was scared of a mouse. It's like, dude.
Mhm.
Oh, okay, okay.
So this big old grown man scared of his woman, and he's supposed to be. And then they keep talking about being a leader. So they talk about men being these leaders or whatever, but you're scared of the big bad woman to tell her that something's wrong. And then you talk about her bringing you peace, and you don't even give her an opportunity to do so. So at what point do we stop selling this fake leadership and these fake alphas and fake
At what point?
superheroes that can't even walk in and say, hey, man, we got a problem. Let's put our heads together and work it out.
It's all
But you're
about
scared.
appearing so tough.
You're scared to be vulnerable with your woman because she's going to take everything you got and run off with the house and all this other stuff. That's what they're telling people to do. Be scared of big bad woman.
Mm-hmm.
And the woman to see this and they're like, oh, hell no. I'm gonna take. That's what they're supposed to be chasing
It's
after
just
and
so
submitting.
sad. Oh my gosh.
That's what they're supposed to be submitting to.
Mhm.
55 men talking, scared of 2 women.
That's funny.
Yeah, I just find it interesting. But at what point do we start telling people how to face problems and how to work through and be stronger people? And that being a stronger, better person gets you better results in life in general. And it doesn't matter what, and that's in like everything. But why do we advertise them to be weaker and try to sell it as a strength? Why?
Right.
One more thing, this emotional thing. So anything I watch a dust panel is always the easiest reference. I taught 4th grade, and I know what classroom management looks like and doesn't look like. And you watch what's supposed to be disciplined, focused men, and they look worse than the 4th grade classroom. and have the nerve to call women emotional, talking about they can't make decisions because they're emotional. And the men act worse than the fourth graders.
Man.
But at what point do we just face the problems, try to make some kind of solution to make ourselves better, which will make better women and better kids? That's all I got. Got a question for me?
Yeah, when you create an environment where men can flourish, when you create an environment where men can be vulnerable, that's when that happens. Until then,
Well,
you're gonna have men performing, you're gonna have women performing, you're gonna have people just acting out, opposed to being their real authentic selves.
yeah, I agree. But what purpose is it for men to now create an environment that women can't even be vulnerable? How
It,
does
it,
that help?
it's not something that they're doing purposely. It's a protective mechanism.
No, I agree.
Sometimes when people are hurt, they push everybody away. It's a protective mechanism.
But
Right.
why are
But it's
they
hard.
hurt?
It is.
Well, that's the but
Okay.
that's the point. That's the point,
I get
right?
what you're saying, Bolo.
The enemy doesn't want you to investigate why you're hurt. Because
Uh-huh.
when you come out of it, you come out better, right? Because you've now learned something about yourself that you now become a light. Because here's the thing: when you go into that situation again or something similar, you now know that there's not not that much behind it, opposed to you exploring what put you in that position in the first place, right? Because again, a
Mhm.
lot of the times in our own mind we create something bigger than what it really is, right? We create more demons than, we'll say that there's 12 when there's really 3 in our own mind. And
Mhm.
sometimes it's trying to protect us, but at the same time it's handicapping us.
Right. It's harming us.
Right, more than helping. So when your brain is telling you run, sometimes you need to stop and turn around and face that fear. You know, sometimes you have to do that. Now there are times when you need to run. Don't get it twisted. But if you don't understand what the situation is and learn from it, then how do you know which situation to run from and which one to stand up for?
Mm,
Hmm.
that's valid.
If I could chime
Oh,
in.
thank you so much. Thank you so much, Irby. I just saw it. Thank you for the cash app. I appreciate you. Yeah, you can. Let me play my cash app song really quick.
That's what's up. Keep it up. I thank God from above that you show more love. That you show more love. Cash flowing, spirit going, the support. Keep it going.
Thank you, Irby. What were you? Was it you, Sweatbread?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna raise dust to an extra dust. Um, as a,
Oh,
as a single woman, right? Don't you need to be under leadership? I mean, I'm just saying, like as a man, don't you need to be like a covenant? Just like we all need to be under some kind of leadership or guidance,
You saying a
because
woman?
yes, a woman,
Mm-hmm.
because you're single, right?
Oh,
And
me?
then,
You're asking me?
well, I'm just no, I'm saying, but what I'm saying
Oh,
is,
okay.
yeah, I'm just pointing out a question. You're single, right?
Mm-hmm.
As a woman being single, right? You got to be underneath the basically, leadership, guidance. What I'm saying, being with the man. You know, you're emotional. A lot of things going on. I'm seeing like a lot of females, they're single, but not yet being a man. But the thing is, can you comprehend with a man? You know what I'm saying? Can we connect? You gotta understand. It's like I'm gonna take a page out
Mm-hmm.
of Bolo. Like he's about nature. How about a tree? Once you get rooted in the right dirt, and relationship got to be a bond. We got to be rooted right. If we're so weak, we'll just tip over. We got to stand for strong in the relationship. Without a leader, without guidance, we're helpless. Then we like looking to the next guy, looking
Right.
to the you
So,
know for other leaders to help. You know what I'm
mm-hmm.
saying? And we always go to our parents. They always say, leave your parents out. You have to work on yourself. They always say, you lay in the bed, you make that bed, you stick with it. You can't run away from
Mhm.
it.
So when you mentioned a woman, if she's single, she should be under a man's leadership, his covering. I think that there
Guidance,
has to
counseling.
be discernment in that, because some men will use a woman's vulnerability against her. So I think it would be wise, if you are under a man's leadership in whatever capacity, make sure that they're genuine, that the goal is y'all are headed towards the same goal. I would say that in your single season, sometimes God has you alone. He wants it to be just you and him, so that he can grow you, so that you can really just tune in to who you are. You get what I'm saying? Outside of what if he has you in a space where he says, I don't want any man, you around any man right now. It's just you and I. So there are also those moments. There's
Well,
nothing
yeah,
wrong with a woman being under that man's covering, but if he calls for that, sometimes he'll say, it's just you and me right now. You get what I'm saying?
yeah. I went through that too because I remember one time I was 21 and I had to isolate from the world. I had to get a room by myself, pay rent by myself, and I was isolating from everybody. Like I don't need a woman right now. It's like I was just like, wow, no around no female. I need to be around female, but I have to die to self, die for my desire. And so I've learned that what you're saying. It's called kill
Hmm.
thyself. I get it. And then when you're ready, you're ready. But like it's the same thing. Like you're kind-hearted. You don't want to make
Good
nobody
night,
lose your
Bubba.
kind heart. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
Thank you for tuning in. Right. Mm-hmm.
I have. Can I ask
Hey,
a question to
Riaz.
that? For Sweatbread, I have a
Laugh,
question.
laugh out loud. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I'm just making sure. I'm coming through clear. So, okay. Uh, Sweatbread, you was talking about how you had to stay away from women because of your desire for women.
21.
All right. So, what it like when you think of being with a woman? What's what is the number one thing that comes to your mind when being with a woman?
Well, I got to make sure I keep my money up. I got to make sure I got to have the product. I got as a man. I'm
No, no,
like
no, 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 no,
oh,
no, no. Wait. Just only
okay.
solely.
I
I
see what you're
got you.
saying.
It's okay. It's okay. Solely when it comes to um the reason why you want to be in her presence is for
Okay.
what reason?
Really, I didn't have a reason. I wasn't even thinking about it. I was just trying to work on me.
You don't have a
Even
reason.
I didn't have a
Then you know
reason.
what? Yeah. Then until you figure that reason out, it is best that you stay to yourself. So you did give the proper answer. I digress. My mic is needed respect.
Yeah, I was working on myself. Yeah. Okay.
Because the only reason why I say that is when it comes to when you said I had to stay away from you because of my desire, basically your lust, your desire, right?
Yes. Yes. I learned.
Right.
Yeah.
Sexual. It's okay, right? And we all grown. It's cool. Just keep it
Right.
appropriate, right?
Right.
So, um, my thing is that's why I asked that question. Do
I
you
was kind
see
of you
women
gonna
as
get a Jedi
only?
mind trick on me. I got you, but
Hold
you're
on, just
right.
hear me, just hear me. So my thing is, do you only see women as a sex, like like if I'm not getting a sexual desire, there's no need to be around you because, in my personal opinion, I'm not one of those to say I don't need my sisters. I'm one to actually say no, we need you all. Why? Because having you all gives us a sense of purpose. We love to do things for you. We love to feel like we have somebody that relies on us. And when that's absent, a man goes crazy. I don't care how tough we try to act with that. I don't care how much we try to keep up this internet facade. Brothers need our sisters, and I know my sisters need us as well because we give you all purpose as well. I believe that men have lost
Facts.
our way. Our
Mm-hmm.
men have lost our way, and our women have lost their purpose. And because the men have lost their way, the women have lost their purpose because of that. The chain effect is the men, then the women when it comes to that, in my opinion, right? But to sweat bread, to land it, yeah, bro. Like when I think of being around a woman, the only thing I'm thinking about is what can I do in your life to add to it? Why? Because my life is so complete. I don't even want to be with a
Mhm.
woman unless I feel I'm at that place in life where all I want to do is pour into someone. I don't need, I'm not
Mhm.
getting with you because I need for you to pour into me.
Mhm.
You see where I'm at? So it's just,
Right.
I just wanted to get a little clarification, but you made it clear, bro. You say
Yeah.
it clear as day you don't know, and I have to respect that. So I digress. My mic is muted.
But yeah,
Mhm.
brother. But yeah. At first, it was like that. But 18, it's like I didn't have a father, so I was, I wanted to do those things, but then I keep hearing, all the disease, and then the women kept saying, like, "Don't be no baby factory," and yeah, possibly people kept saying this and that, and it was on my head. But man, when I got money now, it's like, oh, I could do this, I could do that, but but then I had to say, I had to be dick disciplined because, I'm sorry, I mean,
Mhm.
I have to be disciplined because yes, I have money. Yes, I can do any woman I want to, but I have to be disciplined. I can't just show my royal wokes in every country because I'm a truck driver.
Right.
A lot of people say they don't like dating truck driver because we have so many options, and
Well.
and which is true. I mean, I hear you, but
Mhm.
that's why you have to be disciplined. And yeah, I hear the stories. Yeah, I could be like that, but I'm not that person. You know,
Right.
thank God,
Hey,
because
Jalen. Good to see you.
yeah, I mean, I could have been, one, but thank God of the discipline. Thank God for the people around me, positive, because I could have 20 kids if I really wanted to, if I really focus, but I'm not.
Mhm.
That's another word, discipline, self discipline.
Right. Yeah, you're right. I agree. We would save ourselves so much drama and trauma in these relationships if we had more discipline. And sometimes we just, move off of impulse, which is unhealthy. So, yeah, that's facts.
Well, we move off desire, like you were saying, right? And desire is a good thing, but it's unfettered. Desire
Mm.
is not discipline. That's why discernment is important because desire is going to tell you, I want you. And that's not a problem. But discernment's going to say to you, do you need her right now? You know, is
Mm.
she going to
Mhm.
add to you or is he
Right.
going to add to you
Yes,
in what you're
those are
trying to
two.
accomplish right now? So desire is not a bad thing on its own. You know what I'm saying? On its own, it is. But when you couple it with discernment, desire is then understood. Desire is now checked. And it's like looking at something from different perspectives to gain clarity and understanding because it's going to bring you closer to what your desire is. I desire to have this. What do I need to do to get to that point where it adds to me or I can get that? Because right now I can get it, but can I maintain it? So this is what discernment's going to do. It's going to ask all the needed questions so it can mitigate the issues that you may run into.
Mhm. I agree.
But I tell you the truth, man.
Scam
But I tell
said,
you,
Jalen, the link is for 18 and older. Oh, she does have a
I
baby
tell you the truth,
face.
man. I got so scared when I got undisciplined. I think I was turning 22, 23. I finally get into females because I want to get love for the of a woman, and
Mhm.
I thought the Lord's gonna give me a good one, but then again I got a bad one. I got so scared because she kept saying that, oh, I think I'm pregnant. I'm like, what? Then I saw her fruit, and I'm like, you lucky. You're not the father. I'm like, why is that? So I'm looking like, oh, you're trying to trap me. I was getting set up. I was like, Lord, please, if you get me out of this, I swear I'm not doing this no more. Because you got to come correct with these females. These women, I just like Lord, get me out of this. I'm not doing this no more. I'm into you. And it's sure enough, the girl lied saying she wasn't pregnant, and it was just all of a trap.
The
I
women.
fall
Hey,
into
sweat bread,
cheese. I'm sorry.
sweat bread, sweat bread. So like when you said, "Lord, get me out of this," the only reason why I smiled, I kind of chuckled when you said that behind that camera because you know how many
Yeah, I
times
know.
I've said that. You know how many times I said that during my days of being incarcerated? Man, if you just get me out, just let that bomb
Oh Lord, if I could just push her and she accidentally hit the yeah, I can
one
believe it. I
time.
got
I'm
it.
trying to tell you, I ain't coming back. And then I find myself right back. So, but nah, but just Pete, right? So when you say, just get me out this situation, that made me think of how many of us, now taking it off of you, I'm now speaking just to the audience and in general, how many of us actually ask God to give us the prevention before the cure? We're always asking God to cure something as opposed to how often do we say, God, please keep my mind clear and steer me in a direction away from that. Keep me on the straight and narrow path. But that's all. That's all. It's just when you said that, that was the first thing came to my mind. There we go, looking for the cure instead of preventing what we didn't have to cure in the first place. Whatever took place, I'm pretty sure was very much so preventable if only, like it's been said, discernment was used. That's
Mm-hmm.
where the discernment also comes into play. So I digress my mind.
Absolutely.
But I have to
Listen,
go through so
So,
to
so
learn.
Coffee said desire could be for 30 minutes to an hour or a whole night. And when the sunrise, you are hearing Shirley Murdoch saying as we lay. Would you be surprised?
but that
Coffee is
goes
so
into,
funny.
it goes into, this is where things get a little dicey, right, and a little tricky because um when we talk about asking the Father to give us clarity and helping us to not get into that situation that we get into, a lot of the time we get that from discernment. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause it's like it's tricky because again, if you haven't gone through it, then there's no discernment. That might be interpreted as luck until you get to that point of wisdom and understanding, to the point where you can have discipline enough to say, yeah, okay, now I understand why. I understand it. Typically, for you to learn strength, patience, temperance, long suffering, all these different things, uh, you know, you can learn it from someone else, absolutely. Uh, but most times you're going to have to go through it. There are certain lessons you don't need to go through to understand it, but there are some lessons that we need to refine you. So it's not always, and this is where having the right people around you is important, because it's not always you doing something wrong. That's why you're in that situation, right? Joseph didn't do nothing wrong. Job didn't do nothing wrong, but
Right.
they had to be put into those situations to become the men that they needed to be, because they were going to be given power, and they
Mm-hmm.
needed to be men of wisdom, men of forgiveness, men of a certain caliber of character and integrity because of where they're going to be. So, yeah, all those things, it's hard, man. It's hard, because it takes a lot of refinement, it takes a lot of prayer and a lot of meditation to hone those things in and to become who you need to be for that moment. It's not easy.
Yeah, brother. When I
That's
was
so
going through,
true.
man, I felt like I saw my future right in front of me. Like, I'm gonna be child support. My life is over. But then I find out, oh, you lucky enough to father. Like, thank you, God. Like, never again. I've learned from my mistake. That's why I say, no, never again. I don't want to get fall for the cheese again, fall for the trap. So that's why the Lord helped me. You know, I had to go through it first, experience first, and to know that don't go do that again, to bring me out of deliverance.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Shout out to Donald. Thank you so much for subscribing to the channel. I appreciate you. Oh, thank you, Coffee. Yes, we do have moments where it can get a bit chaotic. I agree. Um, yeah, I think it's been great. Scam, did you want to add anything else? I don't know. Jalen, were you coming up, or she asked for the link?
Yeah, I want
Yeah,
to hear what
this.
Taylor got to say.
I
So I
was gonna
control
let
it.
her share her thoughts and then yeah.
Yeah, Jalen, come up here so I control you. Need some practice.
When was I? Oh, I was on a panel with Jalen the other night. Was
Can I
that last
ask you
night,
a
Scam?
question, Mo?
No,
Oh,
Jalen's
that's
cool.
cool.
Yeah, Jalen's cool.
She is. Yes, Smitty, you can.
I wanted to ask you a question, and I definitely would like to hear from the panel, whoever jumps in after the hostess, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe that we were created? Like, let's just go to your actual creation, just briefly. Like, do you
Mm-hmm.
believe we were created to figure out ourselves more than be created to be of servitude to others? As in, do you think we were created for ourselves, or do you think we were really truly created for other people in whatever capacity that could be? I digress. My mic is muted.
Mm,
You mean like a black on black or different race?
I'm not
so
even, no, I'm
I
just
think
talking
I would
about the
say
species.
both.
But okay, then
Um,
say it, girl. Say it.
I would say both because it says clearly in Psalms that we're created um in my in for you created my inmost being. You knit me together in my mother's womb. I praise you because I'm fearfully and wonderfully made. And that shows that God is letting us know that um our identity is not something that we invented. And I do believe that we are also called to be a light for others, iron sharpens iron. And sometimes a person may not know Christ or get acquainted with God, but through knowing you and your testimony and seeing your journey. So I think that the ultimate goal is, however, I get my people to the kingdom by any means necessary. So I don't know. I'm having a hard time explaining it, but I do believe that
It's
we
okay.
were created for um to come into the true knowledge of who we are in Christ. And we're also created to um grow past something bigger than ourselves. So yeah.
Okay. Nah, thank you for that. I mean, you
You're
can only give
welcome.
your answer. Yeah, that's all. I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if
Did
anybody else
anybody
wants
else
to
want to
respond.
answer? Are we created for, what did you say? Are we created for ourselves or?
Yeah, like okay, so watch this to put it in the in the word form. I'm told to go out and preach the gospel, but at the same time, I'm also told that my relationship with God is personal. So, which is more important, my personal relationship or being of servitude to others?
Which is more important?
Yeah,
I
or
mean,
like you
I think they
said,
go hand in
both can be
hand.
true. Right, right.
Yeah, I think they go hand in hand, fulfilling your purpose in the Lord. And that's part of you coming into the knowledge of who you are and growing your relationship through Christ.
But
You
here's a
fulfilling
good
your
question.
purpose.
Here's
Hmm.
a good question. What comes first, justice or righteousness?
Anybody?
Okay. No, I'm no, because I want to think. I don't want to just justice or righteousness. I can't lie. That to me sounds like the chicken and egg. It's
It's not.
like chicken and egg.
It
I
sounds
mean,
like
I'm
it.
just
It
saying what it
sounds like it,
sounds
but
like.
it sounds like it, but it's not. There's an
Okay,
answer to it.
nah, yeah, I don't
I
know
would
what the
say
answer is, so I'll listen.
What comes first is righteousness.
that's what I was gonna say
Justice,
because
justice,
normally justice is gonna flow from that.
right. So when you're saying to your question, the reason why I paralleled it to that is what comes first, your relationship with Christ or your uh your relationship with the brothers and sisters or you being that example with them. The relationship with Christ comes
Speaking
first.
the word, your personal relationship, or preaching the gospel, if you want to
The,
say,
re-
making
the,
sure
rel-
everybody knows.
the relationship first. The relationship comes
Hmm.
first because the relationship is going to ground you into knowing who you are. The relationship is going to ground you because of the sacrifice that he made for you, so that when you go out, it's consistently and constantly a reminder to what you should be to your brothers and your sisters when it comes to preaching the gospel for what he did for you when he preached the gospel to you. So it's like having righteousness and justice. His righteousness is what has us go out and push his word, understanding, being patient to give his word, being humble in giving his word. Why? Because of the relationship that we have with him. So that's why that's important, because when you realize the personal relationship you have with him, you realize that at the end of the day, when we hold each other at such a steep judgment, we have to turn around and say to ourselves, and I say this all the time, we sit here and we'll quickly judge somebody and say, well, this brother and this sister, such and such and such and such. My response to them is, what about you in Christ? You quick to say that person did such and such, and they transgressed against you. You transgress against Christ every day. Every day you transgress against Christ. And you know you're going to do it, but yet he still forgives you. So how much more towards your brother and towards your sister, right? Now, again, we're not Jesus at all, but we strive. And that's the purpose. We're striving for something that is unobtainable. Why is that? Why is it that Christ tells us to be like him and it is impossible to be like him? Because therefore you are striving daily. You are trying to reach that unobtainable rung. So there is no complacency. That's the word. There is no complacency, because that means you know that every day you have to get up and work. You know that every day you can be better. Because when you reach that, let's just say that you can reach that rung, then you become complacent. Now there's nothing for you to do.
Yeah, I agree with Coffee. He said human beings on earth should not hold no one to God's standards. Absolutely.
See, that
What's
No,
wrong
but
with
watch this
that?
real
It's
quick.
the
I'm just
No,
saying
no,
that,
truth.
no, no, real quick, real quick.
And me
E.
and
Can I just?
Rolo go back and
the
forth
reason
about
why,
certain
because
things like
I,
that.
because
I
no,
agree with Coffee.
I
Brother
understand.
Bolo, Brother Bolo, I think your response is going to be a little longer than mine, please. I
All right.
believe that where the mix up comes in, Mo, is that because the word Christ like is used. And a lot of people don't have the discernment to recognize that don't mean that you have to be that person. You see, I mean that entity, let's say that entity. You don't have to be Christ to be Christ like. Right? You see, so I think that's where a lot of that confusion can come in. Bolo, you got the floor. Thank you.
Okay, I'm just going to add to what you're saying. It's not you being Christ, okay? Because Paul says, be like me, follow me as I imitate Christ. He tells you that. What does it mean? It means that we're striving for something. It means that none of us can look at each other and say one is better than the other. This is the bigger picture of everything, right? Because none of us are going to get it. So that's the point of us striving together. That's the point of me saying, man, you ain't better than me. You acting like you could be perfect, my dude. You can't. Can't none of us do it, right? But that's the point. The point of the matter is we're striving for something. That's why he says we learn in part till that which is perfect comes. That means we have to continuously fight with ourselves, fight with each other, at the same time loving each other.
Right.
Because we need each other, right? Because where I'm weak, you're strong. Where you're strong, I'm weak. And that's the point of it. Because again, it goes into always striving, always wanting to do better, because you know you can do better, even though you think I can't. That's the purpose of going through the trials, right? God knows who you are. The
Right.
problem is we don't know who we are, right? It's like when you have children. I think most of us on the stage have children, or we have nieces and nephews. When you sit there and you tell, the nephew wants to get ready for football and you tell him, all right, do that 10 push-ups. He's crying at 5. He don't think I can't do it. And you're sitting there saying, you can do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. My man, do the push-ups, man.
Right.
And you have to force him to do it. And then when he knocks out that 10 push-ups and he's crying, you pick him up and you comfort him and you say, if I wasn't here to push you, you would have never known you could do those 10 push-ups. That's the point of it. The point is to know that although you think you can't do it, when you have that little push, whether it's from your brother, whether it's from your sister, whether it's from the Holy Spirit, you are able to do it. And that's what the Father speaks to. He speaks to saying that you are good enough. You just don't know you are yet. Because here's the thing. Peter didn't do anything different than when he walked on water.
Mm-hmm.
Peter didn't do anything. The water didn't change. Peter did. When Peter saw Christ, his faith was perfect. This is why he says the faith of a mustard seed can move a mountain. Because it's the truth.
Mm-hmm.
If our faith was perfect, and Peter's was in that moment, because he was walking with God, he knew what it was. But as soon as he saw that water, as soon as he lost focus, what happened? He fell in. And what did Christ tell him? Christ told him, what ye of little faith? So the Lord is showing you that it can be obtainable when I come back, but you got some work to do to prove. Why? Towards yourselves. Because remember, not everything you go through is for you. Not every pain, not every trial you go through is for you. Sometimes it's meant for other people. But because the Lord knew that you were stronger, and because the Lord knew who you are, he knows that if he would have put Bolo through it, Bolo would have failed. So he put sweat bread through it. Why? Because sweat bread is going to make it through. And what he's going to do is he's going to be that light for Bolo. So that when Bolo's going through it, sweat bread will be able to be there to coach him through.
Amen.
So I'll say this. I agree with you. I also think that when the statement, did Christ go through it or would Christ suffer through it? Absolutely. I think that there has to be balance in that wisdom, because some people will take that one comment and think that they're supposed to become a doormat to um, confusion and disrespect, all in the name of showing grace in the name of the Lord. And that's also um, where spiritual confusion can take place. People also have to understand that just because we're believers of Christ, it doesn't mean that you're supposed to just continue to allow people to break your heart and do you any kind of way. Oh, Christ did it, but sometimes Christ will lead you to separate from that pain. And you get what I'm saying? Things that are
Yeah.
not bringing glory to him, because with Christ there was a purpose behind his suffering. He knew what the end result was. So to just stay in suffering and not, you get what I'm saying? Like there's no
But here's the problem.
beneficial outcome. It doesn't make sense. So that's why God tells us to use discernment. And I say that a lot, because God is going to tell you, okay, you need to separate yourself from this situation. I have released you from that. So we also have to use wisdom in those situations too.
Here's the statement that I will couple with your statement is Christ. When people say, "Well, Christ, he was a doormat," he wasn't.
Right.
His job was to die and reconcile us to God. But he corrected those that were off. He checked
Mm-hmm.
those that were wrong. He had a job to do. Absolutely. He had a job to do. So ultimately, the bigger grand scheme of things, his job was to die. But he still told you, hey, man, get away from me, you pit of vipers.
Yeah. Hi, Chantel.
And
Right.
so he still called cats out when cats was out of order. He still told cats what they were doing was wrong. It's a job that it's an example of him dying in the aspect of a lot of the times People are hurting so much that they don't know that they're hurting, and they don't know
Right.
that they're hurting you. Because how can I know that I'm hurting you when me myself I'm hurting and don't know it?
Mm.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because pain narrows the field of vision, right? When I'm going through something, I don't see what you're going through. I don't care what you're going through. How many times have we heard people say, yo, listen, man, I don't care what you're going through, dog. I'm going through something right now. You know, how many times have
Right.
you heard a version of that? So it's
Mm-hmm.
not until you say, dogs, you know, when I gave you that $5, I had nothing to eat.
Mm-hmm.
That man that you gave that five, that's gonna shut him down. Because when I gave you that $5, I didn't tell you I don't have a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out. Here's the $5. Then what's the purpose of me giving you the $5?
Mm-hmm.
It makes no sense, right? But I gave
Right.
you asked for it, I gave it to you. Then when you come back and you see me sitting, you're like, yo, Bolo, what happened? Nah, dog, I in my heart, you needed it more than I did. I've seen a homeless dude give a homeless dude food. That's crazy.
Right.
It's crazy. But you
Mm-hmm.
know, he is in a worse situation than I am. There's always somebody worse off than you. That guy on the bus looking at that guy and envying him that's in a Lamborghini. There's someone walking envying that guy that's on the bus because he don't got the money to get on the bus. There's
Right.
always someone worse off than you are.
That's true.
You know what I'm saying? So that's why I always say, you know, the cup half full. It's hard. That's a hard saying to live by, but it's a very good one to live by.
Right. Coffee said, now let me explain, Bolo, what I meant by that. I was saying that we should not be Anton Daniels, like who calls themselves God or a finger pointing Christian. Some pastors will think they're God too.
I agree with you 100%.
Mm-hmm.
I
Right.
agree with you in the aspect of we shouldn't be in you know pointing our finger at somebody and saying that you know and putting ourselves in a position of godlike authority.
Mm-hmm.
You have to understand. I mean, when you look at David, you know, the reason why the Lord loved David the way he did was not because he was a warrior, because David was a warrior, right? It was
Mm-hmm.
because of his broken and contrite heart.
Exactly.
The Lord said, David is
Humility.
a man after my own heart.
Mm-hmm.
David got his man killed. David committed adultery. What do you mean? What do you mean by that, Lord? His humility, like Mo just said, his humility was crazy.
Mm-hmm.
David didn't fight it. When the prophet came to David and gave him the breakdown, David said, yo, who is this man? He need to die. Prophet said, that's you. David said, wow, you right, dude. He didn't fight it. That's the beauty of humility. Without humility, you can't serve God.
Right.
Period.
Hey,
That's
Momo.
true. Hmm.
I wanted to respond to one thing you said
Okay.
briefly. All right, so
Mm-hmm.
you were talking about, I'm just paraphrasing something about a little earlier. People need to learn how to, I guess, get themselves out of a situation.
I
It
was
was something you was. Go ahead, yeah, yeah, please go ahead and
yeah, I was saying how
explain.
some people stay in
Hmm.
friendships, stay connected to family that they should kind of distance themselves from, stay in these relationships, all because, oh, well, did Christ suffer through this? And I've had this conversation with Bolo. Absolutely. I just think that there needs to be clarity brought to that situation. Yes, you stay, the goal is to grow, work through things, don't have a drawback spirit about you. I understand that. But some people will allow that statement to make them feel like they should suffer disrespect consistently, all in the name of, well, Christ did it, but Christ also gives us wisdom. And sometimes he will say, okay, the wise thing to do is just let this go. I'm releasing you from that thing. And some people think that suffering is, well, because Christ did it. But again, there was a point in his suffering. He knew the end result. It was victory and glory at the end. So sometimes God will say, well, this is not honoring me, and we know that you're supposed to fight through and go through things. However, sometimes there are uh, seasons that we go through with people. Everybody is not meant to stay. Sometimes God will allow you to connect with a person, get what's needed from that experience, and move forward. Sometimes we stay in these situations because we don't seek God through them when God is saying, okay, it's time to let go of that. But some people can cover it up through, oh, well, Christ went through it. Christ stayed, Christ suffered. So I think that there has to be clarity. There has to be a deeper understanding when people say that. I just think saying, well, didn't Christ go through it? That's surface level. We need to discuss that more so in detail, in my opinion.
Okay. The reason why I was just wanting you to kind of replenish that for me is because the way I've always seen it is, or not always, as of late,
Mm-hmm.
not everybody know. Some people are in circumstances because they don't know which way is up.
Right.
They don't. And I give you a small, perfect example of that. The sea. There comes a point in depth where it gets black and there are
Mm-hmm.
no more currents, right? So you can go deep enough into the ocean to where it's literally like being in space with no stars, and you don't know which way is up to the surface. You can be swimming for miles and you was going left. You thought you were going up, you weren't, because there's no current to push you to the surface. Now you're at a certain depth where that's not possible now.
Mm-hmm.
So unless you have a compass, you're kind of ASS out. So I just wanted to say that in correlation to land it with people, I do believe that a lot of people do not know which way is up. And a lot of people have been thinking they're leaving a circumstance, but all you were doing was swimming left into a whole nother circumstance just like it. You weren't, you got away from one fish that wanted to eat you just to swim into the jaws of one even bigger than that
Yeah, and when
because
I
you
say
didn't know which way
release,
was up. Yeah,
yeah, it doesn't mean and go to something else.
right.
Just, you
Well, okay,
know.
okay, okay. Now, okay, okay. That was just my little caveat to what I was saying. So my bad
Mm-hmm.
about that. I don't want, yeah, don't too much. But just when you were saying people getting out of circumstances, my bad for the long windedness. But all I'm saying in a nutshell is a lot of people don't know how to get out of it because they don't know which way is up. Just to leave it at that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that makes sense.
Oh, I digress. My mic is muted. Reese, but
Hey, Riaz.
Okay.
Hey, did you want to add to the topic? Hmm.
Wait 1 second.
Okay. Scam. Hey, his ghetto point of view. Good to see you.
hmm.
So, he said, if you're speaking about Christ, the argument may be made. Christ said we are to forgive 70 times 7 times. Then the question could be, have most people forgiven people with the long suffering that our God has? Yeah, that's true. And
Well,
no,
listen, I
I
can
don't think
forgive.
so.
Here's the thing: I can forgive you and still not rock with you. So
Yeah,
understand that.
and I
Yeah,
You know
think
what I'm
that's
saying? I think that's where people
where,
get
Amen.
it.
that is
You
a
know,
Yes.
fact.
yeah,
you know
That
what
is
it's
a
I'm saying?
fact.
I don't want you to think that just because Christ, Christ, again, he had a bigger a bigger, you know, when it comes to Christ, a lot of the times we try to make certain points that he existed in the macro, and we try to make those points in the micro, which is bad.
Mm-hmm.
Because then we have to sit down like, okay, hold on, let's slow it down, dog, and let's deal with this situation specifically. Don't try to make a specific situation and try to give me a general answer. Those two don't match, and that's why when I walk away from the conversation, I don't feel fulfilled like if my question was answered. So just because Christ does say forgive, right? And the purpose that he's saying that is because, again, if Riaz pisses me off every time I see him come on a panel, it hurts the message, because now if someone is genuinely trying to get the word, because Riaz is on stage with me, I'm going to deliver the word with angst, with anger. I'm not going to deliver it with the mercy and the empathy and the sympathy that I need to have it in, because I allow his presence to move me. So when the Lord talks about forgiving in that instance, it's about letting go of the emotion that would typically move me left when it has nothing to do with him when I'm on this panel. So I hope that makes sense to everybody. Okay.
Yeah.
Now,
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So, hey Stanley, good to see you again. So he said, "Who are we trying to follow? That's not true forgiveness." Okay, so it is true forgiveness. I think people have to remember that, because, okay, so if somebody continues to wrong you, you said 70 times 7, right? I get it. Why do people think that because you have boundaries that it cancels out forgiveness? It doesn't. You can forgive someone fully and still protect yourself. Think of it like, I think Vaughn gave an example like this. If somebody broke into your house, forgiving them doesn't mean that you remove the locks. Okay, you
Mhm.
have to move with wisdom.
Momo.
The wise thing
Momo.
is to say, okay, because we're called to forgive, right? Okay, so I forgive you. Why do I have to forgive you? At some point, you have wronged me. So that means that I forgive you, but again, it doesn't mean that you have access to my heart. It doesn't mean that you have access to be close to me in this moment. All it means basically when you forgive a person, you're saying, I release my heart from feeling bitter. I'm not going to allow this to keep me in torment for years. So I'm going to
Mhm.
release the anger and the resentment that would build up in that situation. But again, it doesn't mean that that grants you the same access, and that's just wisdom.
and
I'm not
that's it, and
angry and
that's
bitter and
important to know,
angry towards you.
and it's
Can I?
important to know
And
the
and
Great
difference.
tech.
yeah, and the last thing is, when it comes to forgiveness, that's not true forgiveness. No, it is. We have to understand that everything is a process. So if you have wronged somebody, um, I have to protect me. I'm not bitter towards you. It's just this thing has to make sense. Now, in order for a person to have access, that has to be earned. And it can only be earned through trust.
Can I address something, please?
Yes.
Um, to what highest point of you said, Christ didn't have mad sinners in his inner circle. He had one dude, which was Judas.
Hey,
His inner
Silent
circle,
Snake.
his inner circle was the 12 disciples. Did he hang out around sinners? No. He went to preach the gospel. He went to be the example. There's a
Mm-hmm.
difference, right? Those men and women, okay, he went out there in love to give them the word. And did he dwell with them? Did he eat and they came to dwell with him? Absolutely 100% he did. So you have to understand that there's two different types of forgiveness that we're talking about. We're talking about forgiveness that you would give your brother who has the power to hurt you again, opposed to forgiveness of someone that you're never going to see again in your life. There's two different boundaries here we're speaking to. So let's not conflate the two. That's the point. If Riaz is my brother and he wronged me, he stole my wallet and used it.
What?
I'm not going to cut him off. That's my brother. But understand this, he's no longer going to be in a position to steal my wallet.
Right.
You understand? I'm
Mhm.
going to take precautions to make sure that that doesn't happen again. Now, if it continues, now he steals my sneakers, I'm going to make precautions for him not to steal my sneakers. He steals my pants, I'm going to go through the whole thing. But there's going to be a point when I say, Riaz, I love you and I forgive you. You just can't be around me, my dude. I don't have to rock out with you.
Right.
May
Ghetto.
I, Mo?
I feel like this is all over the place. And shout out to you. He said
Mo,
Jesus didn't hang around sinners. Are we serious? What does that have to do with the
Mo,
subject?
Mo.
Am I missing it? Yes, Smitty.
Yes, no, I got you.
Mhm.
I got you, beloved. All right, so Bolo said his highest view, his ghetto point of view.
Yes, his ghetto point of view.
No,
Nah, I'm messing with him. I'm messing with him.
oh,
But
because you know
just
what it is.
briefly.
I only seen the his. I didn't see his ghetto
Yeah,
point.
yeah,
Oh,
Oh,
nah,
my
you
bad.
good, you good, you good. I'm messing with you, brother. So look,
hey,
to
Savage.
his ghetto point of view. Shout out, brother.
Mm-hmm.
To forgive is not to befriend, and to befriend is not to forget. Just let it sit. Just let it sit overnight.
Mm-hmm.
Mm,
Good point.
okay. Then I'm ready to actually, I was gonna say the basic. I kind of
Hold on, real
agree.
quick. I'm so sorry, Riaz. This was a good point. Does Jesus hold on? Does Jesus forgiveness don't come with condition? Um. Okay. So
Yes, his forgiveness comes with a condition.
repentance, and I think people take for like, yeah. So when you don't
It's
turn
called
away from that
hellfire,
thing,
of course.
If you don't,
It's
the
yeah,
called the
Lord
lake of
tells you,
fire.
he tells you, if you love me, do as I tell you. Obey
right.
me. That's what he
So
tells you.
the condition
But it's
is
even more simple. It's heaven and hell. So that
yeah.
means there's a condition. There's a condition to get to the paradise. There is a condition that will qualify you to either make it or not make it. Your book will either fly into your left hand or your right hand. Revelations. I digress. My mic is muted.
And let me say this too, because someone said, I think it was his ghetto point of view. He said that Christ didn't hang out with
He said,
sinners.
"Didn't Christ
Oh,
hang out with
he said, "Are
sinners?"
you
Are
kidding me?"
y'all serious?
Well, I'm going to give you 2 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 14. It says, "Be ye not unequally yoked together with unbelievers. For what fellowship? Hanging out means fellowship. It doesn't mean you going out to minister or preach or help. Okay. Fellowship means that you and I break bread. That means that when I go out, you come with me and we go out. We rest our
Mhm.
heads together. That's fellowship. Hath righteousness with unrighteousness. And what common hath light with darkness? So I hope that answered your question. No. Did he
Yeah, there
go
there was
and
purpose behind
yeah, did he
what he
go
was
and
doing.
right to give
And
them the
he
word?
was in the world but not of the world. So
Absolutely. He
that's not a
fellowship
really
with the
good
12.
comparison.
He
Right.
fellowship with the 12. Okay. Now, did he go to sinners? Absolutely. That was what he came for, to reconcile them to God. Absolutely.
Fellowship is
100%.
hanging out. Like, really?
Okay, man. I'm not going to go back and forth with the dude. I promise you,
Mhm.
I'm
I
not
think
going to.
Anthony got caught up one night a few
I'm not
months
going to get
ago.
caught up
The
because at
ghetto
the end of
point
the
of
day,
view.
when it tells you
I've
fellow,
done it too.
yeah, the light should not have fellowship with darkness. What is that telling you? What is it saying to you? That means he says two cannot walk if not be agreed. So that means if I like alcohol and Smitty likes crack, we can't go to the same party if there's not crack and alcohol there. That's what that means. We have to have something that commonly yokes us together so that we can walk together. That's what that means. If I'm ministering to the homeless, that doesn't make me homeless. It doesn't make me homeless. It means that I'm ministering to them. When I go home and break bread and fellowship, I'm fellowshipping with my fellow brothers who are in like mindedness.
Wow.
That's what that means.
Mhm.
Dang, Bolo.
So this
You could have
comment,
used weed. Like, I mean,
um,
you could have used weed, Bolo. Like, wow, that was
Yeah,
harsh.
I always go left with the examples, man, because I want people to understand.
So when Jesus forgives you, he doesn't leave you after he forgives you of your sins against him. 100% I agree. We were saying, like, are there, you said, were
Hmm.
there conditions to um what was the question?
I forgot.
I forgot. But yeah, I
Me,
understand that part. But I was saying if you choose to not turn away from those sins, we were talking about the consequence of that.
And I'm going to give you the biblical definition of fellowship. It
Mm-hmm.
derives from the Greek word kionana. It's defined as shared participation, partnership, or common among believers and with God. It signifies a deep spiritual unity that goes beyond social interaction, involving shared life, mission, resources, and devotion to Christ. Key elements include mutual encouragement, prayer, and serving together. If you are not a believer, we are not fellowshipping.
hmm
That's biblical. So now I'm not. I'm done with it. If he wants to continue talking about what he thinks fellowship is, I'll put the definition in the chat. So
but is it possible? Is it possible that it has a definition? Like, for example, right? I would say, Brother Bolo, me and you, we have the closest similar example to what love is by definition. Love is a verb, thus verbs of actions, right? It's not a noun.
right.
So we know that much, but is it not possible still that that is something that, although it has a definition, that people will still have their own conclusion as to what fellowship means? Like to some people, fellowship is no less than 10,000 being in the hues, right?
Hmm.
And to some people, fellowship is just three of us.
Right.
You see, so I mean, like, so I do realize that we can have our different views on what it means, although it does have a definition, as in two things can be true at
What
the same time. I
this
digress
would
on my computer.
this would be my response to it, right? That in this day and age, we understand that words have evolved to mean a plethora of things, right? So when the Bible speaks of someone being killed, it speaks about someone being killed. Now, in today's time, I can say, yo, Mo was wearing that dress and she was killing it. It means she wore the hell out of that dress. The Bible don't speak in those terms. It speaks plainly. So we have to keep the Bible in the context of what it is, right? Because we know that words now have evolved to mean several things. So now we have to look at the context in which what that word is being used in the time that it's being used in. You dig what I'm saying? So fellowship can be 10 people, fellowship can be 20 people, fellowship can be 1,000 people. The point isn't the quantity of people. The point is the relationship that these men and women have. What's a fellowship, right? That's the context of it. So it's not the quantity of people, it's how are they fellowshipping? Now, when you bring Christ into it, you're talking about a specific type of fellowship because evil people can fellowship. Because when Christ speaks in that verse, he says, righteousness should have no fellowship with wickedness. So that means wicked can fellowship, so can righteous. So now we're looking at the context of how Christ fellowshipped. What was he built on? What did he stand for? You dig what I'm saying? So if he fellowshipped with this, he's saying to you, light don't fellowship with darkness. That's what he's telling you. Righteous don't fellowship with unrighteousness. Hold on now. So are you telling me the King of Kings contradicted his own word? It's impossible. It's morally, it's emphatically impossible for that to happen. It can't. So that's why knowing the word, not just one verse, but knowing, that's why the Lord says, here a little, there a little. Because the Bible, you just can't read it straightforward. It's a puzzle. This is why he says the mysteries This is why the 12 disciples said, Lord, why do you speak to us plainly, but you speak to them in parable? He said, it's not meant for the world to understand it. Those sheep that hear their names, they'll understand. So it's our job to study the word the best way we know how and disseminate it in a way that they can understand it. And again, even when we disseminate it, you still may not get it. You still may not. The Lord giveth the increase. Our job is just to plant and water.
So he said Jesus would never leave a person, but somehow our people seem to have found reasons to leave.
I agree.
Yes, Jesus, I agree with that too, but I think that there's different stipulations to what's being said.
Right. I think,
Yes,
yeah.
Jesus never abandoned anyone spiritually. We see where he stayed with the lost, the people that were sick, the sinners, and even those who plotted against him and betrayed him. But he also withdrew at times to pray, to rest, and protect the mission that God had called him to. And the key in that is he modeled discernment. He knew when to engage and when to step back. And we also have to understand that leaving doesn't always mean abandonment. Sometimes leaving someone physically, emotionally, or relationally can be an act of love, both for yourself and also that other party. Even in Proverbs 22, 24, 25 warns against keeping close company with people who will drag you down. And the key is knowing when the key is it being spirit led. So always implement prayer. Prayer is the first thing. Take your
Our first
decisions
line of
to
defense.
God in prayer. Ask, Lord, is this your timing or am I acting out of my emotions? Also confirm that thing through scriptures. God's word will always provide wisdom on when to stay and when to step away. So we have to understand that Jesus never leaves anyone in the sense of spiritual abandonment, but he also teaches us to walk away wisely. And sometimes leaving is not rejection, it's protection, it's you using discernment, and it's also obedience to God.
And,
God, wherever God is leading you to. So that's why when I speak of that, I'm speaking in that sense.
and let me add this to what Mo was saying. And this is why knowing the word is very important, because when you look at the prodigal son, the father had to let him learn. Sometimes I have to step back and say, you know what? Experience is going to teach you better than I can. You don't want to hear me. It's cool. Go out into the world and see what it is. Sometimes you have to step back. As parents, when you try to teach your children and show them something, sometimes you have to let them put their hand in the fire. Because that'll teach them better than you could ever. Because now when they come back, they're humble. Mom, I understand what you're saying. I apologize. Sometimes you have to know. And it's hard because that's your child. But Christ tells you, your brother, spare not the rod. Spare not the rod. You're hurting them more than you're helping them. You're hurting them. Allow that child to fall, man, and figure it out. Allow him to fall. You know why? Because if you take that learning experience from him, he gonna go on the street thinking the world is what you created, and it's not. Teach them what the world is, not what you want it to be. So sometimes you got to step back. That's why it says, plant, man waters. Man waters also, but it's God that gives the increase. Sometimes you have to say, you know what? Let me step back. Everybody didn't learn the way everyone else learned in the word. Paul had to be blinded for him to learn, right? Balaam had to be threatened by an angel for him to get it. Jonah had to be swallowed in the belly of a big fish for him to see. Moses had to see a burning bush. Everyone has their own way. Everyone has their own way. And the Lord knows that. So, it's not that you're leaving them. Is that sometimes you have to understand that I may be the person that's just going to plant. Mo may just be the person that's going to water. And 5 years from now, God is going to give you the increase. It's not meant for you to get it right now. He needs you to go through certain things. The same story of Joseph. Joseph, you're going to be Lord over your 11 brothers. Joseph was what, 15, 16? He didn't become Lord over his brothers until he was damn near in his 30s. So what happened? He was in slavery, incarcerated, accused of rape, all these different. It took at least 2.5 decades for him to get to where he was at
Right.
least. And what did he say? Now I understand why I went through that. Because what you meant for evil, God meant for good. He taught me how to
Right.
be peaceful, forgiving, patient, understanding, strong. All those things that I went through, that's what it forged me into the man that you see now.
Right.
So, what we're going through, both men and women, those that are believers, it's forging us into the men and women that we need to be for that moment that He created us for.
Mm-hmm. So Black said, I thought y'all said that if you forgive someone, there will be precautions with your forgiveness, but Jesus doesn't have those conditions. You're absolutely right because Jesus is perfect in his wisdom, in his love, in his discernment.
And to add
So
to what you
and
said,
then
Black, let me say
hold
this.
on. Can
I'm sorry, go ahead.
we choose caution because we are humans and we're limited. I understand who we are in Christ, right? But scripture also supports boundaries and caution because we there is a need for us if we want to be able to function in a healthy way. We have to protect our souls and our peace in our life, and sometimes that will cause for us to incline our ear to Proverbs 4:23, guard your heart above all else. We must be wise even as we forgive. So I think people think that forgiveness means unlimited access again, and that's not what it is. It's I'm not going to carry bitterness, anger, all those things in my heart. So I'm going to release you, but again, access has to be earned through trust.
And let me just add this to what Mo just said. Christ knew the total picture. So he didn't have
We
to
live
have
in a
boundaries.
fallen
Right.
world, right? Christ is perfect.
He didn't have to have boundaries. He knew what it was.
Hmm.
If I know the answer to every damn question, there's no need for me to be precautious. I know the answer. Why do I need to
Hmm.
be precautious for? So, as man, we don't know all the answers. So, I don't know what you're about. I don't know if you're trying to come and hurt me or you're really
Do y'all want to? I'm sorry to
patient and
interrupt you.
forgiving.
Do
Yeah.
y'all want to hit the link? I mean, that would be easier.
Yeah. And then he says, so God never turned his back on Jonah, refused to prophesy in Nineveh. I never said that God turned his back.
You
I
will
said
go
sometimes,
all like there will be a back and forth
no, I'm gonna leave it
with
here.
ghetto point of
Sometimes,
view because I done got caught up
sometimes,
so many times with
yeah,
him.
yeah. I said sometimes you have to understand that the Lord will leave you to your own device for you to learn.
Hmm.
Sometimes it's better for you to go through it than for someone to try and save you from it. Let me say it again. Sometimes it's better for you to go through it than for someone to try and save you from it.
Hmm.
I'll leave it there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you so much, Coffee. I appreciate you. I think Scam came up here to fall asleep.
Okay, I'll probably have a
Scam, you
go at
sleeping,
that.
Scam?
I was just listening first.
Yeah,
Huh?
Riaz, you haven't dropped nothing yet, Riaz. Usually you have some good stuff to say.
Okay, I guess so. I taking our forgiveness part. Yeah, Jesus, peace be upon him. He forgave people, but at the same time, he understood, you know, he because though he's different from us, though, because the way God created him, though, basically, and how his heart is, and he knew basically how to move though we're humans and we have limitations as well, and also though in some cases when you forgive, it's not that you're allowing them access back in, it's you're forgiven for the sake of God though, because that's why you're forgiving for the sake of God and also for yourself. It's not that they have access or depend on what they did though. If it's really, really serious though, and you don't want to give them access, it's not that you're not forgiving them with conditions, or you're forgiving them for the sake of yourself spiritually though. Because when you actually hold that stuff in though, basically it enters your heart though, and your heart is your gateway to God basically. Your heart is the gateway to God, though. That's why we have to protect the heart in order to basically have a stronger connection to God, because God actually lives within your heart. And basically, if you let your heart turn cold, then your connection to God is gone. So that's what I took out of what you guys were saying.
Hey, Riaz, Riaz,
Thank you,
Riaz.
Riaz.
That no, no, that right there, Riaz. Out of all the times I've ever heard you speak, if that right there wasn't the time, I'm actually, sir, that was absolutely gorgeous. That was beautiful. That was magnificently put, Riaz.
Thank
Um,
you.
the fact is that briefly, to pass it to Bolo, um, I have forgiven people who have done me wrong. And it's looked at as a form of weakness when little do y'all know, one, it took a lot of strength for me to do so. Two, I did it to release. Because if I don't forgive you, I'ma hold that. And everywhere I walk in life, I'm gonna be having that with me. And I'm not gonna be able to be settled when I come across new people who are of a better cut cloth. And that right there was very much so concise. And you didn't speak too fast. You kept your pace. And I'm proud of you, bruh. I'm proud of that.
Thank you.
Mashallah.
So you're basically, though, in a way, because some people think just because you forgive them, they think you're weak, though, or anything like that. No, it's actually a form of strength, though, because you had a lot of strength to forgive people, though, and basically, that's why, though. So basically, you think kindness for weakness, it's actually not though. Basically, in a way, you're actually doing it to release, and you're doing it for the sake of yourself, because you didn't allow yourself to become better.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Mola, when you get a chance, I'd like to say something, if you don't mind.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait till everybody's get a go first.
You're good.
You
I
sure?
mean,
Because
unless
I don't want
I
to.
don't know if Bolo
Let's
wanted
it.
to
Yeah,
respond
go
or
ahead. Come
I
to me
don't have
last.
anything else because I know it's a would be a continuation of
Sweatbread, if you don't just go ahead and say it, don't stop people, then all of a sudden say I don't
Well,
have nothing to
well,
say. I just
because
did a
I don't.
short about that for pet peeve of mine.
so Black. I did point you to Proverbs. I pointed you
Just say
to
it.
several scriptures, but okay. I thank you so much for tuning in. Please feel free to tune back in next Sunday night. Thank you so much for the support and the questions.
Okay. And the questions.
Sweatbread, I know you did not just do
All right,
that,
all right,
bro.
all right, all right, all right. I'm
I know
sorry. I'm
you did
sorry.
not just do that, bro.
I'm
Go
driving. I'm
ahead.
trying to listen at the same time. Okay. So I'm okay. So Bolo, you sitting down? Bolo, remember the
What?
Yeah,
episode?
Wow,
yeah,
bro.
yeah. I'm
Okay.
sitting
Can you
down
just
now. I
get
All
don't
right.
know
to it?
why. I don't know
Remember
what.
remember the day you kept saying I sound like Darth Vader because I was breathing heavy.
I saw you mention that
So
in.
Okay.
I seen you left some of those things. I
Right. Right.
responded to you. I
Right.
responded to
But
you.
the thing was, thing you missed. It was the episode behind it. Okay, I was a black guy in Milwaukee. It was around 9 o'clock. What happened was I tweaked it. I tweaked my shoulder. Right.
Okay.
I had a funny bone, and I'm a winter fatigue. I was tired,
Okay.
and I was trying to get some monster. Right. So there's this dude. It's like 9 people in front of me. I'm trying to get this monster, so I get this energy going. So this dude bumped me and said, "Hey man, why you looking at my girl? Being disrespectful." I'm not even thinking about it. I'm in my days. I'm talking to myself, trying, testimony Friday. I'm trying to come up with some positive words. So he tested me, kept bumping into me, and so who's your girl at? Okay, now I see her. Okay, now she's in my mind. Okay, now I don't even know her. So yeah, go ahead, go about your business. Pay no mind. Next thing you know, he put a butt plug on me, and I pushed him.
What do you
I
mean put a
shoved him.
butt plug? Hold on,
What?
brother. Hold on. Hold on.
Okay. I'm sorry. Let me explain. I'm not a good storyteller.
This is
So
a lie.
I know. That's what I said. Just bear with me.
No,
So
actually,
I,
this is really good. This is really
No, it's
good. Keep
good.
going.
I done set
It's
up and
really
everything.
good. Keep
Like,
going.
what's going on? I'm
let me
listening.
explain. Let me hold on. I'm letting the plane. Like I look at you when I'm coming from
Moby
first.
needing people to explain.
Well, see what happened. This is for forgiveness again. So this is what happened was. So I pushed him because I have a bad reaction. You do something to me, I quick. He's like a light skinned chubby dude. So I pushed the dude. 5 minutes later, I had to go out there and chill because I'm hot. I'm heated. Next thing you know, police came. They investigated. Came to find out that the dude I pushed was a hermaphrodite, meaning it was a female.
We know what that is.
Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, I didn't know. I didn't
Hmm.
take my hand. My hand. So I thought it was a dude, but it was a female. Came to find out, I thought she was pregnant, but it wasn't. It was just a beer belly. The thing was, I was going through so many
This
emotions.
is
I would go
wow,
because
man. Where are
because
we going right
I
now?
that's what I say. I'm going through emotion because I'm
You're a
angry.
truck driver. You should have better GPS than this.
My dude,
This is Milwaukee
where did the butt plug come in, bro?
Right?
because
Like, where are we going?
Well, I don't understand. How did you
well
throw that
because
in there?
I'm trying
Oh,
to I don't want to go into
not that. You
detail.
know what? Don't even bring up the butt plug. Just finish the
Exactly.
story.
That's what I'm trying to
And
hold my
then he said
tongue.
beer belly.
Because
He
it's
said, I
remember I'm
thought it
thinking
was
it's
a
a
man with a beer belly.
yeah.
I'm trying to tell you
I
right
got
now.
tricked. I'm trying to be careful, trying to clean up some of my words because I don't want to say too many things. Okay, but the thing is,
You done said more than enough. You done
okay,
definitely,
right.
you
But
done got your mouth full.
the thing, they throw it at me, and I'm like, yo, what I shoved them because you don't put no butt plug on me, and so I showed. I'm thinking
I'm so
it's a dude.
confused.
What is going on right now? Like, what
Okay,
is
what I'm
really
trying to
happening?
say, what
Who
I'm trying to
put?
What
say
is
with the
really
episode.
happening?
What are you trying to find out? What do you want to know?
Nothing at this point.
Irby, I missed
No,
it. I'm
I
sorry.
don't want to ask no more questions of Sweatbread for the rest of the night.
I'm so
well,
I'm
confused.
gonna ask
no. What
Sweatbread
I'm
nothing.
saying, what I was saying, I was trying to let him know that it was an episode that took place that day that I was going through, and
oh,
he
so
thought
that's
of
why you. Oh, so in other words, oh my God. So wait 1 second. Okay, let me understand this.
There's
okay,
Sweatbread.
nothing to
Yeah,
understand.
because I
No, no,
don't
no,
get
no,
it.
no, no. There's a reason. What? So you're telling me, Sweatbread, the day that you were testimony Friday, when
yeah,
I was talking about you breathing hard and sounding like
yeah,
Darth Vader,
right,
you had gone through something and you was heated and angry, and
right.
the reason
I
why
want to
you were
say
breathing hard.
something.
I got you. The
Yeah,
reason why you were angry is because you had just gone through an episode with this cat and the police. Is that what you want? Is
right,
that the
exactly,
so
exactly.
did you need to
'Cause-
talk about okay, okay.
well, no,
But that's what happens
because
when you go
no,
get
no, no,
lot
no,
lizard. If you go
no.
get
That's
a
what I was.
lot lizard, that's what
But
you
I'm
get,
just
bruh.
confused. I don't
Nah,
even
he didn't get a lot.
understand the
Nah, the Sweatbread,
story.
nah,
Like,
nah, Sweatbread didn't
what
do that.
what happened? I don't get it.
He's
Just
No, no,
saying
no.
Sweatbread is saying in a long drawn out, and I'll try to give you the short version of it. Sweatbread was being tested by what he found out to be a hermaphrodite. Okay.
Exactly.
Okay. So he found out. So he pressed
what
this
this
person.
happened like at
This
work?
happened
I really
Friday.
want to
This happened
understand.
Friday when he pulled into one of those gas stations where, when you go to a gas station,
Yeah.
there's some big gas stations where the truck drivers are allowed to set up showers and all that different stuff.
Yeah.
So
Hmm.
he's saying
Okay.
that he was at a place like that because remember Friday night it was snowing. Remember it was
Right.
like 7 below. So he was chilling. So
Hmm.
he's saying that he was heated, and the reason why he was breathing like that was because of that episode. So
Correct.
that's why
So
he was saying to me, that's why I was breathing like that. And I'm like,
Yeah.
all right, brother.
Yeah.
Thank
Because
you.
I
all
was
right.
going through
So
so many
so I have a
emotions.
question. I got a question for you right now, Sweatbread. Right here on the spot. Right here on the spot.
Okay.
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 I'm
Okay.
I'm
All right.
gonna go there. I'm going there. We're gonna get right back. Mo, just please, just one
No,
second.
you're good. Yeah.
Uh, Sweatbread.
Okay. Go ahead, man.
Yes or no? Did you hit?
No,
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 see.
no,
I didn't. No.
no,
No. dude, you missed. Okay, no, what I'm upset with
No,
because
no, no, no. It was just a question. It was no, no. It was just a question.
I did I hit her? I shoved her and I pushed really hard.
No, man. See, God, see, no.
I think
Did
he
you
missed
smash?
What are
Leave
you
it,
talking
leave it,
about?
leave it, leave it there, leave it there. If
Yeah,
he
let's
doesn't
leave it there.
understand it,
No,
leave it there.
no.
I
See,
know where
now
I
No,
you
know where
saying
you're
too
trying
much.
to go, Smitty. I'm saying leave it, leave
No,
it.
no.
yeah,
Okay,
don't do a
Bolo.
Jedi
No,
mind trick
no,
on
no,
me on that
Bolo. I
one.
want to ask him. No, I'm asking him that question. He thought I said something else. No, not did you hit her, as in did you smash?
That's what I
No,
know that. That's what I'm
no,
saying.
no.
He said I shoved her.
Let's
Yeah,
leave it.
because I
Let's
didn't
leave it.
know. I thought it was a do. I didn't know. I'm thinking to myself, this is a do. Until I found out they investigate, it was a female. I didn't had no attention. I was winter fatigue. I was tired. I wasn't even trying to, look at this person. Was not
Yeah,
aware
yeah,
of my surrounding.
yeah.
And so I was,
Sweat,
my mind was on
sweat,
something
bread,
else.
sweat,
Yeah.
bread.
Okay. Go ahead.
Listen,
Okay. My bad.
what Kwafi?
Okay.
Mr.
Take the advice that
TKO.
Take the advice that Kwafi just gave. He said, don't tell your business, brother. Just say,
No, I
all
know,
right,
but it was
yeah,
a funny. That's why I say it was about
yeah.
forgiveness,
You know what you
and
can
I
do,
was
sweat
just
bread?
yeah.
Call me.
Okay.
You got
Yeah,
my
I know.
business, man.
But see, that's the
Just
point. You always say don't, because I didn't want to say anything. You say take 48 hours because you don't hear yourself, dog. Take a moment, come up, know what you speak. That's what I was doing. That's
yeah,
why I
but you don't
waited.
have to tell that, brother.
Oh,
I'm just
my
saying.
bad. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, all right, I got you.
Call me and tell
Yeah,
me
I got you. I
because
got you. I got you.
I seen that you put those texts in the thing and I
Yeah,
responded.
yeah, yeah. I know. I
But
know you. But yeah, you're
I'm
right. I
saying to
got you.
you that if you listen, the one thing that I don't want to do, the one thing that I try not to do, I try not to do it, and sometimes I fail at it because I'm human.
Right.
The
No,
one
that's
thing
cool. I understand.
I try not to do is I try not and sometimes the way I speak it does come across offensive.
Oh
And
no, it's cool.
the one thing I try not to be is that. But sometimes I do come across that. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying to you is don't put that over the airwaves because
No,
these
no,
cats
no.
are don't. What I'm
That's
saying
why
is
they go to
these cats
detail. It
are
was just a
clip
little
it.
bit. It was a joke.
I
Oh yeah, I see
understand
what you're
how
saying.
you
Yeah,
meant it, but these cats are
right.
clip it
They will
and
take
Yeah,
that
say,
and run with it. Like we're safe, but the
right.
yeah,
internet,
you know what I'm
Yeah,
these
saying?
yeah.
And
You're right. You're right.
other folks,
yeah,
yeah.
Might sound bite. Yeah, you're right. You're
nah,
right. I
it
hear you.
did
Hmm.
sound crazy. So just
Yeah,
make
I know. I
sure you
know.
don't. Yeah. So
Right. That's why I know I keep a detail. It was like it was funny to me, but it was just yeah. But I know what was Sweetie going through. But believe me, no, brother, I'm not going. I'm not. No, I don't do that. But it's cool though. It's cool. Sorry about that. It was just a little jokey joke. I was trying to understand, but it's cool.
It was a joke. Oh,
No, yeah, because I didn't get I didn't get all the detail. I was just giving them what I was experiencing episode, and I was trying to explain what was going on that Friday because he was messing with me like, you breathing, man, like yeah, but you understand it was an episode behind it, but
okay,
I'm
got
gonna
it.
just wait until that's what I say. That's okay. Mo Love is coming up. We'll talk then. You
Mm-hmm.
That's when you because you left so early, but it's cool. I'm sorry about that, Mo. I apologize if I didn't ruin it.
No, you're okay. Coffee said, "Sweat bread. They are right. They are right, but also people are born that way, but they should not have pushed up on you."
Thank you. That's what we're trying to say.
Mhm.
And the thing was, I kind of got tricked. I'm thinking it was a man. I did not know, in a lesbian handbook that they know was. He kept saying that was his wife. I'm thinking it was a dude. And so my thing was, I'm thinking it's a guy. And see, and I felt bad because I don't hit women. And then
Mhm.
I got tricked. And you know what I'm saying? They investigated. There's a good thing there's cameras because I could have got arrested for hitting a woman. You see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And a lot of guys getting going to jail for stupid things. And so I just thank the Lord, that it wasn't actually I didn't actually cause damage, but because she was drunk. The thing is, I didn't really look because I'm like I'm out of it. I'm winter fatigue. I'm tired. I didn't pay no attention. I did not. They saying there was a dude. Can't find it was a female. How would I know? I didn't look that close.
okay. Let's just change
Yeah.
the subject.
Okay. I'm sorry, but yeah. Good.
No, you good, B.
Yeah.
Sometimes I keep saying when you let Sweatbread go and just let
Yeah. I
him
will
run
go.
around, you just let him run around. This is what you're gonna get.
Yeah.
That is funny.
Hey,
You
You
have
just
He
been
do, Dubby.
saying that.
That's what I keep trying to tell y'all. When y'all let Sweatbread run rampant, this is what you get. When Sweatbread has there's no
Yes.
chains, there's no
Yes.
fences. You just let him run in the field.
I would do that. Yes. He knows me.
All right. So, again,
Okay,
so
I'm done.
when I'm
I'm
sitting
done.
there telling Sweatbread, "I just chill," y'all think I just be saying it just because I just have nothing else to do. You hear the man saying, "Yeah, Bolo knows me. I'll do that." You hear it. So okay, just trust me. That's all I'm saying.
Yes. Yes,
Thank
Bolo,
you.
you're right.
That's all I'm saying. Y'all guys,
Yeah.
y'all just.
Yeah, I know. It was trippy enough to me, man. It was like, wow, tricky.
Ghetto Point of View said narratives born how. So he said that they're born that way. The thing is, they are more on the man's side because they have a choice to be male or female. Okay. Yeah, Irby. Y'all hit the cash app this too much.
Well, I'm glad I brought some funnies to it.
Mhm.
But I'm done. I'll end my plane. Like
Sam,
my boy
You
said,
more
my
than
mic is
landed,
muted.
brother. You more than
Mine.
landed. You crashed it. That
Okay,
wasn't
my mic
that
is muted.
wasn't a
that was
land.
so unexpected.
My
Yeah.
I
man dry
know.
landed the
That's why I
plane.
say it
You
was an
know,
episode.
there wasn't no land, dogs. You crashed the plane. You definitely crashed. So it's crazy. But
I know.
let
Yeah.
me say this, yo, Smitty. I've been trying to call you, but for some reason, every time I try to call, it doesn't ring, and it just says cannot make phone call.
Oh.
I don't know if he's still there.
Smitty, you're on mute. If you're there,
Okay.
he must have walked away. Mm, yeah. When was that? Oh, that was last Sunday when y'all were talking about weakness thing. Yeah.
Yeah, Friday.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
Sweat bread.
Did you hear? Did you hear Bolo, Smitty?
Hold on. I heard up to an extent. I had to take my Bluetooth out, so yeah, I had to go
Well,
off
I
of.
think I tried to call you with the number that I have for you, but it doesn't ring. It says it
Oh
hangs
no,
up.
yeah, no, I done changed my number.
Oh,
So
then I don't have your number. Then I don't have it because I haven't
no,
seen
yeah.
any missed calls from you on my personal phone or
Nah, you don't know the new number. So what I'll do is I'll text you. Don't listen, just I'll text you
okay.
and just leave it at that. We'll talk, bro. It's all
All
good.
right. All right.
Okay.
All right, bet that.
Yeah, but
Nah,
I'm gonna tell you those things like if you when you give your number
real
some
quick, Riaz, real quick. I just wanted to let Sweatbread know. Yeah, the one piece I did hear before I went to go offer was how Bolo told you be careful. Yeah, no, I already got you, bro. Yeah, you
Appreciate it.
definitely, man, you definitely are famous on my channel. Yeah, so yeah, don't you worry about that. Y'all will be getting that clip. Oh boy.
You
Oh,
see what I'm
What
saying?
oh
clip?
You
Why
see?
man.
would
You
you
see?
clip that,
You see
Yeah,
what I'm
I
Smitty?
saying?
know.
You see? I told you. Didn't I tell
Why
you?
would you clip
It's
that?
I'ma have fun with it. It ain't to
Okay, but
I'ma
Smitty,
have
shouldn't
fun with
you
it.
ask him? Like, isn't that I don't know, but I'm gonna say
But it's
Irby.
cool. I mean, I don't be in the YouTube streets. I mean, I don't be in the YouTube streets anyway like that.
Sweat bread, I'll give you 3 out of the 10 views I'm gonna get for it anyway.
I
Plus,
Okay.
see. I
All
told you
right.
something.
You can have 3 out of the 10 views I'm gonna get for it. But yeah, nah, all jokes aside, nah, Bolo is dead ass on that. Nah, he nah that, nah, that's serious though.
now
You gotta
remember
be
now,
careful out
I
here.
did.
You gotta
Yeah,
be
you. I
careful.
mean, remember
You gotta
I
be
said
careful.
that's what I said. I was out in Milwaukee. I was black, and that's what happened. I didn't know. You know, I know
So
the
there
streets
Okay,
you
might
go.
not
You
know
about
hey,
to
this.
give me
sweat
another clip. You about to
bread.
give me
You're
Okay,
another
yeah,
clip.
yeah.
man.
You
All right.
walk
Let me stop.
you walk
Chill.
Stop it, Smitty.
you
See,
uncle.
see.
okay.
See,
Yeah. Wait,
All right,
You
all
about
right,
to
all
give
right.
me another clip?
wait,
All right, I'm
guys,
done.
wait.
I'm
I
done.
was just gonna tell you as well that when it comes to the number thing, is make sure you have to add me on WhatsApp. I'm not allowed to call from my actual phone though, because since I'm in UK and you're over there, man. Basically, I get charged for that.
Oh,
I get charged for that. Basically, they'll charge me. Because
okay.
the provider for my phone, they don't do it over there. So I get international charge. So you're gonna have to do it on WhatsApp.
Okay.
Okay.
So, so you want to get final thoughts in, Mo? You good with
Yeah.
that? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, uh, Smitty, final thoughts, my dude.
Yeah, I was gonna volunteer to go first so I can get up out of here. Um, absolute great show. Mo, just like how Omni said earlier, how your space is appreciated. It
Thank
really
you.
is. It really is. Uh, it does really feel like a nice little like kind of retreat in a sense. It's like we know we in the same space, but it just feels like we're not around the way right now. Like we went out
Mm-hmm.
to the outskirts, you know what I mean? And it feels good. So all I'm gonna say is just please keep doing what you are doing. Just keep going. Just keep
Thank
going.
you so
All
much,
right.
Sneedy. Yes.
I digress. My mic is muted. Much respect to you all. Bolo, I will be texting you.
All right.
If I don't hear from you like a week after that, I'm just gonna say that's on you, sir, and don't keep telling people to hit you up.
Okay.
All right.
Text the village number because then I know
I
that
got you.
I got you
I
locked in.
got
Okay.
both. I
Okay.
got you. I got both. Okay.
All right. Scam. Who's probably sleeping? Last words on you.
Scam. Let me get scam up out of here. Let me see. All right.
Okay. So we have question, aka sweatbread.
Nah, I believe I said enough.
Okay,
But
good then. Yeah.
yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah, well, it was good. We talked about the relationship part. I'm still working on mine. I'm learning, but it was just better go back. What I've learned, isolation. And I thank God that I still, because I worked on myself. Before I even begin to date. But thank you for letting me on your platform and everything. Appreciate it.
Of course. Thank you so much, Sweatbread. I always appreciate the support, your transparency, and what you add to the show. Thank you so much. And stay warm. I know you out there in the cold.
Sweatbread, stay cool. What I'll say to you, Mo, look between the hour mark, but well, the video mark, or however they say it, between 4 hours and 30 minutes to now. Edit out that sweatbread thing, man, if you can.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Okay.
I forget. I think it was a free space. I thought,
This isn't free space, brother. But you
Oh,
have to
okay.
understand with this free space, this being a free space, you don't know what people are going to do when they take that information and do you know?
Yeah. Thank you, Irby. Thank y'all for the support. Thank you, his ghetto point of view. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you, everybody. The
His
chat was
point of
lit
view is who
tonight.
hot sauce, right?
No, hot sauce is somebody completely different.
Oh, okay,
Mm-hmm.
okay, all right. So I guess it's my turn to give last words. This was a nice, very good panel. Very good. We went all over the planet. Well, not all over the planet. We went probably halfway. Um, I tried to bring it back, but you know,
Mm-hmm. Oh, we were all
cats,
over the place,
cats was
but it was a
fighting,
great
boy.
stream.
Isaiah Cats was fighting. So it was definitely a great. We covered a whole host of things.
Mm-hmm.
So that was awesome. That was awesome. So that's good.
Yeah, it was a great show. We'll be back. I will probably be back Wednesday, but me and Bolo will be back Sunday night, 10:30 p.m. Central. I pray that this stream has blessed people, and yeah, if you missed the topic, I would recommend going back to the beginning of the show where we discuss confronting the culture of suppression. But I love you all. Remember to keep the Lord first, and always stay in prayer. All right, I will see you guys next Sunday night. Bye.
Don't really care what they doing over there. Doing my own thing, staying in my own lane. I'm not judging. You go ahead, baby girl, do you? Is it cool? It's cool. But I don't wanna be nobody else. I wanna be myself. I'm not a blending. I'm not a blending kind of girl. Tell it how you can see the pain these people living in, all while trying to fit in. No true purpose, just pain off a temporary gain. Gaining the whole world, but losing your soul. I really hate watching y'all fold. Everything is conditional, so please go choose safety. My Lord is willing, have you talked to him lately? I know we fall down and get up, yeah, we be tripping. Perking your ear until the Lord, can you please just listen? So much evil everywhere you look and turn. Watch it fight and pray, I'm gonna need you to learn. We won't win if we stay stagnant and won't rise above in a world filled with hate. Show more love. Show more love. In a world filled with hate, show more love. This ain't a game, y'all. Enemy out here stealing lives, y'all. Playing our face and we distracted when we see them take they fall, y'all. Wake up, we out here sleeping and